Hey, this is my unboxing video that I'm doing for the product I bought from my Out Forever's channel. I bought the coffee mug, and here it is. Sorry there's a glare from the screen, but lots of bold, crisp, beautiful colors, inside and out, high quality ceramic. I absolutely love it. So y'all go check out his website. It's got a lot of fun, fresh designs. And cheers to you, Shaka, and all of your endeavors. Peace.
Our sister RP is in the place to be. What's up, sister?
E.T. Sin E. How you doing?
E.T. Senate E. I'm doing nefer.
Oh, great. Well, I got it today. I was thinking it was coming from France, but then I did the tracking and it was outside actually when I went to check, and here it is.
Oh, that's what's up. It's just like my hat. That's what's up.
Yeah.
Let me do the solo layout. There it is, brothers and sisters. That's
Yeah.
what's up.
I really like this. Yeah, so I have an after school program that I help facilitate. And I'm going to wear this because we're going to start talking about coding. So I'm going to
Okay.
use this as an introduction because this is a code. It's
Mhm.
ancient code, but it's still a code. And then we're going to be able to, demonstrate. I'll be able to demonstrate to them the meanings inside each of the, glyphs and stuff. So, but yeah, I was looking online and I was like, this is actually like really good designs, So as soon as I get some more, extra money, I'm gonna get the matching hat, and I want to get a Ma'at shirt. But I really like the Kemet one to start with. Yeah, so it's really good, and the prices ain't bad either. So
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I
yeah,
appreciate that.
but
Donnie
you know what?
Williams wrote. Yes, go ahead,
Hmm?
sister. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that boonie cover, the hat. I don't know what they call. I call it a boonie cover. I really like that with the
The bandana?
nah.
Oh,
It's
the cover, the protection cover thing.
yeah, it goes all the
Yeah.
way around. That's the one I want to get next too. Yeah.
You. Oh, do you mean that?
It's a hat that I don't know what they call it. It's like a
Oh,
beach
like a
hat.
beanie low,
Ye-
like a hat for winter, like.
Or that you would wear if it's sunny, but it goes all the way around.
Oh yeah, I get it. Oh, okay. I didn't even know that was added. You know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All
like
right.
that one
Okay.
too. But
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
got it. Proud owner of my own my Out
Kemet shirt.
Forever shirt. Kemet. Yeah.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, brother Donnie Williams. See, you got your mate.
Yeah, yeah. What's up, Shaka? I was gonna do just I know it's a serious topic, but I was gonna do a little
No, I appreciate that, bro. I'm
unboxing.
glad.
So
I'm glad. Yeah. Live
yeah.
unboxing, bro. You don't mind if I use this excerpt, like as a clip, my
No,
intro?
no,
Oh,
it's all
thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Yeah,
And for those who wonder, I'm gonna share the link.
yeah.
All right, that's lovely.
I got the Heather Gray. Oh man, yeah.
Oh, you got the Kemet shirt as well. Okay.
Yeah, can you? I didn't know it had that on the back
In the
though.
back. Yeah.
Yeah, that's nice. That's what's up,
That's
man.
lovely. Oh, thank you. I
So
appreciate that.
yeah. So just letting you know, just coming through, showing some support real quick, man. I'm about to get back into this Netflix film, so um, just wanted to say peace, man, and thanks.
Yeah, thanks a lot, brother.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Wolf, please don't do it to him.
I've been spitting flames, know the boy's really hot, yeah. Getting to the bread, I just got me a check, yeah. Fly as a plane, my whip look like a jet, yeah. Smoking on that loud and a nigga feeling great, yeah.
I'm doing good, you doing bad.
That's why you hate, yeah. Never catch me slipping, I stay with that strap, yeah. Got a tick chick, I'm about to break a back, yeah. Getting to the money, no need to show me where it's at, yeah.
I'm blowing on that loud.
And the nigga feeling great, yeah. Buying shit you never had, that's why you mad, yeah. Put that on my baby, I gotta get that bag, yeah. Vince Carter bitches say I'm half man, half amazing. These fools wanna try me, I'm waiting. What? Diploma, nigga, the flow done graduated. Tell 'em running up the bank.
Don't worry, wanna make it.
Talk about me, but you trash. Why you faking? True. I got a thick, dark skin chick. She Jamaican. True. Chasing that paper with no hesitation. God send, try me. I'm busting that shit. Tell 'em I got my girlfriend and I name her lifesaver. Oh my God, that boy's going hard. Yeah, get wet like rain. I stay with the storm. I switch the flow up, but I still got my swag though. Getting to the money, I ain't got time for you hoes.
Microphone check 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. That's good. Hotep Senuhena Senut Tiren Ishakan Gukemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Rip Me Off and Smash. This is the ladies' underwear. My apologies. I wasn't there right on time. Let's see who's in the place to be. Donna Williams was in the place to be early on. Early. Andrew Brunet was in the place to be early as well. Then I informed of the time change. It was initially scheduled for 4 p.m. EST. Then I informed people really a few minutes before the initial scheduled time, that it will be delayed for 1 hour. Texas Bama is in the place to be. Be Better is in the place to be. Hotep. Sugar Haze is in the place to be. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to introduce you to this new edition of this gear, because we have to cater to the ladies out there. We need all sorts of gear. And here, I'm going to share the link. There it is. If you hit this link, you'll be able to see this great new edition. Rip Me Off and Smash. Look at this. Rip Me Off and Smash. Stretchy polyester material. Embrace your skin, no pinching and bunching. Now, we do have, so that's the front. That's the back. We have different colors. This is inspired by nature. So that was a purple previously. Now this is the pink. This is indeed inspired by nature. You have to observe the world around you, and the inspiration will come. Now it's only $7.98 USD. So with the shipping, it ain't gonna be much. We may come up with the socks, sandals, but we all need some fly gear. And later on, we may come up with boxers for the gentlemen as well. But there's also some other. Wild Funk is in place to be. He wrote, Jigga what? Danny Williams likes it. Be Better likes it. Are these things? Things? What do you mean? Oh, thongs. Yes, they are. Oh, Wild Funk. Next, we need the matching bras. I'm going to forward this suggestion to the design department. Matching bras. Yes. Yes. But there's something else that has a historical touch. Just go right below, and what do you have? Just read it for me. Just put it in the chat. What does it say? What does he say? I'm waiting for the chat. Fellas, get a pair for your lady tonight. So what does he say here? I'm waiting for the chat. I know there's a delay. It takes a few seconds. Come on now in the chat. Don't be shy. Young Hero is in the place to be. What's good? Just introducing, the ladies underwear. So, what does he say, brothers and sisters? What does he say? Just type in the chat. Well, maybe we need to redesign and use a different font. Maybe we need to make it larger because it looks like people have trouble reading it. Is it the color? There's another color. Yeah, maybe it will be clearer. What does it say? There it is. Donnie Williams, chase me like the Hyksos. Indeed. So it's a word play. Because the Hyksos, those are real historical people. And they were chased from Kemet. They somehow invaded Kemet. Some people argue that early on they came in peacefully. But the indigenous inhabitants of Kemet didn't see them in a good eye. And they told him it's going to be on. And they chased their behind away. Text Bahama, chase me like the Hyksos. Yes, that's what he says. So, I'm sorry. They actually chased them. And we have chase, chasing someone, not like in a war-like manner, but like in a romantic manner, pursuing the love, pursuing somebody, in the terms of courtship, you see. So this is the wordplay right there. You know what I'm saying? Ladies, you don't even need to tell your man that is on tonight. Just wear this, and when you visit, like, okay, she wants the action tonight. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's great, man. And we had a suggestion with the matching bras in, I guess, yeah, the ensemble. Well, I don't know if you say I'm not sure you use that in English, but yeah. I will speak with the design department and see what their take is about that. Now, they are very elusive, the Kemites. Who are they? Are they Nubian? Or are they Asiatic? Who knows? Now, I came across, oh, by the way, it's going to be questions and answers, free talk, you know what I'm saying? I came across a video today. I'm going to share in the chat. It comes from Willie D. Only watched a few first minute, Here, see the title? It's bananas, man. Let me share it. As you see, the title says, Quincy Jones says he dated Ivanka Trump. Marlon Brando slept with Marvin Gaye, Richard Pryor, and now Marlon Brando, sorry. His most famous role has to be that of Vito Andolini, better known as Vito Corleone, the movie The Godfather. David is in the place to be. Indeed, the Godfather. So I didn't know that there was any rumors of Marlon Brando being alternative. But let's discover what Willie D says. He's FBA, so I guess they're not going to say that it's a gossip channel.
What's up, family? Man, Quincy Jones done set it off. In an interview with Vulture, he told some secrets that normally people take to their grave, and some of the people who he mentioned did take those secrets to their graves. But I guess Quincy said, I ain't gonna be one of them. I'm gonna let them know right now so I can see what the reaction is. He getting a hell of a reaction. This got to be the interview.
Excuse me, ill miners. Now, earlier I've shared that link. It leads you to this page right here. It's actually the second page. When you go on the first page, you have the "You effing with my money" hats and shirts. See, you also have, the F-side cheddar merchandise. Now, if you go all the way to the top, and by the way, you have the link in the description of my video, so it's not hard to find. You do have here my art forever, so you can click on my art collection, and there it is. You have umbrellas, you have travel mugs, and you have beautiful beautiful mugs. That's what's up. You have bags, the shirts, my art shirts, Kemet shirts, Kemet hat, my art forever bandana, Amen Ra caps, fisherman's hat, Ankh shirts, different designs of my art and Kemet. Sorry, different designs. Ujat Eye. Damn, I didn't even know, man. They're not sleeping, man. That design department is not sleeping, man. We have beach shorts, and now is the season. We have Ma'at shorts. Damn. Oh, I'm so happy, man. I was looking forward to polo shirts. Okay, that's what's up. Dang. We have leggings with pockets. That's what's up. Dang, that's what's up, man. Woman bathrobes. Dang. Design department is not playing. We have the beach dress. All right. You see the leggings with the pockets. We have the blouse. That's what's up, man. Design department has been busy, man. Look at this, man. Old Kingdom men's shirt. That's what's up, man. Even have the design in the back. All right. Man. For those who like the yellow color, that Ma'at Forever design. Yeah, the Ankh symbol design. And that's what's up, man. Okay, so let me see what comments were left so far. Texas Bama is asking, have you ever heard Richard prior to his story of being with a transgender. Well, I've heard that it used to go both ways. You know. It's pennies because there's some punanis. Oh, it's just pennies for women. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ladies' underwear. Now, if some males want to wear these thongs, hey, I'm not stopping them. You know what I'm saying? JK, I don't know what JK means. Willie D is just bitter that Scarface was most. Hey, usually in a group, somebody will ultimately be considered better. So not everybody can be. I mean, that's the way it is. You know what I'm saying? Willie D is part of a rap group that some consider legendary. My mind's playing tricks on me. It's a classic rap song. So he's doing good. He I think he has 800. Let's see how many subscribers he has. I think he has 800,000 subscribers. The only issue I had is when he said, to non-black, non-FBA people, non-black American people, I used to play, but I don't think I have the clip anymore. He has 845,000 subscribers, so he's not too far from the million. Do I still have the clip? I don't have it anymore. But I played the clip where he was saying, basically like, you're gonna have to stop talking about our stuff. And he didn't use the word stuff, he used the S-bomb, I'm like, man. But anyway, let's see what he says.
Of the century. Damn.
Hold on, what did he say? He thinks this is an interview of what?
One of them. I'm gonna let him know right now so I can see what the reaction is. He getting a hell of a reaction. This got to be the interview of the century. Damn the year, damn the decade. I don't care what interview come after this. This is gonna be up there right there with all of the great interviews.
The interview of the century. So people are not gonna say that he's gossiping, are they? Now let's move forward a little bit. Because I watched until about that part where we see the picture of the Beatles.
I met Paul McCartney when he was 21. He said the Beatles were terrible musicians. They were the worst musicians in the world. They were no playing motherfuckers. Paul was the worst bass player I ever heard. And Ringo, don't even talk about it. I remember once we were in the studio with George Martin and Ringo had taken 3 hours for a 4-bar thing he was trying to fix on a song. He couldn't get it. We said, mate, why don't you get some lager and lime, some shepherd's pie, and take an hour and a half and relax a bit? So he did.
So I'm going to move forward, because I want to know what's up. Oh, he is talking about Jimi Hendrix. I'm discovering,
with
though.
photo vibrance.
Well, not. Got to wait a few seconds. Okay, let's go.
He said that Jimi Hendrix was afraid to play with his band because he was intimidated because they were so good. And he says that Paul Allen, Microsoft, as he starts getting a little bit more serious about racism. The interviewer asks him, what stirred up everything? Is it all about Trumpism? And he says, it's Trump and uneducated rednecks. Trump is just telling them what they want to hear. I used to hang out with him. He's a crazy motherfucker. Limited mentality, a megalomaniac, narcissistic. I can't stand him. I used to date Ivanka, Dude say he used to date Ivanka Trump. He said, yeah, when he was 72 and she was 24. He said, yes, sir, 12 years ago. Tommy Hilfiger said, Ivanka wants to have dinner with you. I said, no problem. She's a fine motherfucker. She had the most beautiful legs I ever saw in my life.
Yeah, I'm going to move forward because I don't know what's up with Marvin Gaye and Marlon Brando. Well, I don't see any pictures, so I don't know when he's going to. Oh, there it is. There it is.
My heart, man. Marlon Brando He had the most beautiful legs I ever saw in my life. Wrong father. Okay. And here's the one, man. This one broke my heart, man. Marlon Brando had sex with James Baldwin, Richard Pryor, and Marvin Gaye. Now, James Baldwin, no surprise. Richard Pryor, no surprise. But Marvin Gaye, oh man, I will never ever listen to Sexual Healing and What's Going On the same again. Damn. Oh man.
Yeah, but at this point, you know, how do we know it's true? How do we know it's true? I mean, they are both deceased, aren't they? Marlon Brando, I think he's still alive. Indeed. He passed on July 1st, 2004. Can you imagine you pass away and then people say stuff like that and, you know, exactly, is you can't believe everything you hear. Quincy Senna now. Hey Bennett, how you doing, brother? Well, we don't hear you, but let me continue that video.
He said that Brando used to go cha-cha dancing with him and his crew. He said he could dance his ass off. He was the most charming motherfucker.
Okay, all right. Okay, we get the picture. We heard the allegation. How you doing, brother Bennett?
Yeah, what's up, Shaka? I'm good, bro. How
Yeah.
you doing, man?
I'm chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad the design department is doing well, you know, and we have something for the ladies, you know what I'm saying? It's important. It's important that there's something with some inspiring words to rekindle the relationship, if maybe the what's the name again? The libido. If the libido is low, then you know they know what they can put on. And then, you know, people say we don't die, we multiply. You know, we need more people. So that can help the nation, that can help the Black nation worldwide, you know, in the wilderness of America and abroad and overseas, in the diaspora, because it is being shipped about nearly everywhere around the world. So sisters can wear this rip me off and smash, you know, basically rip me off, like, you know, with the clothes off, with the underwear off, whatever, if you want to get rowdy and rough, you know what I'm saying?
You sure you don't
know.
mean your money? You sure you don't mean rip off your money?
Well, personally,
Your credit card. Watch out
it's
now.
like-
Watch out. It's a combination. It's a fellowship.
Well,
It's friendship, man. Buddies, you know?
if people see
Rip me off. And who
anything
else?
else?
I don't know.
If people see anything else, it's on them, you know. But
And the
as far
good
as I'm
part about
concerned-
it is they're cheap enough you can just throw them away. Put on a new pair that follow, you know? They don't cost that much.
yeah, you
Just
know
a
what I'm
small
saying?
donation.
You know,
Right.
like there's a movie, I forgot the title, with Mickey Rourke, and I don't know if the lady was is it Kim Basinger? Mickey Rourke. It's degrees, you know. How many degrees is it, Mickey Rourke? Let's see, Mickey Rourke. What's
It's like a combination of a history lesson and a credit repair, all in panties.
what's the lady? It's an old school movie. Yeah, what's the title again? 9 weeks and a half. Is this how they call it? Yeah, 9.5 weeks. I don't know if some of you seen that movie. It's really old school. And there's a scene, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, the guy's into role play and all that, you know what I'm saying? And he gets the girl angry. And she's like, who do you think you are? You know, stuff, you know, hitting him. And then he, you know, puts her on the table. And I think he rips her stuff, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, you know, you want to get raunchy, you know, you rip the underwear, and then, you know, and then indeed you want to buy another one and do that maybe once or once every 6 months, however you, or maybe once in a lifetime, like, you know, hey, let's get rowdy. You know what I'm saying? Nothing crazy, not physical harm. You know, you're only harming some textile. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, indeed. And change me like a Hyksos, you know, you can just do foreplay, you know, like the lady can dress, you know, have a sword and a shield, or, you know, anything, and, you know, and then the guy like chases her, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, Oh, you got me. Okay, now you won the prize. I mean, it's up to people,
It
man.
could be like a menage a trois, man. It could be like the Asiatics and the Nubians. You know, you never know. I mean, it's why some people are like that. You never know, man. They could be anything.
Yeah, I don't know about the menage a trois, but some people do that. But Andrew Brunet was so you can zip it down, and yeah, I mean, if you don't have to repeat it, maybe you can just zip it down, put it down, whatever. I mean, we may come up with a zip it down. It depends on track field. If traffics want to get cute, if traffic wants to get cute, then we can make him famous as well. You know what I'm saying? It's on them.
Zip it down. Come on, boy. You're taking too long. How's that shit go? Hey, can you roll that? Can you roll that one?
What's the title again?
I'm,
Hold on.
good
What was
grief,
this other
man.
one? It's
That's a classic.
Garfield, and then what was it said? It's man, was it Scam? Didn't I make a stream about that?
I think that's probably
What was the
got
title?
about 500,000 streams now.
Oh, that's the one. That's the one. Yeah, yeah. So it has. That was 4 years ago. It only has 4,000 views. Let me share it just in case people, want to hear that classic track again. Said again. Well, from
By
this,
the credit
please play
repair
it, Lord.
specialist.
So let me put zip it down by track field. Okay. Track field read. Let's have a reminder of his musical talent.
Slow it down if you wanna last. Last time you walk it while you come too fast. Sit it down and drop your pants. Drop too quick, you never get another chance. Slow it down if you wanna last. Last time you walk it while you come too fast. Sit it down and drop your pants. What is
So
Who the
whenever
hell
you
is he
hear
singing
us,
that song to, man?
I don't know.
Is he singing that song to his man? His man? Oh my God!
I don't even know if I should be dancing to it, but the lyrics are a bit suspect, but hey, I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? Texas Bama Road, I'd rather hear Young Heru. It's a beautiful line. You should get a marketer, social media marketing is lit. Pull up, but oh, Garfield Reed, man, you know what I'm saying? Hey, zip it down.
Slow it down if you wanna last. Last time you walk it while you come too fast. Sit it down and drop your pants. Drop too quick, you never get another chance. Slow it down if you wanna last. Last time you walk it while you come too fast. Sit it down and drop your
What the
pants.
fuck is his fingers doing, man? Did you?
Garfield, if you can just tell us who you're singing this to, so we get the full context, like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, put the tune. Tune. This is a tune. Oh my goodness. Oh boy.
You can put the panties with the Zip It Down song. Sell it on CD, a double package. You can buy the CD now, get the panties in for free.
Oh my goodness. Oh, zip it down. Oh my goodness. This dude basically, he was trying to make it in the music industry, and I guess the results were not really what he was looking forward to, and then he moved into the credit repair thing, and I don't know what happened with that, and now the dude I heard is a scholar. He's a scholar that ain't scared to face his opponent. He took Mike for 2 years, and when it's the D-Day, dude is a no-show. You know what I'm saying? Bro thought he was Sereny. You can't help but dance to a Caribbean beat. Well, the beat is lovely, man. I mean, I don't know who first sang on that beat, but I first heard that beat with a Vibes Carter song that's very, 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 very explicit. But the beat itself, man, I wish I had that beat. the instrumental. I looked for it but couldn't find it. But obviously it's out there because we heard track feel on it. Hey man, but feel free, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? If you have questions and answers, I don't know if too real we are.
But
Yeah, go ahead, brother.
you know what though? You did raise a point though, man. I mean, it's like Willie D. Is that is that is that gossip? What he's doing? Is that gossip?
But it's
Uh,
FBA, so I guess they're not gonna say it's gossip, but
I mean, how do they know? How do they really know? Where's the evidence? I mean, I mean, I just think it's like he's not even asking for evidence. He's not saying, "Hey, anybody know anything about this? Call me." He's not even saying that. He's going on. I don't know what is he going on, but
well, he's
I
going,
just
he's going about what Quincy Jones allegedly said in an interview. He was obviously reading from the interview, so Quincy Jones is the one who put it out there. You know what I'm saying?
Quincy Jones, man. He's I mean, at some point people get crazy too, man. People could get senile with age, and I'm not saying that's what it is, but you know, but let's check this out. I mean, Willie D, he just heard it from Quincy Jones, and then he just went out there on it, and put it out there on YouTube. He just put it all out there, man. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's hard to fathom why he would believe that, but I guess he's believing Quincy Jones. He's taking him at his word, man. So
Yeah, yeah. And, I don't think he showed paperwork, so we'll see. I guess the other FBAs are going to ask him for paperwork. They're going to say, "Hey, show us the paperwork." You know what I'm saying?
yeah, exactly. But I also think it's just kind of weird. In some kind of way, it's weird, man. Because I mean, if you think about it, you don't often ask people. I mean, I don't know myself. I don't go around like with a checklist saying, okay, who did this person sleep with? Who did this person sleep with? I mean, just think about that, man. I don't know if you don't carry that list with you and just kind of put a check off. I mean, I'm not saying that what was one of the allegations that somebody said he slept with a cross dresser or a transvestite or something like that, right?
Well,
Richard Pryor, maybe somebody said
from
that, and
oh,
in this chat, I think, and then somebody, and then they're saying Marlon Brando and Marvin Gaye, but I could think of a lot other things that would be troubling too. Like, I mean, just think about this, man. A lot of guys sleep with prostitutes. I mean, do
mhm.
they walk around with a checklist trying to figure out what rappers slept with prostitutes in their life, or do people do that? Do they walk around with that? I mean,
Well, I guess
or
now it was of interest because like Willie D said, we're not surprised by Richard Pryor. Apparently he actually talked about this, um, in one of his book or something. But Marvin Gaye, I never heard, I mean, despite the name, I mean, it's there's an additional E, but I never heard anything about, homosexuality when it comes to Marvin Gaye. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you
I
see,
only heard,
testimonial. Richard Pryor told the story himself. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
yeah. Richard Pryor told some. He did tell a story. Like, I think he had a joke. Who knows, man. But what I'm saying is that it's just I don't know, man. To me, it's like the most. It's very uninteresting. I mean, and it's not even just the if they slept with transvestite, but just who people sleep with. It's kind of like it's very uninteresting, man. In my view, it's just I don't know what the obsession is with it. Like that's news. That is like news. That's like big news. But the truth of the matter is that you know there's a lot of people that have a lot of weird sleeping habits that they wouldn't want out there. Like I was saying, if you follow the guy around with a checklist and you say, okay, well, have you slept with a prostitute before? How many people will want that coming out? The average guy. How many? I'm not saying all guys do that, but I'm just saying it's also kind of like, do you consider that normal? or is that something you're proud of, or is that something you want to keep in the closet and not put out there on Jump Street? But the thing about these, it seems to be the gay part is the part that gets people. But in truth, I think people got a lot of things.
It's
It's
the
a lot
tea.
of things people want to keep in the closet, man. And so I think it's kind of weird, when they go and start looking for these little salacious things about the dead entertainers and stuff, man. It's just kind of like, if you like Jimi Hendrix, most people know him for being a great guitarist, and they know him for other aspects of his life. And so when you pull this kind of thing out of the closet, and you're like, oh, well, maybe he did this, or that, it's just kind of, I just question the logic, but hey,
Yeah, well, it's Quincy. Quincy decided to spill that tea. So hey,
it's rumors out there about him and Tupac.
I
It's
heard,
rumors.
I heard, I heard somebody was saying, like Quincy told Tupac that he wanted to do, some stuff, but if I remember correctly, it came from somebody else. I don't think it came out of Tupac's own mouth, did it? Um,
Mhm.
I forgot exactly, but yeah, I've heard some kind of proposition, was made, but hey, remember they said Quincy tried to bufu
Yeah,
Tupac when he was smashing Quincy's daughter. I think they were engaged, weren't they? Kidada Jones, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I
But
think so.
yeah, they were together when he got shot in Vegas, They were still together.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to know, man. It's really hard to tell because it just makes me wonder. Like, okay, Tupac said that about her father. That's a very odd thing. But then you dating her, but her father tried to jump on you. Is that what you're saying? Like,
Well, once again,
it's
I
weird.
don't
It's
remember
weird.
exactly if Pac actually said it out of his own mouth. Oh
Did he
well,
say
Tess
that?
Obama says that
Okay.
Pac said that himself. Okay, well, that was a long time ago, and I kind of forgot that detail. So all right, okay, well, let me see if we can find. Let's look for it. Let's look for it. Should be easy. So, oh no, wrong one. Let me do this. So let's try to see if we can find out. So
But the moment
I'm
it's
gonna
you
put.
talking about did they sleep with minors, it's like, whoa, 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 whoa,
Yeah.
whoa. Stop that. No, we don't want to hear that. No, 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 no. We don't want to hear that. Nah, nah, nah.
No,
We want to
brother, that's
know.
not good. You,
We
you,
want to know
you
if,
have
if
you have bad
Quincy made a
character.
pass on Tupac, man. That's what we want to know. But
Oh, bro, yeah. Dang, look at this. Richard Pryor's widow confirms Quincy Jones' claim that Pryor slept with Marlon Brando. And this video is 5 years old, man. Because Willie D's video is just less than 24 hours old. You know what I'm saying? So, dang. So that's from Complex News. You know what I'm saying? So this is at least two people who. Okay, if you people are interested, I'm gonna share the link in the chat. I'm gonna watch that video here, but dang, Marlon Brando. Oh wow, wow.
I mean, think of it like this, Shaka.
Hold on.
No,
Ralph says I don't
yeah,
think he said it himself. But go ahead, Bennett.
yeah. Think about it like this. Let's say you take your favorite entertainer, for example, like Bob Marley, for example. Everybody likes Bob Marley's music.
Hmm.
Everybody pretty much would say Bob Marley was a revolutionary, musician, at the very least, right? He was a good man, right? But what if you find out something like, Bob Marley was smoking crack, or Bob Marley slept with some dude? What if you found that out? I mean, would you want to find that out? Or what if you found out something? What if your family member one day told you something, like your granddad was a little, and you had no idea, and they told you? I mean, I think this is what I'm getting at. Like, nobody wants to. Who wants to? I mean, what purpose does it serve? What purpose would it serve?
Well, public figures they can never be
Yeah.
safe from people talking about them. But so people, did Tupac say it out of his own mouth or somebody else said it? I had the feeling that somebody else was saying it. Let me put Tupac this way. Tupac Quincy Jones. Oh, look at this. That's going to be more interesting because Napoleon knew Tupac personally. He was a member of the Outlaw. In the title, I'm going to share this. So we're going to see if Napoleon is going to confirm the rumors, at least, or no. What's up? So share this in the chat.
It's even some rumor about Malcolm X, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, the first time that I read about this was a very long time ago, and it talks about when Malcolm X was young. He would dress as a girl or woman to steal from people, you know. So it was like a hustle, and the author was using that to argue that, you know, he may have been gay. Now I don't know later on what they based their stuff on. I know that they talked about a letter that Malcolm X wrote to Elijah Muhammad, and he was talking about his domestic affairs. I mean, Malcolm X having problems like satisfying his woman, you know, and some people are not really happy that this will be released to the public. And I remember that one journalist said, well, you know, it's interesting. It's not a bad thing to see that, you know, like everybody else, he had some weaknesses and stuff like that. But other than the part that Malcolm X would have cross-dress as a young person, as a youth, in order to, you know, trick people, you know, cheat people, basically steal money. I don't know if there's any other thing that they are basing their allegation on. But Wild Funk wrote, Richard Pryor's widow was crazy herself. Danny Williams wrote, I never knew red wine was Bob Marley.
Yeah, I don't think it was Bob Marley.
What's red wine?
That's a song. That's a song. I think that's the other group.
UB40. Red wine. Well, exactly. Okay, maybe he's saying like Bob Marley wrote it or something. But here, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what do you mean, Danny Williams? Now here, the title says Napoleon and Quincy Jones making inappropriate advances to Tupac and confronting Snoop after Tupac died. So it's 4 minutes long. Let's see.
When Tupac got killed, right? If I'm not mistaken, when y'all got back to LA, Suge Knight, he called a meeting, right? And you called out Snoop in that meeting, right?
Yeah, the vibe, I think that day, it was definitely, it was sad, you know what I mean? Because Pac just died. Maybe we just got back to LA and it's probably a day or two later when Suge, you know, called a meeting with everybody on death row. It's countless people in the room, you know what I mean? And, you know, people was talking about just getting up, you know, having their memories about Pac. It was sad, you know what I mean? It definitely was sad. Everybody in there was looking sad. But Suge is a funny dude because even though Pac just died, I remember he said, yeah, and you know, some people Pac was mad at, and so Moo, who was Pac mad at? Something like that, like try to get me the incident. And I'm just young, so I'm going with the flow. Like, yeah, so Snoop Pac was mad that you did this, you know what I mean? So it was that part, now looking back at it, probably was something that I said probably wasn't a good time for that, you know what I mean? But that's the environment at Death Row. You know what I mean? That was the environment, but it definitely was sad. Everybody was there.
Yeah, man, I can only imagine, man, how that meeting was. I mean, Tupac just got killed.
This was just a meeting that Pac wanted, like Suge just wanted to call a meeting. It was like, you know what I mean? Pac died. Everybody on Death Row come, and you know, this is what happened. What we gonna do next? You know, stuff like that. And I remember he came in the studio. We started working. Like, he was like, Pac, we want y'all to continue to work. So we was working for some time. We still was in the studio because we were shocked, bro. And we didn't want to, like, we still was living in Pac House in Calabasas, the Outlaws. It was difficult to stay there. So Suge was like, man, y'all can just come in the studio, continue working. This is what Pac went. So every day we were just in the studio, like trying to really, you know, get this out, live in denial that this really happened. You know what I mean?
Sad, man. Unfortunate, man.
Yes.
But I wanted to ask you, right, about Quincy Jones. What was the relationship between him and Tupac? Because I'm sure you've been hearing about some of these rumors, man, that been coming out over the years, man,
Crazy
about,
rumors.
people saying wild stuff, man. Like, Quincy
Yeah.
Jones, he came on to Tupac, he offered Tupac such and such.
Yeah, I think these definitely them rumors about Quincy Jones and all that crazy stuff about Pac was definitely rumors. Pac was about to marry his daughter. QD3 was producing for Pac even before he got with was with Kadada Jones and was thinking of marrying her. So Pac had a lot of at the end he had a lot of respect for Quincy Jones. You know what I mean? The way
All right, so it makes it clear
Yeah,
that,
that's what I'm
as far
saying.
as he's concerned, those are rumors. Just for the record, when I saw that Wild Funk wrote, why would you be telling another dude that you can't satisfy your partner? I decided to substantiate what I said, so just in case. Now, I don't know page 6, I don't know how reliable that is, but there's an article entitled Malcolm X admitted he couldn't sexually satisfy a wife. And then you have the Daily Mail.co.uk, which is a reliable website. And it says, as a title, Malcolm X's wife said he could not satisfy her in bed. So, you can read about it. But the thing is, Malcolm X, admired Elijah Muhammad. So to me, it's not surprising that he would just confide in Elijah Muhammad, and Donnie wrote Red Wine, the song I never knew that was Bob Marley. Well, maybe he has a song entitled Red Wine. The only song that I know of that says Red Wine, is from UB40, UB40. But maybe he says
Yeah,
something, yeah, Red
exactly.
Wine. Yeah. So maybe initially it was Bob Marley, and then the guy from UB40 did a cover, but let me see if it says Bob Marley. Well, I don't know. I don't know. If I go to YouTube and I put Red Wine, Bob Marley, Red Wine. Well, how come I didn't see it on the Wikipedia? It does have a. So who sang it first?
Oh, what?
So
Okay.
yeah. Let me
So
share the
Bob
link
Marley
here.
wrote that?
Well, he sang it, and obviously if Bob Marley sang it, then I would presume that Bob Marley's
Oh, wow.
version is earlier than UB40. But the funny thing is that when I went, let me just show you. When I went on Wikipedia and I put Red Wine, I'm sure. Yeah, see, UB40 recorded a cover version, but initially it was an American singer called Neil Diamond. Now, okay. So, and he recorded the song in 1967. Now, here they mentioned UB40, but when I did Bob, there's nothing. But maybe they just put Marley, so they put Marley. Oh,
I
there's nothing
think
either.
that's a mistake on YouTube. I think somebody put Bob Marley and it's not Bob Marley.
Well, let me hear the voice. Oh, yeah. That's not Bob Marley's voice. That's not Bob Marley's voice. So, fine. Bob Marley.
But I just meant the newsworthiness, man, because it's kind of like, I mean, I question it, the news value. Like even this thing of Quincy Jones and
Chief
Tupac.
X.
I mean,
Chief X.
what the
Sorry
heck,
to cut you off, brother. Chief X, what's up, man?
What's up, Chief X?
You're on mute, Chief X. You're on mute.
Okay, I didn't want nothing. I just stopped by to fuck with you and say hi.
All right. Yeah, your friend V Bennett is here. He wants to smoke with you now.
Who?
What's up, Chief X?
V Bennett had some words for him.
What's happening?
You in the comments,
Yeah.
you said you lashed out at V Bennett a little.
Yeah, because people don't watch my videos, but they want to talk about them when somebody else is talking about
But why would you say that about me? You don't have any evidence that I never watched your video.
I
So why
sure
would you
don't.
say that?
But you
No.
can
So why
be
would you say
honest,
that?
though.
But
Because
why would you say that? That's not. But
Let
Chief
me
X,
answer.
why would you even start that way
Well,
if
let
you
me
don't know?
answer. Let me
Oh,
answer.
okay.
Okay. I clearly remember a couple times ago I was on and you were on. I strictly asked you, did you follow my videos or watch my page? You said no. So all of a sudden, when I call somebody else, they act like they did. I mean, it's okay to be honest. If you don't follow me, if you're not subscribed, it's okay to say that.
Well, did I just watch your video on Shaka's program when he played it?
That was Shaka played a brief clip. Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I tell people. If I'm commenting on somebody's video, I have to watch it so I can be totally clear of their point and what they're trying to say. Other than
Okay,
that, I'm just
so Chief
commenting
X.
and I may be all off base.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
So let me. Okay, that could you could be right. I'm sorry if maybe I was mistaken, and maybe I didn't
Yeah,
watch your
I'm very
argument. So
honest.
let
I wouldn't
okay.
tell you you're off base if you wasn't. If you were, I would say, okay, yeah. I can tell by the people's comments if they watched or not. I'm not
Okay,
here to
so
jive or play with people.
okay, I got you. So that's okay. We all make mistakes. I'm also a person. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes all the time. But the gist of it is this: you make a claim, right, that you're using DNA, right? That a lot of your views about Kemet, who the Kemites were, is based on DNA, right? Am I mistaken?
It's okay. Well, just real quick to clarify, I've been in this community since 1991. It's like I'm not new. You know what I mean? I got Egyptian tattoos all over. Okay. So if I'm making a claim, it's based off a compilation of things that I've learned over the years and that I've researched over the years, and genetic science is one of them.
Okay, I understand that. Okay, so let me ask you something. What's the last report on genetic science that you've read about the Kemites? When was that produced?
I can't. My memory is not that great to tell you the name of an article and date of it.
Okay, is it like 10 years ago? That was the study
video.
based on something 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 2 years ago?
Everything is recent. I'm not. Listen, if you really want to know, I got at least 10 videos talking about the genetic history of North Africa. It's right there, full-blown presentations. You know what I mean, with sources and all. I mean, that's all the person got to do is to go to my page and watch it.
Okay, I got you. So would you say it was within the last year?
Bro, everything. When you talk about the genetic history of North Africa, what was talked about 2 years ago is the same thing talked about today. It's no difference, and it hasn't changed that much.
Okay, it hasn't changed that much. Okay, I got you. So in other words, you've never read any type of current in the last 4 years that refutes
No.
the claim
You're
that you
making an
made.
assumption. Every day, I'm sitting here telling you right now, I have tens of videos and presentation on North African genetics, meaning 10 different times I've done a bunch of research and put up sources. I don't understand what you're asking for.
Okay,
I've studied the genetic history of North Africa. Whatever is recent, right?
Whenever's okay, but you started off saying that you've been in the community 20 years, right? So
No,
that's
I'm
the genetic.
the
Genetic stuff is not 20 years ago. You're talking
I'm
about
not
then,
saying
right?
that. You're mixing and matching things. Listen to what I'm telling you. The reason I said I've been in this community since 1991, which is way more than 20 years, is I'm letting you know, in case you don't know who Chief X is, I've been around this movement for a long time. A lot of you cats was in elementary school, okay?
Chief X,
So
how old am I?
what I'm saying is you gotta have a little respect for what people are
Chief X,
saying and who's been
Chief X,
around.
how
Okay?
old am I,
You're
Chief
just sitting
X?
here making a bunch of assumptions about what I do and don't know. All I'm saying is, hey, listen.
No, I'm actually asking you, and you're saying you don't know.
No, listen. If you want to know my stance on genetics, I can put a couple videos in a link. You can watch them later and get back with me after you've watched them. If you haven't watched them, then that's what I'm saying. You're critiquing me, and you have not watched none of my videos. This is
Hold
what
on,
I'm
hold on,
saying
hold
is
on.
you guys have to stop doing that.
I would like to just say
Chief
one
X.
thing, and then hold on. I'm going to let you brothers, have your conversation. But Chief X, many times you say you haven't watched my videos and stuff like that. But we're having a conversation. You should be able, to state your arguments. Even if there's some things
Right.
that you need to look at, and get back the exact quote or citation.
Right,
But
but
you saying, you need to go ahead.
Yeah, but people's intent, his intent is not righteous right now. You know what I mean? His intent is asking me silly questions. He's asking me about DNA. I told
You
him,
don't necessarily these questions are silly. Let's keep it cordial.
All right, I'm gonna keep it cordial. Listen, I'm just saying his intent isn't good. He has it out for me, so he cannot be genuine in the discussion. My point is, when someone tells you they've made 10 videos on genetic history of North Africa, that says they've up on it. Then for us to argue back and forth, or was it a year ago or 2 years ago or 3? This is petty talk.
I'm just asking when the last study was that you read. That's it. That's a simple question.
I'm up on all
Watch your
the
video.
latest. I'm up on
You said
all
watch
the
your video. That's what you said. But I'm just.
I said if you want to know my stance, what is wrong? In case you hear, if you want to know my
Chief X.
stance, how I felt about it, all you got to do is go watch my video.
Okay, so in other words, Chief X. Chief X.
For this reason, so people
So,
can learn.
Wait a
so
second.
in other words,
Wait.
in other words, my
Brother
question to
Bennett.
you, Chief X. In other words, my question to you: when was the last study that you've read on the genetics of Africans? Your answer is watch your videos. Am I correct?
When was the last study? Last week.
Well,
When was the last study produced that you read?
How come you can't speak on it?
This year.
Why is it that you can't
This
speak
year,
on anything that
last
you
year, the year
supposedly
before that,
have
when
studied
year.
for the last 20 years? Why is that?
Huh?
Why is it that you can't speak on anything that you studied for the last 20 years? Why is that? Why do we have to go? We have you here right now where you can peddle misinformation. Why is it you can't speak on anything right here, right now?
It's the fight doctor. I'm sure you know the fight doctor well, Brother Chief X.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand, why is it contentious right now? Why can't we just have conversations?
We can
Why
have
does everything
conversation.
have to be
The reason why it's contentious is because one of us is honest and one of us is not.
Okay, so
I will let the listening audience decide who is who.
Hold on. I just got on this panel. Relax, y'all. Breathe.
Now,
Since I got on this panel, hold on. Slow down. Let me explain something to get for clarity.
Let me ask you a question. All right.
No. Let me clarify something real quick.
Let me ask you a question. Well, no, we don't need any clarification.
Hold on. Let him clarify, because Chief X is not gonna stop. Say what you say, Chief X.
Yeah, just relax. That's what I keep saying. Relax. It doesn't have to be contentious. Listen, when I say let's have an adult conversation, people should catch themselves. You know what? Okay, let's have an adult conversation. Breathe.
No, we all of this here. You don't need to
breathe.
Just breathe.
Hold on.
Negro, get to the point.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Get to the point.
No need for the Negro. Hold on. The fight doctor.
Let me finish.
We all have to be cordial. No need for the Negro. Go ahead.
Yeah, relax, brother. Relax.
I'm relaxed. Now get to the point.
Okay, relax. Don't. You're not bullying me. Relax.
Get to the point.
No, I'll get to the point when I'm fucking ready to get to the point.
All right, it ain't going nowhere. Bye, Chief.
Okay, so what I'm saying, you're not bullying nobody. That's what I'm saying. Why does this have to be contentious?
Please,
that's not how you talk to someone. You don't say get to the point.
We do not have.
You don't talk to nobody. When you say shit like that, that means you want some drama, and we gotta be here being dramatic. Instead of talking like an adult and having some maturity,
I'm talking like an adult.
Get to the point. I didn't say that to you.
Negro,
I'm only asking you to slow
time.
down
Get
so I can clarify.
Okay, okay. Let's all chill. Okay. How about 1 minute each? Is that okay?
Yeah, he has a question for me. I don't have a question for him. He doesn't need to go.
Okay, so should we let him ask his question to you then?
No. I said I want to just clarify something. It's not that hard. It only takes you 2 seconds.
Go ahead and clarify, and then he can ask his question to you. So go ahead, Jim.
Okay. People are asking me, when was the latest study? I keep saying every day, every year, last year, 2 years ago. I study this all the time. Whatever.
Can you cite one? Can you cite one?
They just had a study about the Fulani and where they got some of their DNA. And a lot of their DNA comes from 20% of their DNA comes from North Africa. because the Fulani are a little mixed. That was if you're asking me that was the last study I've done. If you want me to share in the chat, I can.
All right. So now the fact
Okay,
that
now I answered that. Do we have to keep going back and forth about when was the last study and all this old stuff?
Okay. Now the fact doctor, go ahead and ask your question to the brother.
So
Chief.
I actually have two questions. To the chief of misinformation, do you know who Soy Kita is?
No, hold on. The fact doctor, please, just be cordial, please. You don't need to
It's
go
a
there.
joke,
and,
man.
you know,
Tucker, leave it
no,
alone. Let them talk.
I mean, I don't want him to be antagonized. You know what I'm saying? Because let's all be cool. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead, the fact doctor.
I
Please,
don't know what people don't know how to have an adult conversation.
Yeah.
I
No, we
I didn't call anybody any name. I wasn't any rude. I wasn't rude. I didn't call anybody any names. I'm the only one trying to have an adult conversation.
Let's do this again. Go ahead, the fact doctor.
First of all, if we're going to have a conversation, I need an
Dude,
apology
I'm
for
not
that.
interested in having a conversation with you. I just want to ask a question, okay?
Okay, I
Because
need you to
having a
apologize
conversation
first.
with you is pointless. It's
No,
like
I need you
talking
to
a brick wall,
apologize first, or we're
honestly.
not having no conversation.
Dude, I'm not interested in having a conversation with you. You are a fraud, okay? I just
Okay,
want to
I'm a
expose
fraud.
you
I'm the
as
king of
being the fraud that
misinformation.
you are.
Keep saying what you want to say. That's why we can't have a conversation.
Negro, I'm not interested in having a conversation
What
with
am
you,
I a
fraud.
fraud? How did I defraud the people? To name one thing I defrauded the people about.
I'm about to.
Name one thing I defrauded the people about.
If you would be quiet and listen, I would demonstrate that you are fraud.
Go.
All you have to do is be quiet and listen. Now,
being wrong and being a fraud is two different things. I said name something that I defrauded the community about.
That's my first question.
Did I scam the community? Did I beat anybody out of money?
Okay.
Do I owe anybody money?
Okay.
Did I molest someone?
No, I don't think he went there. He's talking about the information. Now, Chief
right,
X,
he's saying I'm a fraud.
Yeah, he's talking about the information.
Some kind of fraud.
No,
so what I'm saying, listen to what I'm saying, bro. Being wrong and being a fraud is two different things.
Negro, you a both.
He's insulting me and calling me a fraud like I'm some scammer out here.
Yes, because that's what you are, fraud.
Okay, so name one thing that I'm fraudulent about.
I'm about to.
Go ahead. Wait. Hold on. Okay, the fact doctor is asking you. Can you tell him what he's being a fraud about?
My first question is, do you know who Dr. Soy Kita is? That's my first question.
Now name one thing that I'm a fraud about. What did I defraud the people about?
My second question is, what do you know?
Get back to you said I'm a fraud. How did I fraud the people?
My second question is,
when did I defraud the people?
My second question is, what do you know about the peopling of ancient Egypt as it relates to the pre-dynastic? Specifically, the ruling class. What do you know about that?
What did I defraud the people about?
Negro, answer my question, and I'd be more than happy to answer yours.
I'm asking you. Asked the question. I answered it. Now it's my turn. You asked one question already. You asked me about Soy Kita. I said yes. Now answer the question.
Okay.
What did I defraud the people about?
Control it.
Wait. Okay, now the fact doctor, it's only fair that he can ask you a question indeed, because you did ask him a question. So if I'm not mistaken, Chief X said that he's aware of that scholar, right? So now,
yes.
Go ahead and ask your question.
I got him in about 5 or 6 presentations I've done.
Okay, so
but
what was your question?
Seen him. He's never seen my presentation, so to ask me that question is silly. So in other words, he doesn't know my claim because he never watched my video.
Hold on. 1 second. Please, 1 second, please. So Chief X, what is your question to the fact doctor now?
My question is, what did I do to defraud the people? Name this thing that I did to defraud the people.
Black.
Okay, the fact doctor, feel free to answer.
The fact that you deny the Black African origin of the people of Kemet.
Listen to what I'm telling you. Okay? Someone can be wrong. It does not mean they're a fraud.
Because
no, you're not going to get away with it, bro. I said somebody can be wrong. It doesn't mean they're a fraud.
Okay.
Now I'm answering your question.
The person who is a fraud is intentionally miseducating people, intentionally lying, intentionally being deceitful. That's not me, bro.
Okay. So it was not intentional.
Is that what it is?
No,
I need you to apologize to me.
No. The fact doctor.
You're still a fraud.
Hold on. The fact doctor. No need to say stupid. You know what I'm saying? Now, what is your question for Chief X?
My follow-up question is, what do you know about the peopling of pre-dynastic Kemet particularly the ruling class. What do you know about that?
Okay, go ahead, Chief X.
I don't know. I'm not having a conversation with a person who insults me and can't apologize. I'm not doing it.
I'm sorry for being truthful and calling you a fraud. Now, are you happy now?
I'm not having a conversation with you. It's not going to work.
Okay, well, that's fine.
Well, it's over with. Yeah.
Listen, I don't have to apologize for speaking my truth. And my
Okay.
truth is you a fraud.
Good.
That's
It's
my
not your
truth.
truth. It's not
Okay.
your truth.
Okay,
It's
okay,
your
No,
well,
fucking
it is
lie.
my
That's
truth,
his
Negro.
truth.
Okay, well,
But
Man,
no, my
you
truth
fucking
is-
lie,
check
nigga.
this out.
You don't watch my video.
No
to
need for
even
the N-word.
make a claim about my videos.
No need for the N-word. Now check this out. Chief X, you want to have the conversation with Brother V. Bennett?
Yeah, anybody but him, because his intent is not good. He's not
Okay.
here to have a conversation. He's here to insult me and be an emotional wreck. That's his point. I keep saying, why does this have to be contentious? I'm the only one saying this.
Answer the
No one on the
question.
panel
All
is
you
saying,
have to
why
do
do
is
we have
answer
to
the
be
question.
all this?
All you
And
have
why
to
do
do
we
is
have to
answer the
argue?
question
Nobody on the
and
panel is
prove to
saying
the
that
people who are listening
except
that
Chief
you are not
X.
a fraud.
And you're
I
not
tried
going
to
to talk
tell you,
over me.
bro.
You're not
I
going to
tried to
talk
calm
over
it
me.
down.
It's not going to
All
work.
you have to do is answer
I'm
the
the only
question
one here on the
and prove
panel
to the
Okay.
people
talking about
Well,
calm
that you are
down
not a
and have
fraud.
adult conversation. You're
Okay,
not
now
doing
please,
that.
please, brothers, please. Now,
Both
V.
y'all
Bennett
need
is
to
back.
calm down.
I would suggest that, but I cannot, give any orders. Now, V. Bennett is back. So, V. Bennett, do you want to have a conversation with Chief X?
Yeah, yeah, I would. I would like to.
Well, feel free. Feel free.
Yeah, Chief X. What DNA analysis or reports have you read findings about the peoplings of the Green Sahara? Period. The
Okay.
Green Sahara
Okay.
period of Africa. Yeah.
See, so I'm not too much worried about the Green Sahara. What I have read about the Green Sahara is those people that were in the Green Sahara, when it dried up, everyone went each way: west, south, north, east. That's the way of the world. When it dries up, people migrate away. Also, I've read that people were not in the Green Sahara per se. They were on the outside, on the periphery, because in the Green Sahara was teeming with animal life, and you'll get your ass eaten up. So a lot of people's idea about the Green Sahara is off. Okay.
Is that mentioned in your report?
All I do know is those that left out of the Green Sahara went in certain areas, mostly North Africa. And it's the same people in North Africa today, because those people in North Africa today have been there 30,000 years. Soikita, just the other day, said 60,000 years that they've been there. I'm saying 30,000 years. So if you're going against Soikita, that's on you.
Chief X, can you cite or did you cite the report that says
Okay,
that
like
people,
I said before, my memory is not the greatest. I'm just sitting here talking on the phone.
Did you cite?
freestyling.
No, I'm just
Hold
asking. Well, let
on,
me
I'm
ask my
gonna answer
question.
this. If
You didn't let me ask the
ask me to
question,
cite
Chief
the
X. You just
article
cut
or
me
the
off.
name of an article,
No, you
and
cut
who
me
wrote
off.
it and all
You
that,
just cut
I'm
me
not
off,
gonna
Chief
know. My
X.
memory is not that
Chief
good.
X. You just
Yeah.
cut me off, brother. You didn't
No,
hear
I'm
my
just
question.
explaining. You asked me to, because this is
Yeah.
you asked me that
No,
3 times
no, you
already.
didn't let me finish my question.
Okay, well, go ahead and
You
finish.
didn't. You didn't hear. You
Go
didn't
ahead
hear
and
it,
finish.
brother.
Go ahead and finish.
You
My
didn't hear
bad.
it.
Go ahead and finish.
I'm going to start over again. Now,
Okay.
have you cited the report where you state that there were no people in the Green Sahara, only animals? Did you cite that report in any of your videos?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So what video is that? Do you know that video?
Just probably go to my YouTube page, Chief X, and if you put in the search bar, you probably got to be on the desktop. But if you put in the
But
search bar,
you
Green
cited it.
Sahara-
You cited it, so it's listed, right?
Oh my God!
I'm just
Let me finish the answers. I was just about finished. If you go to my page, Chief X, and you put in the search bar, you may have to be on the desktop. The Green Sahara, about 3-4 videos will pop up. Check them out when you get time.
okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, Chief
Shaka,
X.
Brother Shaka, I'm
Oh,
about to.
hold on. I just wanted to ask one more question to Chief X. Chief X, are you in agreement that the Sphinx was built during the Green Sahara period?
No.
Okay, you're not.
I go with the consensus. I go with the consensus.
Yeah, so that is more proof that you don't know what the hell you're talking about, okay?
I go with the
Because
consensus. If I don't know what I'm
the
talking about,
consensus-
then neither
the
does
consensus-
any other scholar.
So-
The consensus
again,
and the
once
Egyptologists
again,
can
you
tell you
prove that you don't know-
about
you
the same
prove that
data
you
round.
don't know
Now,
shit
if you're
about
saying it
sex.
goes back
Have
further,
you
then
ever heard of
everybody's
Dr.
confused.
Robert Schoch?
Hold on.
I'm not
Chief Fact,
here
you
to
call
be
him
the.
off,
I'm not
Chief
here.
Have
Fact.
you ever
I'm not
heard of
here to
Dr.
be the
Robert
master
Schoch?
chief.
Huh?
I'm not
Chief
here
Fact,
to be
you
the
call him
scholar
off.
Have you
on
ever
who the
heard of
when
Dr. Robert Schoch?
when the year of the Sphinx was built. I'm not that
Yeah.
scholar.
Have you
If you
ever
want
heard
to
of Dr.
learn
Robert Schoch?
scholarship on how old the Sphinx is,
It's
go online.
incredible.
I'm not the one for that.
It's
I go with the
incredible
consensus.
that
That's all
somebody
I'm
who's been
saying.
studying Egyptology for 20 years would not be aware of who Dr. Robert Schoch is, and the simple fact that the
I don't
consensus
give a fuck.
regarding
I don't
the
give a
age of the-
shit
of the
about no
Sphinx
goddamn
is
Dr.
way
Robert.
off.
You
It
hear
has
me?
been proven.
Now, if you want to argue about the age of the Sphinx, not me. I don't know how much. I don't
Yeah,
know how
'cause you
much
don't
more
know
mature.
nothing, 'cause you
Hold
don't know
on, hold
anything.
on.
Hold on,
I
brothers.
don't know how much more
Brothers,
mature
brothers,
I
you
got
can
to
just,
be
you can
and
just,
tell
you
you
can
the
just talk,
Sphinx,
brothers.
the age of the Sphinx
You-
is
you're
not my
both shouting.
motherfucking lane. So if you want me here sitting lying, I won't do that. The
Because
age of
you've
the
been
Sphinx
lying.
is
You've
not
been
my
lying.
fucking
What are you
lane.
talking about?
I'm not
That's
into
all you
those
do is
studies.
lie.
I'll
Don't
go with
you,
what the
bro?
consensus says. If you think the age of the Sphinx is different, good for you.
It's
That's not
what
my
I think.
lane.
It's what's been
I'm
proven.
not no
It's
motherfucking
what's been proven.
multi-genius, and
It
I'm
has
not no
already been
fake nigga
proven.
that's gonna tell you the
It has
age of
already
every
been
fucking
proven.
structure.
You should
This
know
is what I
this.
mean by
This is not
childish
new
talk.
science.
Childish
This is
shit.
not new science. It's been
Because
proven.
because
The
I'm not a
consensus is wrong
specialist
concerning
in the age of the
Well,
Sphinx.
hold on,
All
hold on,
of a
brothers.
sudden,
Hold on,
I don't know what I'm
brothers,
talking
hold on,
about.
You would know
brothers,
that.
brothers, please.
You're
All right,
fraudulent. You
Let's
know?
hold on, hold on, hold on,
That's enough.
brothers. Please, one at a time, because we don't really get what
Okay,
Let's
so
you're
let
like
me
saying.
go.
Dr.
Let me go because I'm not here for long.
speak,
Because
man.
let me go.
Okay.
Let me go. Let me
Well,
go
well,
real quick.
okay. Well, hold on, Chief X, hold on. If you don't mind, let's hear from the fight doctor though. Just briefly. Go ahead, the fight doctor. But please, brothers, try to not to shout. Go ahead, the fight doctor.
So Dr. Robert Schoch is a geologist. I think he works for Boston University, and he has examined the stones, the stones in the Sphinx enclosure, and he has come to the conclusion, based on the weathering pattern of the stones in the Sphinx enclosure, right, that the Sphinx is way older than the consensus. That it goes back to at least a conservative estimate is about 5,000 BC, probably older, maybe even 10,000 BC, right? And again, this is not new science. This is not new science. They've been talking about this for years, right? And this is Egyptology 101.
Okay, my
Anyone
eye
who
forever.
knows
Can I
anything
go
about
now?
Egypt
Okay, the fight
understands
doctor.
this.
Let's hear from Chief X now.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead,
could
Chief
go
X.
if you want.
Okay. Go ahead, Chief X. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not here to argue with nobody about the age of the Sphinx. I've heard all that 100 times. I've been in the community since 1991. I've heard it's 12,000 years old. I've heard it's 10,000 years old. I've heard it's 6,000 years old. I've heard all that stuff 100 times. But I'm not a specialist on aging of the Sphinx. I'm not one of these guys who act like they're a multi-genius and can break down every aspect of science. I'm not fake like that. My answer is I do not know about the Sphinx, so that's not a question you should be asking me. I can't
That's clear
answer
enough.
that any more
That's
mature.
clear enough.
Hold on. I'm about to finish.
That's clear enough.
I cannot
Hold
hold on.
Yeah, go ahead,
I
Chief
cannot
X.
answer that any more clearly or any more maturely, but tell you that's not my lane.
Okay,
And
that's
it
clear enough.
doesn't mean
That's
I'm
clear
a
enough.
fraud because I don't know about the age of the Sphinx.
That's clear enough.
Thank
That's
you.
clear
The
enough.
reason why you
That's
were
clear enough.
fraud is because you're ducking and dodging my second question.
I'm not
which I
ducking and
shall-
dodging.
which
I
I
answered
shall
your
ask
question
again.
thoroughly, you
Right?
bitch ass nigga.
Hold on. No, please, Chief X,
Come
please.
on,
Let's
man.
not go there. Let's
Okay,
not
well,
go
he
there.
better call. He's making. You better stop him. I answered. You let him know. I answered his question fully.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
sorry,
you
but
did
you
answer
did
the
not
question.
answer my
Hold on,
question.
Okay,
wait,
so
please,
after
hold on,
that,
hold on,
he don't need to continue to call me a fraud.
Okay, well, check this out. The fact doctor, please try
So
not
if
to
he call me a fraud, I'm gonna call him a bitch ass nigga.
Okay, no, but okay.
Okay, what are you gonna do?
Okay, so he wants to get. He wants chaos. I'm gonna give you
Please listen to me,
chaos.
brothers.
If the
Hold on,
moderator
please,
can't keep
please,
him
please.
control,
But
then
that's
it's
what I'm
gonna
trying
be
to do.
chaos. Period.
That's what I'm trying to do. So the fact
Okay.
doctor, please, don't call him a fraud. Go ahead and ask your question.
My question.
He did already.
My question, and again, which did not get an answer, So now listen.
Hold on,
So the
hold on.
listening-
So since you didn't
So
get an
Negro,
answer,
I'm
let me
I'm
give you the
asking my
answer
question.
again.
I'm asking
No,
my
no, no,
question.
no,
I'm
moderator.
asking
He's
my question.
lying now.
wait,
You should have told him he gave an answer.
No, you gave an answer about the Sphinx.
Thank
the age
you.
of the
So,
Sphinx.
so
Yes, yes,
him
that's
saying I
fine.
didn't
The
give an
Sphinx was
answer
not my
That's
is
fine.
some
second
mental
question. That was
health
my
bullshit
third
he's
question.
on.
But check this out. The fact that just ask a question, please. Just ask a question.
I would like to. I would really like to. That's what I'm trying to do. For the listening audience, please pay close attention to how Mr. Chief X, all right, how quote Chief X answers this next question. All right?
Yeah, just ask it, please.
Simple
Just-
question.
Yes.
What do you know about the peopling of pre-dynastic Kemet, specifically the ruling class? What do you know about that?
Okay, go ahead, Chief X.
I see. I think people people like to go to prehistory to avoid the fact that we're talking about ancient Egypt, and ancient Egypt started with Narmer, 3100 BC. Narmer's from Central Egypt. Period. Okay.
It started before,
So the
but
people, there's the North Africans, the Egyptians, and the Mediterraneans started the Egyptian culture, and the Sphinx is right there. Where? Close to the Mediterranean Sea, close to the coast, as well as the other oldest structure, the Pyramid of Giza, right there in Cairo in the Delta, close to the Mediterranean. So if something is in the Mediterranean, more than likely Mediterranean people built it. Okay. I have a video on my page if you want to go in depth about your question, which you answered. I have a video entitled "They Came from the North." Go to Chief X page. It's a 3-hour presentation. They came from the north, and it talks about the peopling of the Nile and how they came in down the Nile from the Mediterranean Sea, all up and down the Nile for thousands of years before Egypt was even formed as a nation state. And them people who was up and down the Nile were different than those people coming from the south, because the people from the south had a bunch of cataracts in their way, and they couldn't sail through cataracts, so they weren't sailing up and down the Nile from the south. Only the Egyptians were sailing up and down from the north, all the way down to the first cataract. Nubians were not seafaring people. They didn't travel up and down the Nile. They walked the desert.
Is it your claim? Is it your claim?
Go ahead,
Is it your claim that traveling from the Delta to the south along the Nile River is traveling down the Nile? Is that your claim? That if you're traveling from the north to the south, that's traveling down the Nile?
The Mediterranean people traveled up and down the Nile.
No, that's not my question. That's not my question. My question is, if you are traveling from the Delta to the south of the Nile River, are you traveling down the Nile? Is that your claim?
Bro, come on, man. I've
It's
answered
a
that.
simple question.
I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
That's what I thought I heard you say.
Okay.
I'm not doing it. If you're trying to test me, if you're trying to test me, if you're trying to, hold on, let me clear it up.
No, hold on. We heard his answer. He said they went up and down the Nile. So they traveled up and down the Nile. So go ahead, Father, if you want to, move on to some other points here.
So for everyone who's listening, pay close attention. My first question was, my second question, my follow-up question was regarding the peopling of pre-dynastic Egypt, not ancient Egypt, pre-dynastic Egypt, right? The question has not been answered, all right? And my follow-up question to that was regarding the direction that you are traveling when you are in the north from the Delta, the Egyptian Delta, traveling south traveling in the southward direction along the Nile River. He claims that that's traveling down the Nile River.
I'm not claiming that.
Wait.
I'm not claiming that. I'm not claiming that.
No. We heard you.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
We heard you. We heard you.
Let him finish. You will clear up after.
We heard you. Now, the first problem is that he refused to answer the question regarding the peopling of pre-dynastic.
I cannot do that. I can't, bro. I can't do this. I can't do this with these niggas with mental health problems, bro. I can't do this with niggas with mental health problems. If he's trying to ask me, I think he's trying to ask me.
Negro, I'm not even talking to you.
I think he's trying to ask me which direction does the Nile River flow.
I'm not even talking to you.
Is that his question?
Okay, hold on. Okay, ask your question, Chief X. Ask your question.
I think he's trying to ask me which direction
Negro,
the
I'm not
Nile
trying to
River
ask you
flows.
anything. I'm not even talking to
Okay,
you.
okay,
I'm
no,
not
no,
even
Okay,
hold on,
so
hold on,
if
hold
you
on,
weren't,
hold on,
I answered your other questions, you punk.
Okay, no need for the punk. Okay,
Okay, I
Chief
answered
X.
all his
Okay,
other
okay,
questions
okay, okay.
thoroughly.
What, Chief X? Feel free to ask a question to the fact doctor, and then
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can.
but you got to get these niggas with mental health problems off your
No,
fucking panel.
no, but hold on, bro. Look,
Don't do that.
no
Don't do
need
that,
for the
bro.
mental health stuff. When he says stuff about you, I tell
Okay,
him the
but
same
I
thing.
clearly answered every single one of his questions thoroughly.
Well, do you have
And
a question
anyone
for
think
him?
I don't, anyone think I didn't is a fucking liar.
Okay, do you have a question for the fact doctor, Chief X?
No, I don't want to talk to this idiot.
No, don't need for the idiot. No need for the idiot.
So,
No,
Okay,
I
Alright,
have a
keep
question
it-
for him.
keep
He-
it going,
Shaka,
keep
I
it
don't
going.
go back. I don't
so
go back
Shaka,
and
since
forth
he
with
doesn't have a
stupid
question for
people.
me,
I
can I
don't do that.
continue? Can I pick
It's
up where I
not
left
my
off?
thing. I don't go
okay,
back and forth with people with mental problems. I don't do it. That's just not me.
No need for the mental problems. Okay,
Yeah,
the fact doctor.
it's very
Okay.
clear he has mental problems. He can't even have
no.
an adult conversation.
Well,
he started off the conversation all wrong.
He is having a conversation with you, but
Yep.
it's clear that you're not in agreement. Like both of us, Chief X and I, we are not in agreement.
Yeah, but here's the thing though, Maya Forever. When you know I fully answered this question, you have to stop him and say, "Stop this." He answered, or else it's gonna get chaotic.
Okay, well now it's peaceful right now. You see what I'm saying? So the fact doctor,
Okay.
the fact doctor, what are you saying now? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to wrap up what I was saying, right? So again, to recap, I asked him a question regarding the peopling of pre-dynastic Egypt, who they were, all right, specifically the people of the ruling class of pre-dynastic Egypt. He starts talking about Narmer. Narmer is the first pharaoh of dynastic Egypt.
Yo, let me answer it again since you
Negro,
didn't get the answer.
I did not interrupt you.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so, okay. Just go ahead, the fact doctor. Finish your point.
He starts talking about Narmer. Narmer is the first pharaoh of dynastic Egypt, which is not the subject of the question I asked. I asked.
Okay, let me
Negro,
answer your question.
I'm still talking. I'm still talking.
Okay, well, Chief X,
already.
hold on. No need for the Negro, please. Now, Chief X, you'll be able to go right after. Now, please make your point, the fact doctor.
Narmer is the first pharaoh of dynastic
He's not
Egypt.
asking a question. He's trying to
Chief
teach.
X.
I'm not even talking to you.
Okay, well, no, but Chief X, you gotta let him speak, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I can do a timing if you want, but
No, it's fine. But if he's asking me a question, I
I'm
heard
not
his
asking
question.
you a question,
No,
Negro.
but right now
I'm
he's
not asking you a
but he's saying I
need for the
didn't answer
Negro.
his
No need
question.
for the
Let me
Negro.
repeat my answer since
No,
he didn't
we heard
hear
the
it
answer.
right.
No, we heard it. No, Chief X, you gotta let him make his point, though.
Making a
Okay, the fact
statement,
doctor. Okay, the fact doctor. Go ahead and make your point, please. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. And I'm going to make this brief. Once again, I asked specifically about the peopling of pre-dynastic Egypt, specifically concerning who were the ruling class of pre-dynastic
I answered
Egypt.
that.
Who were those people, right?
I
He
answered
gets to
it.
He gets to talking about Narmer.
No,
Narmer
let me repeat my
is the
answer.
first-
No, hold
I'm
on,
not
Chief X.
finished.
Let
I'm
him make
not
his point.
finished.
Okay,
I'm
no,
not
the fact
finished.
doctor. Go ahead. Finish your point, please. Go ahead.
He gets to talking about Narmer. Narmer is the first pharaoh of dynastic Egypt. Problem number one, okay? Evidence for what I said earlier that this Negro is a fraud.
No
Because he
need for
ducked
the Negro.
question,
No need for the
okay?
Negro. Please, no need for the fraud. So please
Right.
finish your point so he can answer.
Problem number two, he wants to talk about things that he has no knowledge of.
What is that? I didn't break up no subject here.
Okay, what is that? What is that?
When the subject turned to the Sphinx.
This is what I mean by mental
he
health.
seems-
I haven't even
he
brought up a
seems not
subject.
know
No, Chief
anything
X,
about-
no need for the mental health stuff. Okay, what is that that
he
you
seems to
you
not
feel
know
is wrong?
anything about Dr. Robert Schoch. And again, this is old science. Dr. Robert Schoch has proven.
How many
this
damn
is-
different
and this is
questions he gonna
accept-
ask?
No,
I'm
he's not asking
asking
a
you
question now.
question.
He's not asking a question right now.
And once again, Dr. Robert Schoch, look it up for yourselves. Schoche, I think is how
We already talked about the pyramids already, about the Sphinx already.
How it's spelled.
You're going
Dr.
back to
Robert
the Sphinx
Schoch
again?
Proved that the Sphinx is much older than the consensus.
Oh my
This guy,
God, we're going
who has
backwards
been-
again.
This guy,
Okay,
who has been quote unquote
Chief
in the
X should be able
community
to
for
go.
20 years, doesn't even know who Dr. Robert Schoch is.
okay, well, okay.
So
Let's see.
again, Napoleon here is a fraud. A fraud.
Okay,
Chief,
good,
no,
good.
And
hold
with that-
on.
and with that-
Please,
You
don't use
have
the
to
term
stop
fraud.
him,
Don't
Maya.
use the term
Goddamn.
fraud. No, it's your turn, Chief X. No,
And Shaka,
calm
with
down,
that,
calm down.
I'm out because
Go
I can't
ahead.
tolerate
Okay,
more of this
okay.
Napoleon
Go ahead. No,
short
feel
mouth
free to
is
say.
all
good.
Negro.
Feel free to say the fact, doctor. Go ahead, Chief X. Go ahead.
Okay, now I answered the Sphinx question clearly. I clearly said it's not my lane, and none of us on the panel's lane, and nobody in the circle of the conscious community lane to determine the age of the Sphinx. We don't know for sure. There's many people say many different years. I've heard of that. He said I didn't hear of it. I've heard of all the different years and time frames of it. I heard of all that. Then he asked me about the peopling. I clearly answered it. Maybe he needs a pen in his hand to write it down. He didn't catch it. I said, I have a video on my page called They Came from the North. And it's about the peopling of ancient Egypt in the Nile Valley. I said this already. He didn't hear. And the video goes into depths about how they went up and down the Nile prior to Egyptian nation state being built.
Chief
They've been up and down the Nile for
And
thousands of years.
Yeah, hold on.
Okay.
Chief, I would like to ask you, do you think that
And those
Narmer
were
came
black
from the north?
people.
Hold on, young hero. Do you think that Narmer came from the north?
Listen, family, the Narmer palette is full of Mesopotamian symbolism. Okay?
I'm not sure about that.
Most of the DNA of the genetics and DNA we have of all the mummies we've tested says West Asia. So people came from the north up and down the Nile to get to the south. Okay? That's all I'm saying. So the peopling of the Nile, let me just finish. I'm about to wrap it up. The peopling of the Nile prehistory, I already said them people in North Africa have been up there in the Mediterranean in North Africa for 30,000 years. I already answered about the Green Sahara. When it dried up, people went different ways.
But what about
mostly
Narmer?
north. I'm answering all these questions. I haven't left anything out. And so when they began to people the Nile, people were coming from the north down the Mediterranean, all kind of different ways. Sub-Saharan Africans, oldest ancestor is 10,000 years old, and that's Asilar man. We wasn't running up and down the Nile like that.
Yeah, but Chief,
The people who are running up and down
What
the
about
Nile
Narmer?
were of Mediterranean stock.
But what about Narmer? Do you
Where's
think that he came from the north?
Mediterranean
Hold on.
located?
Do you think that Narmer came from the north or from the south?
Narmer is from Thinis, which is basically central Egypt, not Sudan, not even by Aswan. It's from central Egypt. And before he got there, there have been people for thousands of years before it got populated to become a nation state. People were coming from the north down there for thousands of years.
I have
You
a
can
question
go watch
for
my
Chief X.
video
I have a question.
called The Green Sahara.
So that
Chief
A video
X,
called,
I have a
better yet, a
question.
video to watch is They Came from the North. Go to Chief
I
X's
have a
page. They
question.
came from the north. It's right there.
I have a question
Full
for
blown
Chief X.
presentation with sources.
Yeah, feel free, Bennett. Feel free.
Chief X, is it your contention that no people from north of the Sahara ever lived in the Green Sahara period? In the Green Sahara, is that your contention?
My thing. Let me repeat this. This is the third time I'm saying this. I said when the Green Sahara dried up, most people came out the Green Sahara to the north. This is why they had like small elephants and stuff in Morocco in certain areas.
Okay, so you agree people from North Sahara Africa did in fact live in the Green Sahara?
See, this is a question that is prehistory, and that is about 7,000 years ago. Most
No.
scholars today, archaeologists and anthropologists, don't have a complete answer for that. So I'm not sure how I can have an
Okay,
exact
so let me
answer
so
for it.
let me change
Well,
this.
hold
All
on,
right,
let me
so
just.
let me
I'm
ask
about
the
to finish
follow-up
up. I'm about
question.
to finish up.
Okay,
I'm about to
okay, no,
finish up.
hold
But
on.
they
We're
have
only
an
kind of
answer.
speculating. There's not a
Please,
concrete answers to it
I got a
to make
follow-up question.
people to say that this person was black or this person was white and this person was this.
Okay,
There's
That
not a
wasn't what I was
concrete
getting
answer
to.
to that.
That wasn't what I was getting
Prehistory
to.
time before they were writing.
Hold on one second. He wasn't talking about colors. He was talking about population. But just for the record, Britannica, talking about Narmer, and he says that Manito. Hold on. There it is. Manito called Menes a Tinite, i.e., a native of the Nome, meaning province of Thinis in Upper Egypt. You see, and Upper Egypt is the south. Just for the record. Well, feel free.
Well,
Feel free to continue.
I don't totally agree. Now, what I'm saying when I say central, it can be little south of central, but I'm just saying central. We don't have to be dead on center, but I'm saying it was far from Aswan. Thinis is by Abydos. It is not in the south. It is in Egypt. No one came from Sudan to start Egypt.
Well,
Neither did
I
Norman.
mean, we didn't talk about Sudan at this point, but feel free if you go
No,
ahead.
but
Let
what
me
I'm
just
saying
do
is
my
that the
follow-up
narrative
question.
of the conscious community, they've always tried to say he came from the south. They were alluding to Sudan. I've been in this community since '91. I know exactly what they've been alluding to.
But
When
Can I
they
ask
say
a
they come
follow-up
from the
question?
south, they're talking about Sudan and Nubians.
Can I ask a follow-up question?
Nubia was part of Egypt. The area that we know of Nubia is, there's part of Egypt and part of Sudan. And what is south of?
My only point is, when the conscious community and all the elders say he came from the south, they're alluding to coming from Nubians. That's all my point is. I've argued this with them and they've told me this.
Okay, go ahead, Bennett.
That's not true. That's a bunch of falsehood.
Yeah.
Well, that
Okay,
was
my
Encyclopedia Britannica. But go ahead, Bennett.
Yeah, my follow-up question to Chief X is, Chief X, have you ever read any studies by PhDs in the field of genome biology and DNA on the
Yes, have you?
peoplings of I wasn't finished my question, brother.
Yes,
On
I
the
have.
people of the Green Sahara.
It's
And
the
what-
same question asked in different ways. I said
It-
yes. You're asking
Okay,
the same. You're
listen-
asking about peopling out of the Green Sahara. It's the same question you're asking 3 different ways.
Okay. Oh, okay, that's fine if you see it that way. I don't
Okay,
see it that way,
so-
but that's fine. But
So
what
hold
study
on,
was
hold on.
what
Now,
study
Chief,
was
Chief,
that?
hold on,
and where is it
Bennett. Now,
cited?
hold on,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Now, Chief X, according to you, during the Green Sahara, was there people or just animals?
Okay. Let me state this, because I'm not the guy who claims or acts like there's some multi-genius who can tell you every aspect of history, science,
I never-
geology.
I'm sorry, we know
answer
that.
Let him
so you
finish,
get
let him
understanding from what I'm saying. I'm about to wrap it up. Jesus. I'm not the guy who does that. That would be somebody like Brother Ankh. Okay? I just said, not many people are very, very clear and solid on the exact things that happen in the Green Sahara. A lot of it is assumption and guessing. Even with the PhDs, I've done, they're not clear because it was pre-history and it's a lot to go through. It's a lot of nuances.
Okay,
So
the
if
last
you're
question.
asking me, Chief
The
X,
last
is
question.
not, if you're
The
asking
last
me,
question.
Hold on, Ben.
hold on,
If
hold
we
on.
ask you,
This is the last thing.
if we ask
If
you
you're
whether just
asking me,
animals or
if you're
human beings.
asking me, I don't have a specific answer for you.
Okay, fair enough.
That's
Thank you. Go
called
ahead,
being
Bennett.
honest.
Yeah, that's
That's-
fine. That's fine.
Okay,
Don't
that's
you
Go ahead,
fine.
think
Bennett.
that's
Go-
the
go-
same
yeah,
thing
hold
with
on,
the
hold on,
Egyptians?
hold on.
Just
Hold on,
assume
young
that-
Haru. Please hold that thought, young Haru. Sorry about this. Go ahead, Bennett. Sorry, because I interjected. Sorry. Go
Okay.
ahead, Bennett.
Are the studies on the Green Sahara peoplings that you have read, are those studies written by people that have actually collected analysis in the field where the Green Sahara would be in the Sahara?
It's like, okay, we're going on about the Green Sahara some more. Okay, it's just the fourth. Again, I strictly said, this is the 3rd time I'm saying this. Even the PhDs and
It's not the
scholars.
3rd time. It's the first time I asked
Yes,
the
it
question,
is.
brother.
Listen, you asked me what you
It's
asked me
not.
about. Listen,
It's a
even
specific
the
question
PhDs
about
and the
the field
scholars are not
studies.
sure. They're assuming
No,
and
I'm not
guessing.
asking
So if you
that. I'm
expect
asking a
hold
different
on,
question.
God damn. If you're expecting Chief X to be an expert, you're barking up the wrong fucking tree.
I'm not. I'm
Get off the
asking you a
people and go
simple
to question
question.
now.
I'm not yelling at you, and I'm not asking that
Okay, so
question.
get
I'm
off
asking
the
a simple
people in question.
question.
You're being irritated.
No,
You're
Calm
asking
excuse
down,
about
me.
the
Chief X.
peopling
Excuse
Calm
of the
me.
down.
Green
You're
Sahara
shouting for
100
Chief X.
different
I'm
ways.
All right,
asking
God
you
that's
damn.
about the
enough.
studies
Thanks
that you
for
read, Chief
thanks
X.
for your
I
time,
asked you. I'm
Chief.
just
I
asking you
already
about.
answered that question.
You didn't
What do
because
you have to
actually
teach us about
it's
the
the.
Green Sahara?
Um,
Teach
hold on.
us. Stop grilling me about the
Okay.
Green Sahara.
Okay.
I'm no
So
master on the
hold on.
Green
Hold
Sahara.
on. Hold on.
V
So
Bennett.
I,
Okay.
what I'm saying,
clear.
Chief X
I'm
says.
trying to
Hold
talk
on.
about ancient Egypt. You niggas trying to take it back
So hold on,
prehistory and shit and
Okay,
wiggling and shit.
no, I don't think. Well, okay, V Bennett, are you talking about? Okay, just go ahead. What can you tell us about the Green Sahara and the
Teach
popular?
us. Don't be trying to grill me. Teach us.
Let's hear from
Well,
you.
I'm not trying to grill. I'm not trying
Well,
to
see, you
grill
acting like
anybody.
you're the scholar
No,
on
no,
this. You're
Chief
acting
X,
like
Chief
you're
X,
the
Chief
expert
X,
of the
calm
Green
down, calm
Sahara,
down,
and
Chief
you're
X,
not that,
Chief
nigga. You're
X,
not
Chief X.
that.
Well,
He's not claiming
well,
to be an expert. I'm not claiming to be
Okay,
an
so he's
expert.
grilling me
hey,
like
Chief X,
if I
Yeah.
answer wrong,
Chief
then I
X.
don't know what I'm talking about. These are
Hold
these
on.
gotcha
No,
questions.
No,
Stop,
no,
no,
stop the
Chief
game.
no,
X.
no. He didn't say
If I
that.
don't
He didn't
answer
say that.
right, then he gonna say, "See, well, you don't know what you."
No,
Just like the
no.
other
How can
dude
you,
did. Oh, well,
Chief
see,
X,
Chief X don't know
Chief
nothing.
X,
Chief X
Chief
didn't even
X,
know who such and
Hey,
such
Chief
was.
X,
Who
hold
was
on.
Chief
about the
X,
Sphinx. Chief X
Chief
don't
X,
know this. Oh,
Chief
he's
X,
supposed to calm the fuck down.
Chief X. How can you answer the question wrong? How could you possibly answer wrong? It's not
There
that
you
deep
go.
of a
I
question.
said, go ahead and
It's
teach
either
on it. Don't
yes
ask
or
me no
you
question
haven't.
about no Green
It's
Sahara no
either,
more. I've
hold on,
answered it
the
with all my ability. How about you teach us?
I'm asking about the studies that you read on the peoplings
I
of the
already
Green
told you
Sahara.
about that.
And
I
I'm
already told you
asking
about that.
you, did the people who wrote those studies, did they do field analysis and collect
Of
DNA in the
course, I'm
Sahara?
not taking the information from some
So,
YouTuber like
so
you.
what's so hard? Okay,
I'm
so,
not listening
so
to
why,
Of course,
so
I'm
why
listening
are
to
you
scholars.
yelling?
I
Why are you
just
yelling?
said
Okay,
PhDs.
okay.
Who the fuck are
Check
you
this out.
thinking? What
No,
PhDs
no,
is
calm
writing
down, Chief
about
X.
it
Chief
if
X,
they're not
It's
doing
not,
field work?
Okay.
Hold on, hold on. Which
Hold on.
PhD?
excuse me,
Hold on.
excuse,
Wait.
I
Bennett.
said
everybody
I'll
Let me
be
ask
honest.
you.
doesn't
Hold on. Bennett. Let me ask you the same question that I asked Chief X. According
yeah.
to you, based on studies or anything else, during the Green Sahara period, were there only animals or were there human beings?
According to PhDs that have done field study and collected DNA analysis in the Green Sahara, yes,
Yeah,
Yes,
nobody
there are
disagrees
people,
with that.
and the
Yes.
peoples.
So hold on.
The,
Yes, what, brother? There were what?
people.
there were
People.
people living in the
Okay.
Green Sahara. Yeah,
Yeah,
people
who
from the
disagrees
north,
with that though?
people
So why are we going back and
people
forth when
from
nobody disagrees with that?
Well, okay.
people
Now,
in the
hold
north,
on. Chief X says who
people
disagree with
from
that,
the
but
south,
earlier he was
No,
saying
I don't
that
disagree
we're
with
not
this.
sure.
people
No,
from the
listen to what I'm
north.
saying. Listen, no, listen. They were people and animals. I just said people who dispersed, went north, south, east, west. That means people. See, I've
Brother
answered
Chief
this
X,
question. God
I don't know
damn.
why you shouting, brother. We all
He's
No,
not.
cool.
because
Yeah,
he's acting. It's just silly to keep going over and over what I've already answered.
No,
I
but Chief X,
answered people was there at least
Chief X,
5 times.
hold on. Chief X,
well,
let's be
listen.
fair. You
It's
said
your
that the
opinion that
scholars
it's
are not
silly.
sure. You said that the scholars are not
No,
sure,
no,
but
no,
now
no, 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 no. I'm talking about for the details of the Great Sahara. I'm telling you that there were people there, just like you guys are saying. There were
okay.
people and
So
animal in the Green Sahara.
okay, so we are all
Okay,
in.
So we
Okay,
have
it's
no
Chief
God
X.
idea
damn.
who they was.
Okay.
Let's continue. Go ahead, Bennett. Go ahead.
Now, okay. I'm glad you agree with that, by the way, Chief X. And I'm not
Who
upset with
doesn't?
you.
Why would you
Who
ask such
doesn't?
a stupid question? Who doesn't?
No, Chief X, just calm down, brother. I don't know. I mean, there's nothing to win here. This is
No,
not
no,
a
because I'm
debate.
trying to
Chief
tell you
X.
why, because it's some gotcha bullshit these niggas be
No,
on.
it's not, brother.
And they be on here
It's not.
bullshit.
It's not some
Just
got you
like
questions,
the other
brother.
guy. If
But
you
but,
didn't,
but
I don't know the
can
age
you
of
let
the
the
Sphinx,
brother speak,
therefore
because
Here's the last
you know you
I'm
question.
a
Chief
interrupted,
X.
fraud,
brother.
and I don't
Chief
know what I'm
X.
talking about.
No, you
Chief
didn't
X.
say that, brother. We don't get that like that here, brother.
No, the
Many
other
times I
guy
said I
said
don't know.
that. The other guy said that in the
But the
panel.
fight
These
doctor,
niggas is co-signing. They
no,
didn't
no,
stop him from saying that. They're letting a fake narrative roll.
no,
Who
no.
co-signing, bro?
Hold on.
He's
Fake
a
The
grown
fight
narrative.
man,
What
doctor,
Chief
fake
X.
narrative?
the fight doctor left, and you know that every time he was says some stuff towards you, I would tell him no need for that. And same when you just said some
Yeah,
stuff
then
about him.
nobody else. They were all quiet. The panel was quiet. You didn't
Yeah,
tell him that
because
he's
we letting
acting
Yeah,
y'all
because
stupid. Ask
talk.
we
Y'all
were
two
yes,
grown
we
men.
were letting you talk. Okay, now
Yeah,
please
you let the shit get out of hand. Go
no,
ahead and
you
ask
can't,
me dumbass questions like that.
yeah, but you said dumbass questions. You don't need to say that. V
And
Bennett
when you
was
ask
going,
me about when someone asking me about the peopling of the Sahara 5 times, at a certain point, a person gets frustrated. God damn!
bro.
I'm not saying anything crazy. He asked me the same
But
question over and over
but
5
Well,
times
Chief
X,
X,
about the
you know
peopling
why
of the
he
Great
said
Sahara,
that.
and you
Hold
know
on,
it.
hold
This is
on,
what
hold
I'm
on,
saying.
hold on.
People
But
are not being genuine.
Hold on,
we
hold
didn't
on.
say you said anything crazy. Now V Bennett was going, you interrupted him, so please allow him at least to make his
No,
statement.
what he was doing was they were doing some kind of interrogation. I've answered his question.
Chief
Chief
X.
X,
You're
Chief
the
X,
only
It
Chief
relax.
X.
became
Chief X.
it became
Chief
he was
X. I haven't
irritated at a
yelled at
certain
you.
point.
Chief X. I haven't yelled at you. I haven't called you
I don't give a
names.
fuck what
I
you
haven't.
haven't done.
Okay,
right,
so
Chief, I
where's
just
the
stopped asking you the
interrogation
same
coming?
question,
So
goddammit,
Chief
5
X,
times.
so
You
what's
stop
Hold on, hold on.
Chief
asking the
X,
question.
But Chief
so
X, the way
Chief
you
X,
are, it's as if the brother
it's
disrespected you. He's just talking with
You
you.
know, he is. As soon as I jumped on the panel, 2 niggas also jumped on. The point, their intent was to get at me. These niggas have bad intent.
how
They
you know
never
that,
had any
bro?
intent to have a grown folk
Whoa,
conversation. All they
whoa,
wanted to
bro,
do is
stop that,
argue
man.
and call me
Okay.
fraud and call me this,
Who
all this
called you
old
a fraud?
bullshit.
No, that was the other
I ain't
brother, and I
say,
told him that
No, I know,
to not say
That's
that.
how it jumped off. This is
but
how
I,
it
Yeah, but
jumped off.
yeah,
This
but
is
Chief
why
X,
we're here. Because
Chief
you got
X, hold
ignorant
on.
niggas on your panel. That's
Chief
why
no,
X,
we're here.
please,
Chief
please,
X.
don't,
I ain't, hold
you
on,
don't need to
Shaka,
say
hold
that.
on, hold on, Shaka,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
go ahead, young hero, go ahead.
Chief X, I ain't say nothing yet towards you. If anything, I was trying to calm both y'all down.
I
So
know
y'all
you
would,
didn't. I know you didn't.
exactly, bro. So I ain't got none. Everybody have their opinion on whatever they want to, regardless of what. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
ain't no truth, ain't no fact, in none. Everybody on YouTube have a different opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
but
you don't have to say.
here's the thing you got to know, bro. Here's the thing you got to know. I'm a 53-year-old wise man. I'm not stupid. I know the niggas' intent is bad. I know V
No,
Chief
Bennett's
X,
intent is bad
Chief
right here.
X,
Chief
Chief
I know
X.
V
Let
Bennett
me
has
say,
been clowning me when I'm not on, and V Bennett has called me all kind of names. I was just listening to the nigga the other day insult me on the program and I wasn't
And
on
what
it.
did I say
So
that
I
it was
know these
insulting?
niggas have bad
What did I
intent.
say
You
that was
can't tell.
insulting?
Be quiet. You can't tell me no
What
different.
No, but you don't need to tell
what
him that.
did I
Chief
say
X,
that was
what
insulting?
insult did he say to you? What the insult?
No, I don't care about the insult. The niggas have
Chief
bad
X,
intent.
No,
Chief X, listen,
Chief
listen.
X, hold on,
Listen,
young Hero.
Chief
No,
X.
It's
hold
about
on, please,
information, Chief X.
One
It's
thing,
not about you.
Shaka, you gotta
okay.
understand this. Chief X, you gotta understand one thing.
I ain't gotta understand nothing. I'm getting out of
Well,
here.
that's
Who's
your
that?
problem. You don't want to have no conversation, bro. If
No,
you
I
don't
do
want
want
to,
to have a conversation, but when I
well,
tell you
not with
niggas to
that
breathe,
attitude, my
no,
boy.
I
So
do
why
want
do
to
you
have a
Hold
take
on,
the
hold
conversation.
on.
So when
questions
I
You
say
can't,
calm
hold on,
insulting? Why
down
do
Shaka.
you take
and
questions
breathe
to
Shaka,
be
mute
and let's
it.
have an
insulting?
adult
Be
conversation, that's
bad.
what
Hold
needs to
on.
fucking happen.
Shaka,
Niggas didn't
mute,
catch
mute
themselves and
Chief
say, you
X,
know what?
bro.
We are
Mute
acting
Chief X
ignorant.
now,
Calm, let's
Shaka.
calm down. No one did that.
Bro, you can't have a normal conversation, bro. You making
Yeah.
claims on
No,
YouTube.
no.
Hold on, hold
Cause
on. Shut
chaos.
up. Let me
You
talk,
guys
bro.
cause
No,
chaos.
calm down. Okay,
Shut
no,
the
You're
please,
fuck
full of
up.
please.
Let
shit.
me talk, bro.
No, young
Nah,
Hero, please,
nah.
Fuck
Shaka,
you, nigga.
stop
You're
it. Don't
nobody.
stop defending this guy.
What's the
You
point of
calling
being a
people
scholar
niggas
when you
and
can't?
cursing them.
No one can ask
Man,
questions.
come on with that bullshit, man.
Okay.
I'm trying to
I've
talk.
answered
You
every
can't even let
question.
me
This
speak.
ain't no motherfucking interrogation just for Chief X.
Okay.
No dumb
What's
nigga
the
You don't
gonna
want to
point
question
bring
me.
your
of being a
guns up,
That
man.
scholar?
nigga
You
V
don't want
Bennett
What's
to
don't
the
know
point of
half the
entertain.
being a
shit I know.
scholar
Fuck
and
V
no one
Bennett.
can
Shaka, mute
ask you
this
a
nigga
question?
real quick. Let me say something for 2 seconds, bro.
Go
That's
ahead,
what I'm
young Hero.
saying.
Go ahead, young Hero.
No. We're not gonna say shit for 2 seconds.
Mute,
V Bennett
Chief
is a
mute
X,
this
bitch ass
Chief
nigga.
X,
idiot,
Chief
man.
X.
And he's
That's
had
Let's hear
why
bad
from young
people
Hero.
intent.
have a
Hold
problem with
on.
V
you,
Bennett
bro.
needs to
Okay.
apologize for all them insults he said on the
What's
show
the
the other
point?
day.
You
What's
insult
the point?
everybody too.
What is
Let's
the
hear.
point of
Okay.
being a
Now,
scholar
yeah,
if
I'm
no one
insulting
can
now
ask a
after I'm
question?
insulted,
Okay.
nigga.
Okay,
I don't
please.
insult
What
nobody
Please.
is
first.
I
the
didn't
point?
I'm an
insult your
eye for
monkey
eye
ass,
Are you
nigga.
a
nigga.
That's
You
what the
scholar,
come
fuck
up
Chief
I
with
am.
that
X?
shit.
Are you a scholar,
Now,
Chief
hold
X?
on.
I'm
Okay.
Are
an
you a
eye
Shaka,
for a
scholar?
mute
bunch of
this
dweebs.
idiot,
I
man.
fuck you niggas.
No.
Are
I
you a
don't get
scholar,
down
Chief
like
Chief
that
X,
X?
come
old
on, man.
gay ass,
Come
old
on, man.
ass nigga.
No. Okay.
Get your
Okay.
faggot
Okay.
ass out of here,
Okay.
boy.
How can he be a scholar and you
Fuck
can't
out of
ask
here.
the man a
Monkey
question?
dumbass.
Well, okay.
How can the
Listen,
man?
right?
No.
Hold
Check
on,
this
The
out.
man
Shaka.
Check
is
Let
this
me
on
out.
talk now.
YouTube.
Check this out.
The man is on
Young Hero,
YouTube making claims.
Hold on, V
young Hero.
Bennett.
I was trying to let young Hero speak, but I did
Exactly,
ask
bro.
Chief X what insult did V Bennett say, and he didn't answer. And then he said
Nah.
he should get an apology. If we don't know the insult, why would there be an apology? Go ahead, young Hero.
V Bennett just addressing on claims he making. It wasn't no personal shot, I'm pretty sure. This nigga, bro, what's wrong with this guy? You trying to claim you this age and you still have no manners, no principles about yourself?
He's
You
the
know the
same age
white
as me.
listen, you know the white flight doctor asking you these questions? Because you on YouTube making claims about Egyptians, about Nubians, science trying to change the narrative, and you don't have a clue about certain scientific history events. You don't have no records of those. So Flight Doctor is pressing you because how can you be making claims on one subject and you don't have no evidence on the overall? You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's the whole point. You talking about, oh, people coming at you, yada yada yada. No, big man, you on YouTube trying to make claims. I mean, please tell me any scientist or historian that make PhDs that making the same claims you making. V. Bennett, please answer. Are there any
Yeah,
PhDs that making the
yeah.
same claim that Chief X is making?
I haven't. I don't know the studies that he's read or the PhDs. Because again, when I asked him the studies and and questions about his studies, the only thing he said is watch his video.
Yeah,
But
he
so
can't answer no questions. And
it's
that's what
like,
I'm saying.
so,
I haven't said nothing to the guy. The guy
but
insulting everybody on the panel, coming like, bro, like, and then you want to take offense like somebody trying to disrespect you. No, you the disrespecting one.
I
And
do
people
know
don't.
I do know PhDs that have done studies and collected DNA and genome analysis in the field about the Green Sahara, right? On this topic, which is why the peoplings of the Green Sahara, which is why I was asking Chief X, because I wanted to actually know what did he think about that. But
I'm about to
I was asking,
unsubscribe to I'm about to unsubscribe to your dumb ass too.
I, I thought he was going to ask me a
Coming up
question,
and
like
disrespecting me.
where
Like I ain't
I,
even had nothing to do with the conversation, you old fool. Stop
I
smoking
thought
on that pipe. It
I
getting to
thought he
your
was
head.
going to. Yo, hey, Root, I thought he was going to ask me where am I getting these claims from
And
about the Green
you
Sahara.
know why he got in his
I thought
feelings,
he was
right?
going to ask me. I thought he was going to ask me what studies have I read on the peoplings of the Green Sahara. I thought he
Yeah,
was going to
and
ask me what PhDs have written these
nah,
studies that I've
he ain't
read
gonna
on the
ask you
Green
nothing. He
Sahara.
don't
So,
wanna ask you no
I mean,
questions because he's trying to
and if he
make
did
his
ask
claim.
me, if he did ask those questions to me, I wouldn't take offense to them, and I wouldn't see it as an interrogation because this is the conversation we're having. I mean, it just comes down to questions.
But
But I would like to say,
you know what the problem is? He been running from Flight Doctor and he know it. You see? And when Flight Doctor came on, he doesn't come on much often. But when he
yeah,
comes, he's coming with that energy. You know what I'm saying? So you
he's
can't
coming
be
with the
out here
same
make.
energy
That's why he
Tupac
call
gives.
you a. Yeah, hold on. That's why he call you a fraud because you out here making claims, and when he asks you certain questions, you don't have no answer for him. So how like stop making these claims, bro, and people won't be coming at you because when they come at you, you better be ready to answer. You know what I'm saying? Well, what's up, Too Real, man? We calm there.
Yeah, too
Everything
real,
is
real.
good now.
Too real. What's up, too real, real? How you doing, brother?
What's going on, man? Now, I just had a question about the peopling of the Green Sahara. you
Well, feel
know,
free, feel
I,
free, feel free.
nah, I was just messing around. I know I was gonna trigger him a little bit.
No. I mean, but for Chief X and for anybody listening, since we brought it up, right? There is a PhD, right, named Fulvio Cruciani, right? He's an Italian. He's from the Mediterranean. Like Chief X knows where the Mediterranean is, right? And he's a
He's an
professor.
Italian like Kobe Bryant. Go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
joking.
he's a professor in the Department of Biology, right? And he put together a study with, let me see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 other PhDs in the field of genome and DNA study. And they put
Can you share that with us, please, brother V. Bennett?
yeah. Let me see here. I'll share it with you. And the
Or give me the
study is,
name. Give me the title so I can share it in the chat.
yeah, it's called the peopling of the last Green Sahara. Oh, let me. I'll tell you. I'll copy it and I'll put it in the chat since I can't put the link there, and then maybe you can
Oh, is
you
it
can
is it
find.
on the National Institute of Health.gov?
Well, it's on the. I think they have
I
different
found it.
reports. There-
I
Yeah,
found it. Yeah,
there's different reports in
you can confirm.
biology and in the medical field
Is that the
that have
one here?
cited this report.
Is that the one here?
Yes, exactly. And
Okay.
they have the DNA analysis that they took. They have their prior DNA analysis that was taken, and they even say here in this report, for those that are interested, that that before it was commonly assumed that the people that the people of sub-Saharan Africa, how their DNA got into North Sahara Africa is from the slave trade, and that their findings refute that. right? That the people of sub-Saharan Africa actually were in North Africa in the Green Sahara thousands of years before that, before the slave trade. You see, so that's what I wanted to get at, Chief X. And I don't think he should take offense to it because he's making claims, and people are going to have questions about those claims.
Exactly.
And guess what? And guess what? DNA analysis changes. This is up to date. This study was done in 2018. There's follow-up studies even on this study by PhDs. You see, so it's not personal to Chief X, even though the subject of African history is kind of personal to some of us when we hear people making claims that our ancestors had nothing to do with North Africa.
Yeah,
These kind of
their own
uh,
homeland.
yeah, yeah, because it's been I go about this a little bit different. I don't make claims that people aren't connected to each other through all means. I make the claims that African people are like all other people. We travel, we walk, we get in the water, we swim, we think, and we need food, we need shelter and things like that. And we have brains and we create those things according to our needs. You see, and I don't think our needs are any different than anybody else's. So so I approach it that way. I've never made claims that no
Yeah.
Europeans have
Yes.
ever been in North Saharan
And
Africa
that's the
or in
problem, B.
Africa.
Bennett.
I don't
You know
make
what I'm
claims
saying?
that no Asians have never been in Africa, but I also don't make the claim that it sounds like Chief X often makes, and that is that sub-Saharan Africans don't have any connection to North Africa in history outside of the slave trade, largely. I don't make that claim. I
And you
believe
know
we
what the
would.
problem is? It's one thing when people making a claim and have a mutual respect to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing when you're making a claim and you don't have to curse and get mad. But it's another thing when you're trying to make a claim and you have an agenda and you can't prove certain things. So when people come with questioning, you all in your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like what's the agenda? What you have to prove? Like, why you so serious about it? Like, we don't give a damn what you say, Chief X. You another YouTuber, just like the YouTubers you mentioned. Like, bro, like, calm down, my nigga. Like, you ain't nobody, bro.
Well,
Like,
he was very very angry, but it is what it is. He's always welcome to come back. Now, to
Hey,
real
Shaka,
man,
Shaka, can you read
come
the
get.
conclusions of that report that you just
Okay,
had
let me
up?
put it back. Let me put it
Yeah,
back now.
it's just one little
Here, for
paragraph.
for those for those who wonder, the download link I mean, here's to download on the right, but I've put the direct download link in the chat. So here what it says. Sorry.
Yeah, you got to go see on the right where it has this on the right. Yeah, it says conclude. It says conclusions there to the
Conclusions.
right.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There you go. Click on
So
that and it should do it.
okay. Is it not sharing? Oh yes, it is. Okay.
Boom.
So
Yeah.
our date. Good. All fits. Our data suggests that the favorable climatic conditions in the fertile environment established in the Sahara during the last African humid period promoted the occupation and dispersal of human groups and contributed to the present distribution of Y lineages in northern and sub-Saharan Africa. On the contrary, historical events such as the Arab slave trade had only a marginal role in the Y genetic composition of African people. Our inferences are based on the assumption that migration events that occurred in recent times are reflected by recent coalescence times of Y lineage. To support our assumption, we included in this study a large number of African, European, and Near Eastern ethnic groups, both from our lab collection and from the literature data, in order to consider as much genetic diversity as possible. However, we could not completely exclude the presence of informative haplogroups in other populations/regions absent in our sample collection. More sample efforts could lead to the identification of other informative data from other populations, and these findings will refine our inferences. Nonetheless, this study highlights the importance of the targeted selection and analysis of uniparental haplogroups with a relic distribution to understand past human history, which could be concealed by the genetic changes caused by successive events. So, goes on, method, blah, 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 quality control. But right at the beginning, results, it says, in order to investigate the role of the last green Sahara in the peopling of Africa, we deep sequenced the whole non-repetitive portion of the Y chromosome in 104 males selected as representative of haplogroups which are currently found to the north and to the south of the Sahara. We identified 5,966 mutations, from which we extract 142 informative markers, then genotyped in about 8,000 subjects from 145 African, Eurasian, and African American populations. We find that the coalescence age of the trans-Saharan haplogroups date back to the last green Sahara, while most northern African or sub-Saharan clades expanded locally in a subsequent arid phase. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
And so some of the groups, just to mention them, to give people an idea of what they're talking about. And by the way, they're not only talking about sub-Saharan Africans, but these are the findings that they found in the Green Sahara. Nonetheless, they have people from, I don't know if you see that, the chart that they have there, people from Cameroon, people from Algeria, people from Mali, Angola, Eritrea, Italy, also Kenya, Chad, Benin, Morocco, Egypt, right? Ethiopia, and they have different specific ethnic groups, Morocco and Libya. So, and for further reference, the Green Sahara period also includes where Egypt is today. You see, so people that live in Egypt today, they're also, their ancestors, right, have been found to migrate in the Green Sahara also, partially, at least, right? So people that are interested can read this study. But of course, for a lot of us that have been relegated to sub-Saharan African descent, it's shocking to find out that no, somehow people related to them were also there as well. And when they mention trans, what's the term they use? Trans Saharan. That's not the slave trade. That's way before that. That's just when the Green Sahara existed, and there's that means people were free to migrate, essentially, from north and south. So yeah, to me, this backs up my thoughts. My thoughts are, if elephants and hippopotamus and giraffes could live in the Green Sahara, then why wouldn't people? Because people, and there's also vegetation, but people need animals to live. They need to hunt to have furs to use. So what would be different about the Green Sahara? I mean, why would that be so hostile that people wouldn't live there? You see, so I would have liked to talk to Chief X a little bit more on the topic, but he didn't seem like he was in the mood. So I was a little turned off by the person, but I hung in there.
Yeah, well, he was very irritated, but people can see what happened. V. Bennett didn't curse him out or didn't shout at him. But here for the record, just want to read this quickly because I think it's interesting. I just saw that part here, which says, while the sub-Saharan African Africa group includes Central Sahel, Western Africa, Central Africa, you see. So let me just read this. This is page 10 of 15, and that's the name of the main author of the study or the report, but it's not the only one. Okay, this is from 2018. The figure 5, relative proportions of American admixed, sub-Saharan or Northern African Y chromosomes belonging to the E-M2 subclades. Data from the nomadic populations, Tuareg, Fulbe, and from 7 lineage with an absolute frequency equal to 1 were not used for the generation of this graph compared to the macro-region subdivision reported in additional file. And you have a link here to the one, table S5. We collapsed Northern Africa and Northwestern Africa macro regions into Northern Africa, while the Sub-Saharan Africa groups include Central Sahara, Western Africa, Central Africa, Great Lakes region, Horn of Africa, Southern Africa, and all the Bantu groups in these regions. In the inset, we report the relative frequencies of the whole E-M2 haplogroups in the same macro region. So you can tell by the jargon that, when you deal with DNA genetics, it's a whole other animal. But too real, feel free, brother. You know what I'm saying? Feel free. Want to crack my head? Feel free.
Now, did you ask him about the picture behind you? Like what he
Oh, I
think
have
about
before.
that?
I thought you seen our convo. But
No.
yeah, we asked him about it, and he basically, I mean, hey, you know what? He never gets old.
Oh, you know something?
Yeah.
My fault. Because Too Real is here. Too Real. I forgot you are. I guess you would say Hebrew, right? Check this out. Some of the specific
Israelite.
ethnic
No,
groups.
you're not.
Yeah.
He says no.
Some of
He says
Yeah,
no.
I'm
Oh,
an Israelite, but I don't say Hebrew Israelite. But
okay.
yeah.
Well, for this might interest you. They mention some of the ethnic groups, right? But when it comes to Ethiopia, the study is specific to the groups that they found this same DNA in, right? Are today Ethiopian Jews, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 separate groups, clans, right? I believe. Also Amhara, right? Oromo. Yes. And then okay, I thought that would be of interest to you, brother. You should check that chart out when you get a chance. Everybody should, because
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting. It goes far down as Angola even with some, so yeah.
Mhm. So what did he say, Shaka, in regards to that picture?
I'm just about to play it actually.
'Cause there's a lot of art. Like, how could he get around that? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Hold on. There's a lot of art indeed. So here for the record, I'm sharing the link in the chat. Because you have that Punk Butler Reggie, who now, he went talking about, I showed it. He was on the live stream talking about Zahir was having racist views and erroneous or wrong views. But this is the same one who congratulated Chief X for saying that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasian from pre-dynastic time. So here, let me just share and see the reaction when I showed him the artifact. So I need to go back a little bit. Now that convo is 9 months old.
That he can correlate to make the people.
What did John Henry Clark say? Because people.
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Yeah, you got the floor. Yeah. Oh, thank you. No space.
How do you know where I stand?
Now, if you don't mind, you just have a little bit of time. Okay? Can you go on Google?
But good to see Chief X.
You there, Shaka?
Yeah, I was waiting to ask to speak. Can I speak, Smash?
Yeah, it's all good. Go right ahead.
All right. You have to have some conversation nowadays. Now, Chief X, you still there, brother?
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you, have you ever seen that profile picture of mine with Amenhotep III?
I can't recall.
Now, if you don't mind, you just have a little bit of time. Okay, can you go on Google?
I'll pull it up.
Yeah, thank you, Smash. And you just need to type in Amenophis, and then you can put the so Amen, then no space, OPHIS, and then space, and then 3-letter I's, capital I's, but it doesn't matter if it's capital or lowercase.
Yeah, I pulled it up, but they just took me to the wiki, so I'm looking for that exact photograph that I.
Oh, my bad. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. Type in Louvre first. Louvre. So Louvre space Amenophis, Amenophis, then space, and then 3-letter I's.
All right, let me share my screen in case y'all can't see it. All right, y'all should be able to see that now.
Yeah, thank you. If you can try to blow it up a little bit. Now, Chief X, you've been saying that the ancient Egyptians are not black. This is 1300 BC, 1300 BC. So would you say that's not a black person there?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay.
So I just want to know. So you have been watching my videos or no?
Not the recent ones, no.
Okay. You watched Black Egypt Debunked?
No, I haven't.
Okay, you need to subscribe, bro, and catch up.
Yeah, but I understand. But since we it's the first time we speak, and we're both on the air, what
Right.
would you say?
I'm trying to figure out how do you know where I stand. That's what I was trying to figure out. But go ahead. What's your question?
Yeah, like that depiction here of Amenhotep III, which is Akhenaten's father, by the way, Tutankhamun's grandfather. So would you say that's not a black person there?
No, it's not.
So what would you say he's like? Would you say he's like?
I would say, like Reggie always say, they painted a lot of these people they use red ochre, part of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's not an afro. So
Okay,
you're thinking that's an afro in some melanated skin. But when you look at some pictures, that the uraeus is on the headdress.
Mm-hmm. Well, okay, we have the shape of the nose, the shape of the lips, but to me, that's the red ochre, that's used many times for dark brown, and we have other depictions where they are darker. But since you're saying he's not a black person, what would you say? Would you say he's like Asiatic, like Mediterranean? What would you say he is?
I would say he's a Mediterranean African.
Oh, Mediterranean African. Okay, yeah. So his ethnic group. Which ethnic group would you give him? Like, because Mediterranean, that's like the region. But what about the ethnic group?
Well, I haven't studied him per se and really looked into him, but I do know, if someone was to use an image of an ancient Egyptian to prove that they're black, this is the main one that they always use, right? So it's kind of a
another one though.
Huh?
There's another one of him.
Yeah, they are, but this one's the main one they use, is all I'm saying. So to me, it's kind of like cherry picking. Now, if you throw up like 10 of them and then talk to me, then we can be real.
So he said, if you can, show 10 of them, then, we can be real. And indeed, in my video, Black Ancient Egyptians, part 1 and part 2, it was one of the two. He was in the chat and he said, too much cherry picking, I'm out, But go ahead there too, brother.
Nah, I mean, so why did they, somebody should have asked them why did they use red ochre? Like, you could use any other color, why use that color,
Well, this is not something that I felt like asking him, because it took him about 20 minutes, between 20 minutes to half an hour for him to just answer my simple question, Yeah. So with some people, it's very complicated, and over the years, I'm used to that, because all I wanted to know is, what ethnic group he would tell him. And at the end, he did say, okay, they were Caucasian. But, just for the sake of, for people who never heard it, just going to put at the end, when he clearly states that the ancient Egyptians were Caucasian. So I'm fast forwarding a little bit, and yeah, it should be around here.
Subscribe on people's channel. It's not you maintain that there was no black.
Correct, but you see what I did in all of that individually in that.
I agree with the cultural thing.
And so in summary, Chief X, you're maintaining that when we talk about ancient Egypt, between the first dynasty, circa 3000 BC, until let's say
what dynasty?
Well, the first dynasty, 3000 BC, all the way until the Assyrians took over, 600 BC. Do you maintain that there was no black African ancient Egyptians?
The ancient Egyptians are Caucasians. That's my stance.
Okay, so from 2000 BC until today, right?
Pre-dynastic times up until now.
I get it. Thank you for your
my stance is the modern day Egyptian is the ancient Egyptian.
All right. So just for the record,
ancient Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians are Caucasians.
The ancient Egyptians are Caucasians. Now, he probably says Caucasoid, but he clearly said that they are Caucasians, meaning they were Caucasians, The ancient Egyptians, that's what he said. He said literally, the ancient Egyptians are Caucasians. But feel free to read.
Nah, that's crazy, man. I don't see how you could how you could think that, but that's Chief, I guess. Can't, one thing I don't like, man, about the conversation with Chief is he cuts you off by acting like you cutting him off. You got to.
He's not the only one who does that.
Yeah, but we all got to stop that. Like I be wanting to do it too. So I don't know. I'm a little bit younger, so I just fall back.
Sometimes in a conversation you want to interject, so you will cut somebody off, but it's not the end of the world. But the Wolf lady, she's very well known for that. You know what I'm saying? She's like, she will cut you off, and then she will complain, and that's why sometimes I tell people, okay, let's set a time. It doesn't have to be a formal debate, but let's have some fairness. But yeah, so
Shaka, you're like 10 years younger than me, something like that, right?
Well, I'm 41.
Yeah. You're more than 10 years younger than me, man. And I've never made the claim that your age has ever been something that we don't even talk about age, man. I'm impressed with your knowledge, and your practice, how you go about things. And so I just didn't understand where Chief X was going with his age. I mean, I'm the same age as him, and not that age has anything to do with it. I don't think it does. I think it's a scholarship and study, even, is a free realm. A PhD might be half our age. We don't know. You don't have my age. You have more study in the field than I have. I don't have any study in the field. I'm reading reports by PhDs and others, also people in the so-called, that have been relegated to. I don't even know if you could call Dr. Ben the conscious community. I don't even call Dr. Clark the conscious community. I don't call,
well, there were scholars. Dr. Ben taught at university.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, it's like I just think we got to be open every day for, especially when it comes to history, that it reveals itself. It's still revealing itself. So we don't need to jump out the window to make harsh claims, to get anywhere, to gain knowledge. We just simply have to follow the research. And if we find some research that we don't agree with, then you prove it wrong, just like other people in the field have to do. That's just what it's about, but I personally think people get angry, start cursing and things like that. And when they do that, that it's an admission that they can't refute or are unwilling to even go about the task of refuting other scholars and other researchers. And, yeah, that's how I look at it. And I just wish we could have a better dialogue, but there's others, and there's plenty of others. I mean, how many million Black Americans are there, and how many billion African people are there on this planet? So we don't need to look at it like there's 5 of us that know everything or 20 of us that know everything. No, there's a lot of people that have a lot to contribute to the conversation. So I try to keep that in mind when I'm discussing things with people.
Yeah, and with Sabir Bey, it was similar. The difference is that Sabir Bey wasn't really shouting like that, wasn't using profanity like that. But Sabir Bey is used to communicating with people who agrees with him, you see. But when I got on his panel, I told him from the get-go, that I, as far as I'm concerned, the Black Moorish rulers, ruling territories in parts of Europe, it's a hoax. I said it right from the beginning, you know what I'm saying? And I think that Chief X is used to communicating with people who agrees with him. You see, I think he's not too used to conversing with people who share a different point of view. And it is what it is, I mean, he's welcome to come back. He knows it. You know what I'm saying? And maybe next time he will put up that claim that he made, that accusation that you disrespected him, that you insulted him. He used the word insult. But it's all good. It's all good. At the end of the day, I don't take offense at what happened.
Yeah.
It can be a learning experience. You know what I'm saying? It
I
wasn't.
like Chief though. Like I like Chief. I do like Chief. I disagree with everything he says, but I like his character. I just wish he could, calm it down a little bit, and then just let somebody else talk and then come back. Because I think it goes better like that. You can catch more people like that. That's one thing I learned from people like you and different, debaters and stuff, is how you fall back and let somebody, fall on their own words, rather than just, so. But I did come to ask you a question though, Shaka, because I was looking it up, man. Was there slavery in Egypt? They never did that
Not
debate
to my
over there.
knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. For real?
There was, yeah, for real. But there were prisoners of war, though. That conversation. I had that conversation when I was on Filthy Dude. I didn't know it was Filthy then. Scam Each Other's panel, and there were several people. Nepal Woof Woof, Teenager Yara, and amazingly, even the butler Reggie was trying to side with them and validate or substantiate slavery or chattel slavery in Kemet. But if you have any information on that, feel free, brother, to.
No, I'm trying to figure out how slavery just missed Egypt. Like it was all around Egypt, and it's just like not over here. Like I'm trying to figure out why.
Well, all around. I'm not sure. Like for example, if I ask you for slavery in Libya during the
I could probably find it.
Well, show me. Because those are points that people make. That usually you have books. For example, there's an author. The book is in French. I think actually they translated it in English. What's up, young hero? What's up, young hero?
Mm-hmm. I had to relax in stupid questions again.
Stupid questions? What do you say?
They come on in here too. Y'all both gonna get y'all's head cracked right now.
Let me ask you a question, right? You say it passed Egypt, right? So you're trying to say there were slaves before Egypt? Do you have record of slaves before them? Were they in between for it to pass them?
Slavery comes from probably the beginning of you found another tribe and disagreed with them. That was probably the first time slavery happened.
We ain't got no records of those, my boy.
How many records of those?
Man, you don't know what I got, Heru. Just go ahead, man. See, I'm falling back right now. I'm gonna let y'all do it, and then I'm gonna hit you with the primary.
Probably. Probably is fine. A lot of people can say probably about every place on earth, and that's not a negative necessarily. It's an assumption, but it's not a negative because people can research based on their assumptions and find out what they can find out or whatever. But probably is probably, and that's not the same as having the evidence and being able to conclude it. But I wanted to say one other thing about this report. They mentioned Bantu people again in the Green Sahara. Bantu people, and everyone that researches African migration and peopling, they discuss the Bantus, and they usually discuss them as being relegated all the way up to the border. They stop at Egypt, they stop at Nubia. They don't get further than that. That's been the typical idea. Although we know it's not finite. There's always some
saying about slavery right now. That's the same thing. Like slavery went all the way up and then stopped at Egypt. That's crazy to me.
Egypt came before them too. Real? How can it? How it's
Egypt did not become before no slavery, bro. Y'all here tripping now. Stop it, bro.
But hold on. I was just looking for. I thought that the book was translated in English, but this author here, Tidiane Dai, he released a book entitled Le Génocide Voilé, which translates as the veiled genocide. Veil basically, that the Muslims be wearing, and he's talking about the sub-Saharan slave trade. I think he argues for about 11 million victims. Now, because he made that book, one famous French Pan-African basically labeled him like a Zionist without using the word. He put his picture with the flag of Israel in the back, because many Black Muslims, they put all the problems in the world on the back of the Zionists. You know what I'm saying? It's a convenient scapegoat. But
Yeah,
in that book,
too
when it
real.
starts,
Don't be
go
coming
ahead.
with no Atlantis and thing talking about before.
All right. All right.
And in the beginning of that book, he starts off saying slavery existed in all societies, starting with ancient Egypt, and this is a talking point that you'll find many. Come again?
Read. You say he said what again?
He starts off saying, in the intro of his book, slavery started in all societies, and I think he says starting with ancient Egypt, and this is
Oh.
something that you find in many different, many people have said that, but this claim of slavery in ancient Egypt, for the most part, comes from the fictional, theological narrative of the Exodus story in the Bible. See?
What? Nah, no, it don't.
So where does it come from then?
All right, so let me ask you this, because I'm waiting, Shaka. I'm gonna crack your head.
Answer the question, boy.
I think I got you this time, man. I think I caught
Yeah.
you like out here right now.
Yeah,
So
but where
let
do
me
you
ask
get
you
this
this.
from? If it's not from the Bible, where do you get this from then?
No, it's not from the Bible. It's not from the Bible. But let me ask you this.
Well,
You
but
still
you
ain't
don't mind,
answer the question to me.
you don't mind telling us where it comes from? Because I will answer your questions, but you don't mind telling us where
What's
it
the
comes from?
question? I didn't hear a question. What was the question?
Because I was saying that the claim of slavery in ancient Egypt comes from the fictional theological narrative of the Exodus story, which is in the Bible. But you say no, it's not.
No, it doesn't.
So where does it come from then? If it's not
That's
from
what
the
I'm gonna get.
Bible,
No, I'm gonna get to it. See, but I got you out here dancing right now. So see, I'm gonna let you dance.
Nah,
for a minute.
you the one dancing with that cap like
Nah,
that, boy.
I got
feel
y'all now.
free.
I got
Ask your
y'all.
question. Feel free.
Nah,
Because
all
I'm
right,
dancing, so feel free to ask your question.
yeah, I got y'all. See, now let me ask you this. Let me fall back, because let me ask you, because I don't believe in the hieroglyphics being deciphered. I mean, I ain't gonna go into all that. I don't believe it. Me personally, right? But would you say the hieratic? What would you say about the hieratic, Shaka? Has that been deciphered?
Of course.
Okay. Have you ever heard of
And
the Papyrus Herod?
Herod Papyrus, Herod, like the
No,
biblical
Herod,
character, the ruler.
Harris, HAIRRS, Harris.
That don't ring a bell to me, but there's so many papyrus. Oh, that's a book, is it?
Yeah.
Is it a book or I mean, there's
It's
a
like
book about it, but
it's
they're
text.
talking
Yeah,
about. Okay, that's the entry on Wikipedia. It says that. Well, we have the British Museum reference here. It is the longest known papyrus from Egypt, which with some 1,500 lines of text. It was found in a tomb near Medinet Habu, across the Nile River from Luxor, Egypt, and purchased by collector Anthony Charles Harris, hence the name. And it entered the British Museum in 1872. So the hieratic text of the papyrus consists of a list of, temple endowments and a brief summary of the entire reign of King Ramses III of the 20th dynasty of Egypt. Ramses III claims to have captured hundreds of thousands of foreign slaves. So that's the one you're talking about, I presume.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, feel free.
Well, I mean, would you say that that's not black people? Because I know that's probably what you're gonna say. That's not black people at that time.
Who ruled Egypt? I would say it was black people.
And can you read the bottom part, what it says right there?
I can read all of it. So I brought back in great numbers those
The
that
only reason I asked is
swore.
because I can't really see it. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
I brought back in great numbers those that my sword has spared, with their hands tied behind their backs before my horses, with their wives and children in tens of thousands, and their livestock in hundreds of thousands. I imprisoned their leaders in fortresses bearing my name, and I added to them chief archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name, their wives and children being treated in the same way. Its historical section mentions that Setnak. Oh, okay, I thought that was the text. Yeah, that's the part of the text that they've chosen. And it is quoted in a book called Slavery and Servitude by UCLA, I believe that's the university in California. Encyclopedia of Egyptology, 2012, page 10. Yes.
And the bottom sentence says what?
The last sentence, I can read the whole sentence. He says, I imprisoned, prison to me is not slavery, but I imprisoned their leaders in fortresses bearing my name, and I added to them chief archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name, their wives and children being treated in the same way.
That's slavery, bro.
You can call it that if you want.
That's G. That's slavery, G. Bennett, that's slavery, Bennett. All right.
Okay. Read that again. Let me see it. I imprisoned. It says.
But that's prisoners of war, though. That's not just take. That's a.
But
so would you?
The thing though is that in the meta nature, I would like to know what the word is for enslaved. You understand? Because I'm not familiar with any word in meta nature that means
It wouldn't matter because
slave.
we don't know how to speak it anyway, so that wouldn't even matter.
Well, we know, but we have to be cautious with the translation that what did they translate that enslaved as enslaved? I'm interested, you see. But
Well,
one
why
thing's for
wouldn't it
sure.
matter? But why wouldn't it matter?
Oh no, it would matter. It would matter because if we don't have the word,
Hebrews say it matters, the language, the translations, all of that. So I'm like, why wouldn't it matter what the meta?
Well, to me, it would matter because we have a word for servant that many times they translate as slave. Well, we don't have only one. We have hem, and we have back, you see. And there was a lot of wars, a lot of conflicts. And when they will win, then indeed they will have prisoners of wars. You know what I'm saying? But slavery as a system or change of slavery, I'm not familiar with that.
It talks about branding. Branding, that's a
that English translation, yes, talks about that. You know what I'm saying? But yes, that's back here. What looks like a 3 is really the Aleph. We use the digit 3 because we don't have the Aleph on our keyboard. But come again?
I was reading the comment Donnie put up there. Stop it, Donnie.
Yes, yeah. But yes, it does say that in the English translation, but I'll be interested to know, what it says in the meta nature,
I read some of that text, so you should read into it, man. If you never heard of it, it goes into some of that. So,
you have a link to share with us?
Believe it, of course.
Yeah. Do you have a link you can share with us?
I was just reading. I just linked it. And then I just read like a couple of like dissertations or whatever, and like the JSTOR and all that stuff, about it.
Yeah.
To kind of learn about the text, because I was like, is this even real? Now I have to look up everything, man, and see like, is this even real? Nowadays.
But there's another thing to take into consideration. Here it says their wives and children in tens of thousands.
Yeah, that's a lot of people.
And their livestock in hundreds of thousands. So if it says hundreds of thousands, it's at least 200,000. You see, maybe more. Do you really think that they captured hundreds of thousands of livestock and tens of thousands of? All right, okay, that's a mighty lot of people.
Man, them goat herders be out there deep, bro. You ain't never seen. They be having like 500 goats a piece out there, man. They be deep.
500 goats a piece. I think it's a bit much.
They be out there deep, man, with the cattle. Stop it, bro. I caught y'all. And look, Heru, he sleep.
Wait.
Heru,
hold on. How you catch me? Hold on.
Heru
He
sleep.
said, hold on. He said that they were prisoners of war, right?
I can't, man. Stop it, bro.
I ain't know nothing about going to people's land and capturing people and bringing them and make them do labor.
Oh, the prisoners of war, they will do some labor,
Of course,
But
it's
then
either
ag-
that or
yeah.
they're gonna die, just like the people in
We're
prison
prisoners
today.
of war, though. We're prisoners of war too. A lot of us over here. A lot of us are people that got captured trying to fight back. So we were slaves.
Yeah, and
No,
the people
no,
in
but
prison, they work too.
Yes, yes, they do work, but the things that we were not in a war with Europeans when they came
Yeah,
to Africa to capture us. You know what I'm saying? But those people
we
back in
fought
the
back.
day, come again?
We fought back, and they still took a lot of us that
We
lost or surrendered.
yes, but we were not at war with them. They came and captured us
Yeah, they came.
over
Yeah,
there in ancient time. They will have war. They will have wars. You know what I'm saying? And then ultimately, when Kemet won, indeed, some people will be captured. Some people will die in battle. Some people will be captured. And some people indeed will do labor as a punishment. But that's nothing to do with slavery or chattel slavery as we know it when it comes to the sub-Saharan slave trade or the transatlantic slave trade. And then, and I've been saying to people, what would they prefer? That they capture some people and then have them doing labor, or they just kill them? It's up to people to choose.
that's what I'm saying. So, how could that? Was there wars? Would you say that was most likely? Because I know we probably can't prove it, but was there most likely wars before Egypt?
Well,
Most
probably I
likely.
would presume that there was war before Egypt because
Egypt
humans
is
have been
like
there
a
for a minute. But then to
Egypt is like a
document it
baby when
before,
it comes to the history of Africa.
yeah. But what's important is what we can document. You see,
Yeah,
so before Egypt, before pre-dynastic time, I don't think we will be able to have documentation of a war. You see, but this document, this Harris Papyrus, talks about Ramesses III. Ramesses II had a very famous battle, and I'm sure most of us heard it. It's the Battle of Kadesh. Now, Kadesh actually means holy in those Semitic languages, and there was a peace treaty with the Hittites. The Hittites. It is known as the oldest peace treaty in humanity. So we do have a record of a war, and we have the tale of Ramesses II, and many people, many historians will say that he exaggerated his exploits. That it was more of a tie. But he portrayed himself as the victor. The fact that there was a peace treaty is an indication. If you win, you win, and you say, okay, look, man, you're gonna get down later. I won, so you're gonna chill now. But there's a tale that he was like surrounded, and by himself he just did a bit like John Wick, which is a bit unlikely. So this is to be taken into consideration. The amount of the people who were captured, a lot of time you have large amounts, just like with the offerings. They will mention offerings and amount of food stuff that is being offered, and it's not necessarily the exact amount. And when they will go to war and say how many people they capture, yeah, they will give great numbers. I'm not convinced that the numbers given are really that. I think they give those numbers to. It's like when people say, it's like saying, okay, he went to Iraq and he destroyed or he killed thousands of people. Do we really have any, But yeah, we if somebody has at least a transliteration, the glyphs will be better. Now, you mentioned hieratic, probably it's a hieratic text. A lot of time what they do, the hieratic is like shorthand. The hieroglyphic, you have the classical hieroglyphs or hieroglyphic, and then the hieratic is like shorthand, so it's more abbreviated, So a lot of time when you have hieratic text, they just come up with the hieroglyphic transcript, but we can have transliteration. And I'm pretty sure that the verbs that they translated as enslaved, and if we go back to the stuff, it says, see, branded and enslaved. I'm curious, what word they are translating as enslaved here. You see, captured, I don't have any problem with that. Now, hold on. It says, I imprisoned and leaders. Wait, we don't have the word capture, but we do have enslaved. You know what I'm saying? So, but here
okay, so
it
let me
does say,
ask you this then. Let me
yeah,
ask
go
you
ahead,
this,
go ahead.
Shaka.
Go
If
ahead.
you
Yeah.
capture somebody, what do you do other than enslavement? I'm trying to figure that part out.
But some people will kill.
Yeah, I know. Other than that, like you kill them, you like say you capture somebody, right? Like you have a war against the people, you capture them. You don't want to kill them, because
Well,
that's like
I can give you an historical example. There was a first war in Iraq, and that correct? before the latest one where Saddam Hussein ultimately was captured
Desert.
and killed.
You talking about Desert Storm, right?
Well, I'm
Operation
not
Desert
really sure the name,
Storm.
but I was very
It's in the
young and I would
90s.
watch TV and see. Yeah, in the
In the
90s,
90s.
indeed.
Yeah, yeah,
Now, America won, didn't they?
yeah.
They enslaved the Iraqi people.
No,
So why in the past people couldn't do the same, win and not enslave the people?
no. That's good. That's a good. That's yeah. That's true. That could have happened too. You know. But it says that they captured them. You know. So maybe they just imprisoned them for life. You know. Who knows?
Now you're talking about the Egyptian text, or are you talking about
I'm talking about the
the
Egyptians.
Desert Storm?
Maybe that. Yeah. Because like
What
I know
what?
when they went over there to Iraq, they captured them and they brought them, and a lot of them are still locked up in Guantanamo and all type of prisons
No,
over there.
that's after September 11. You know,
Yeah, but no,
Guantanamo, because
they still have
Guantanamo did
prisoners.
not exist in the 90s, if I'm not mistaken.
Who?
Guantanamo is yeah,
Maybe
Guantanamo
it
Bay.
didn't. Maybe it was called
Yeah,
something. They had a different one, but they
or
were
maybe
in
some other
prison.
places. Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
some
they were
other
butchering
camps, but
all that.
Guantanamo was opened in 2002 after
But that's
the attack
yeah,
in
that's
New York.
true. They didn't enslave them. So you got a point there. You know, but I think Haru, I think I caught him out there. He tried to jump in this. He thought he had something. What you had, Haru? What you gonna pull up?
I ain't say I was about to pull up none. I'm just saying it's not
All right,
the same. It's not the
all
same
right.
though.
Nah, I got y'all, man.
It's still
That's
it's
slavery, bro.
there's a difference a
So
little bit, man. Like it's like when they had the prisoners of war, right? They ain't had women and children also, my boy. They ain't have
What?
the children from
well,
generation to generation.
the text mentions women and children.
Yeah,
Oh, he did?
and
Yeah,
they
but
branded them.
Oh, they branded them too? Okay, you win, my boy. I'm gonna give you that one. I'm
the
gonna give
English
you that
translation
one.
says that the English translation says that, but I'll be interested in knowing what it says in the
What's
Medinature
the
because
comedic word for branded? Is there a comedic word
uh,
for that?
maybe, but I would like to know. I would like to know. But
If there's a word for
enslave,
that,
like
then there was probably some slaves.
come again?
If there's a word for branded, there was probably and captured in the same mentioned in the
But
same sentence. Then that's probably
then
slavery
again, you
right there.
see, I've used the word capture, but when I double check in that quote here, that part of this papyrus, we don't have captured, but we do have imprisoned here, and we do have um, branded and enslaved. You see,
Yeah.
so I'm not familiar with the verb enslave in Medinature, but
Mm.
maybe hold on. This they're giving us a reference. I don't British Museum page of the papyrus. Oh, no, that's German edition. If maybe who knows? Maybe we'll find the text glyphs. Let me see quickly. So to real, is that evidence of what
Yeah.
we call chattel slavery?
I don't like to use the word chattel because I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know what the definition of chattel, but
But
I'm just saying
chattel is
slavery.
it's like like en masse,
Oh,
like
then
when
yeah,
it's like kind of industrial, like
yeah. I don't think
the
it was that.
yeah, yeah.
No, I don't. It says that he went to a battle, so they probably didn't go to battle to to enslave people. They probably went because they had problems with them. That's what I think. But slavery did happen in the result of them going to battle. So anytime you have a battle, you can probably guarantee there's some slavery going on. Or I mean, if it's not slavery, then it's even worse because that means they killed everybody. So you can't have it both ways.
Mm. But what me, I mean, I'm aware of prisoners of war, but because if we're talking about slavery, then it will means that those people are enslaved. Or we have a hardcore again who still doesn't have a webcam. There it is. Still no webcam, brother, right? He's gonna.
You said that this was the no webcam.
Okay, whenever you have a webcam,
Why,
brother.
why is this guy hiding?
So no, but I don't know why, but one day he will change his mind, hopefully. So that would mean that all those people who were captured or prisoners of war or slaves, according to some, their children will be slaves, and it will continue on. You know.
Yeah.
And I've never seen any record of that. You know, if those people were enslaved, how long were they enslaved for? What about their children? If slave was a status as we know it, their offspring, their children, were they slaves as well? None of them intermarried. None of them had rights. You know, this is very important. You know, hold on. Hakon wrote, "You are a liar. You said that we could come on without a camera today." Did I say that, brothers and sisters? I don't recall saying
I
that.
never
I have no
heard
recollection
that.
of me saying that. Yeah, and I don't know.
Chat
You
is
know,
open.
but
He said the
you
chat
know.
is open. Is the chat open? Yes.
No, it's for subscribers only. You know, so maybe I misspoke, but I have no
Why don't
recollection
you
of
let
that.
them
You
on
know what I'm
without
saying?
a camera?
Because you know,
Is that like a rule?
before
I'm just asking.
it's kind of like a rule now. You know, for like 2 years or so, people who come without a camera, but you know,
Is it
he
because you
said
want to
I did
like
not
see who it
misspeak.
is first, like to make sure it's
Well, I
not?
want people to be responsible. You know, at this point, you know, I ain't saying I have the largest platform in the world, but you know,
Yeah.
you have to be a bit selective. You know, I cannot just let anybody come here and say crazy stuff and there's no accountability. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, the real question, don't try to flip the script, brother Akon. Why are you hiding? We just want to hear it, you know. Brother, why are you hiding?
Okay, I'm not hiding, but you did say today was the day we can come on without a webcam. You said that when everybody could check it when I went on.
What I said I'm gonna let
you said
you
that.
lying, brother?
You dropped me. You said come on tomorrow. That's when you don't need a webcam. You said that
yesterday.
Yes, you did. I know you can't keep up with your lies, but you said that.
All right.
I don't
Okay,
remember
brother.
saying that.
Hardcore.
But you know,
Hardcore. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
No. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Vivek. Go ahead.
How come you don't? What do you think the difference is between you and us showing our face? What's the difference?
Yeah, that's the good question. What is the difference?
I mean, the rest of us show our faces, man.
I don't
So
know.
I'm just
Too
trying to understand.
real. I don't see any face on him.
Brother, he had
No,
his
he
face on ever
just had
since he
his
came
face
on.
up there.
You know. Yeah.
Okay, but okay. Well, turn it off, please, turn it off. Now, but anyway,
that ain't cool, man. But he likes to make jokes, man. But anyway, you know, whenever you're ready, Akon, whenever you feel ready to be a man, you know, right, you turn your webcam on. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, so yeah, feel free to real, man. Feel free.
Nah, it's cool. You know, that was what I wanted
Yeah.
to ask you.
What's
but-
so hard in doing this? Look at that. That's so easy, man. Hey, too real. You got a point though. You okay, you came with some finally. But let me ask you this. What that say about mankind? Is it natural? Is it nature? Is
Yeah,
like
I
why?
think so.
Yeah.
I think slavery is like human nature, man. If you ask me, you know, in the minds of some people, you know, that are going out and you conquering, it's gonna happen, regardless. You know, you're gonna take the women, you know, because that's what the men were doing back then. They take the women and you know the kids come too, and there's work to do. You know, whenever something happened, there was a lot of stuff they were building in Egypt. I don't think that, you know, I think that there were some builders, but I think they needed some free labor too, if you ask me. But I can't prove that part. But I can prove that there was slavery, man. You know, I can prove that there was surrogate mothers. You know,
I'm sorry. To be real, when you said free labor, what were you talking about? Like which area were you talking about?
all up and down the Nile.
Egypt.
Okay, but the things that, you know, you said you wouldn't call it slavery. Like, if there's prisoners
No,
of
I wouldn't call
war.
it chattel, like industrialized.
Yeah, no.
You know,
But just for the record, you know, if they had prisoners of war, they would not give them wage. It wouldn't make sense. Like you captured after a war, and you get wage. Not saying that it never happened, but that would not be the logical thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But
but the
yeah,
definition of slavery is what? Is it not free labor?
my definition of no, well, um, no,
That's what I thought.
in
I'm not sure.
ancient time, people have wars. You see,
Mhm.
now indeed you have some casualties of war. Like you may have a guy in the opposition, you may have killed 50 people on your camp. Now when you capture him, you ain't gonna say, oh well, you know what? Hey, gotcha. You're gonna work there, and I'm gonna pay you $10 an hour, or whatever currency they had back then. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna pay 10 pieces of silver per month, or that wouldn't be really logical. But indeed, if it's slavery, as we know it, then the offsprings will be slaves as well. You know what I'm saying? Those people will not have any rights. Like
Yeah,
all basically everything that has to do with about their life will be regulated. You know what I'm saying? So if we have that in ancient Egypt, I'm only asking
It's
to see.
history. It happened. You know what I mean? I don't see any shame in it, but I think that we shouldn't like stray away from it. Like it happened.
Okay,
Try to say, oh, it didn't happen here.
Okay, what you're saying it happened. Do you have any text that says that the children were slaves and their children were slaves and so on? Do you have any
Oh
text that
no,
says
no, not
okay,
that part. But I have
yeah,
that text right there just said that they took the women and the children and they were treated
yeah,
just like the slaves. They didn't get no special
you
treatment.
see, the English translation says that they were branded. You know what I'm saying? But does he say that they had to work like the men? Does he say like they
Yeah,
had to
if
work
you
all
read the
day?
bottom, it says that they were treated just like the slaves, or just
Okay,
like they didn't get no special treatment. It says that on there
okay. I
at the
brought back in
bottom.
great numbers those that my sword has spared, with their hands tied behind their backs before my horses. And some people may use that. You see, they had their hands tied, but you capture the enemies. You don't really want them to be able to move free. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But they may take a weapon and so on. So behind their backs, and for the record, the main glyph for captured people is a person with their hands behind the back. And then it says, before my horse and their wives and children in tens of thousands, and their livestock in hundreds of thousands, I imprisoned their leaders in fortresses, bearing my name, and I added to them chief archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name. There wasn't children being treated in the same way. Where does he say that they were working? But anyway, that's just a part of the text.
No, keep reading at the bottom.
I read the whole quote.
Wait, what?
I read, that's the quote here. See, it starts here, ends here. The rest is just
read the bottom, Shaka. Keep reading what it say there,
okay.
man.
Okay, I'm gonna read it. Its historical section mentions that Set Nacht, but here that's not the text, for the record. Ramses III's father and predecessor restored order and stability to Egypt after a time of internal civil conflict, expelling Asiatic followers of Irsu. Who's Irsu? It's a name used in papyrus to designate the Shasu people, who became overlord of a group of local rulers nominally under Egyptian control. Okay, so maybe that's why people are not happy, because some Shasu people are expelled, and people make a correlation with the Shasu, the Shasu of Yahweh and the Israelites. But anyway, Ramses III himself, we have some echo here. Somebody may need to mute themselves. Ramses III himself reorganized the state bureaucracy and the army. He fought wars against the people. Now, some people say that, ancient Egypt, there was no standing army, but some scholar also said that he fought wars
my bad,
against the
Shaka.
people.
I'm reading it right now on my computer. It says right there, it says branded and enslaved, tattooed with my name, their wives and children being treated in the same way.
Yeah, and I read that. Yeah, and I read that. But
I thought it was farther down.
Yeah, but what is the treatment that we're talking about? He said, I imprison their leaders in fortresses bearing my name. So the fortresses are bearing his name, and he added, chief to them, archers and tribal chiefs, branded and enslaved. Well, that's the word they use, tattooed with my name. And there wasn't children being treated the same way. Basically, it's saying that some people were in prison and kept somewhere in a fortress. You don't have any indication of human rights violation, like Wolf of Nepal was claiming. Now here, another reason why. Okay, no, let's continue. So he
Yeah,
fought
like
wars
he didn't
against.
say. It doesn't say we sent them to the fields to start.
Right.
Growing. Or
Well,
it
no
doesn't say.
indication that, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
like
doesn't say we sent them to hard labor.
and the women were getting, ran through and raped, like, in front of their husband and children, had to work and I mean, hey, you know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just brought them in and they became, part of the family, and they were just
Maybe,
chilling.
maybe. But here it says,
They were the same
But
people.
but you know what? I find it interesting that they call them Asiatics
So what
somewhere
they
in
do,
that.
Bennett,
They call
what
them
they do with them, man? They brought them in and then they just like let them loose in the town and hey, y'all just go do whatever y'all want. Like what? No,
yeah, but the
there
thing
was
you see,
work
you
to
see, to
do.
real with the
I thought you
conjunction.
were talking about the women.
Yeah,
They
with
go
the with
sleep and
The
have
women don't
children with
work.
them too.
with the conjecture, we can come up with so many hypotheses. What's important is
Nah,
what
but
actually
when we
happened.
looking at
And
history, we can use logic, man. Logic, you can use logic in history. You know what I'm
Shaka, what's
saying?
wrong with this guy? This guy talking about you are you from Europe and you
oh,
anti-Africa.
well, usually I don't look at his private messages, but he left
Yeah.
many. But for the record, he wrote indeed, Shaka is a man who cannot be trusted. He put 2Ks. My name only has 1K. He wrote, words cannot hurt anyone. He wrote, this man will fight right in with the U.S. hustlers, lying mother, ... The French have no integrity. Just show your
Oh,
face for a second. Oh no, that's Young Hero. Sorry. Then he wrote. He said that there was no need for that for today. Where does he get that from? I have no recollection. I may have said. I mean, I may have said one day. The people
Nah,
will
you
not. I
said
mean,
you
I
will
don't.
open the chats for everybody.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah,
you
but
said.
he's trying to make an argument, and he said that there was no need for that today. He knows who I am. I don't know who you are. We spoke in the past, indeed. He also knows that I don't disrespect. He just hates talking to anyone who proves him to be wrong and a liar. Well, get somebody who's not afraid to show their face, and you can be on the phone with them. You can be on the phone with them and tell them anything he needs to say. There have been many people who came and went from his channel once they realized that Shaka is a no good liar. But you seem to be coming a lot of time to that no good liar channel. And then he added, you will leave too once you realize that he lies and has an anti-black motive. Okay. And then he wrote, Shaka is a European who is anti-African. So I am anti-African apparently. All right. Okay. Now, let me just read this just for the record here. Now it says, he fought wars against the peoples of the sea and claims to have subdued them and made them subjects of Egypt. The Edomites too were subjugated. In the west, he stopped the incursion of the Libyans and Meshwesh and settled them in the western Nile Delta. His economic activities included the digging of a great well at Ayan, an expedition to Punt, an ill-defined region in the Horn of Africa, the importation of copper from Attica, and an expedition to the Sinai Peninsula, which returned with precious stones, improving the quality of life of the ordinary Egyptian. He had trees planted for shade. He protected women so that they might go freely wherever they wanted. And when Egypt was, oh no, yes.
Shaka, does this sound? I don't know. Am I reading this wrong? It almost sounds like he's talking about one group or one leader is talking about what Chief X would call Caucasians. Like he's saying Libyans, and then is this right? Like who? I mean, I'm just trying to understand it. It seemed like they make a mention to say Asiatics, then it's Libyans, then it's Edomites.
Yeah, those are Caucasoids, as far as I'm
concerned.
Right.
And so who's the leader now? Who's the other clan that's running the show? Are they Caucasoids too? Are they or are they, it just seems interesting.
We have depictions of the Libyans, during the time of ancient Egypt. We do have depictions of them. So
no, I'm talking about the rulers themselves, because I'm talking about
Egyptian rulers or the foreigners.
Yeah, the rulers now, right then at this time in this sequence of events, who are the rulers and how did they identify themselves? do they identify themselves as Asiatics, Caucasoids, or something like that? Or do they identify themselves as something else, like Nubians or Black or whatever, African? I'm just trying to
I'm sorry.
understand what's going on here ethnically.
Ethnically,
Yeah, if we could say that,
yeah.
because don't get me wrong, often we hear people come on the panel and they say that, okay, Asiatics, or well, some people say Egypt was ruled by Asiatics. So is this an Asiatic ruler
No, no, it's not.
in
It's
this
not an
sequence?
Asiatic ruler here. It's talking about Ramses III. You see, but for the record here, that same guy who who's accused of enslaving people, well, I thought that he protected women so that they might go freely wherever they wanted, and when Egypt was at peace, its foreign mercenaries lived with their families in garrison towns. Overall, he was convinced of having greatly bettered the lot of all inhabitants of Egypt, natives or foreigners. And we are even told that this text was composed during the reign of Ramesses IV, which is the son of Ramesses III's son and successor. So the text was not composed, most likely not during the lifetime of his father. But yeah, that's just here for the record. It's here for the record. But you will find many texts that talks about people being captured. In ancient Egypt, it is very common because there was a fair bit of battles. And some people probably use the term slaves or enslaved. This is not something. This is not unique. It happens a lot that they will use terms like that. But if we look at the hieroglyphic text and the translation, it's going to be something else.
Let me ask you this, Shaka. How did the Egyptians like refer to each other? Like what name? Like what nickname? Do you know any of that?
Remech is one of the main terms that they use. It is translated as people, but usually they will use it for themselves. And we have it, in the tomb of Ramesses III, where you see the different group of people. So with the Egyptians, you have the term Remech. For the Nubians, we have Nehesi or Nehesiu or Nehesu, depending on how people want to pronounce it. And then we have Temehu. Temehu will be like the Libyan type of people, yeah.
No, I mean like how like online we be like brother and we call black women our sister. Did they do that in Egypt?
Well, they will use sister even for their wives. It's like a term of endearment, if I'm not mistaken. We have brother used, but more like towards family members. For the royalty, for the king, you have terms like, sole companion. So you have companion, semer. Coincidentally, we have Samir in Arabic, which means friend. Now, I'm not claiming that the Arabic word Samir derives from the Medu Necher Semer, but I'm just saying, sounds similar. The meaning is the same. So yeah, you have terms like that, Semer Watia, sole companion or unique companion for people who are close to the king. As for normal people, I don't know if there was a particular term that they would be using. I still have a fair bit to learn. There are many, many glyphs. There's, hundreds of glyphs, if not thousands. But when we're talking about thousands, that will be variations. So
Yeah.
I cannot really answer further than that.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was wondering that because like I was trying to see like they must have had nicknames for each other,
Well, when you say they must have nicknames, I don't think. I mean, if you said that they may have or possibly, but when you say they must, I don't know, because that was like we're talking about 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago,
Yeah.
5,000 years ago, and the record that we find usually they are on stone, limestone, and so on. So a lot of time it comes from tombs, so it will come from wealthy people. You see, so Tori is a member. Welcome. So yeah, maybe they had nicknames. I don't know, and we can only go by what the text said.
Yeah. Well,
So
I
once
became a
again,
member on your thing, man. I
yeah,
never became a member to nobody, bro. But you
I
deserve it. You're
appreciate
pretty
that.
cool.
Yeah, I
Yeah, no,
appreciate
you're
that,
pretty
brother.
cool.
Yeah. So the thing is that since it will come from wealthy people, they will not just be commoners. like laborers or country people, people working in the field and stuff like that. So they will probably not use the same terms towards their peers as the average Joe working in the field, So, but maybe somebody has an answer about, if there's any specific way that they used to address one another. If there was a term like brother and stuff like that. But
Well, because I know, like in
yeah,
Hebrew,
go ahead.
like because after I got off that day, I was looking into what y'all were talking about Sarah and all that, and I was trying to see like, because I read that before, but it's been a while. But I looked back into it and I was like, what's the term? What does sister mean in Hebrew? And it could mean granddaughter, it could mean daughter, it could mean somebody that's in your family tree as something like a cousin, So I figured maybe Egypt had did the same thing, trying to line up the two, like if that's something that people did back then,
Well, indeed, the term for son, it will be used for someone who was not a biological son,
Yeah.
And they had a term which is from his flesh, that's what they will use to let it be known clearly that the person is really a biological relative, and that's that. Like you will see, for example, sa f het f. If I'm not mistaken, it is het. But Donnie Williams can correct me. I'm a little bit rusty. So the head is actually one of the uniliteral, which is like an animal seen from the top. And it's the H with the line underneath. It's sound that we don't have in English or French, which may be the equivalent of one of the German sound, like back, the k. So some people pronounce it like a H, some people pronounce it like a k sound. And we also have a determinative, which is a piece of flesh. I think it's got in reference F51, but don't quote me on that. So yes, sa means, which means son, son, will be used, but not exclusively, towards somebody that is a biological son, and they have that term from the flesh. But even that term of his flesh or from the flesh doesn't mean all the time that it is indeed a biological son. So yeah, don't want to make it complicated.
Like they say, flesh of my flesh.
Well, not exactly that, but we have that. Well, actually, I said flesh, but actually, the word means stomach or belly. So it's like they're saying, of my stomach or of my belly.
Right.
But it's to be understood, like of my flesh or
So let me ask
two
real question. Did the Hebrew language have to get deciphered as well? Where did the Hebrew language came from?
The Hebrew language, as far as I know, has never been a lost language. So it's been spoken throughout history, as far as I know, unless y'all know differently.
It was lost. I mean, it was no longer spoken, and they revived it, and they used a lot of Yiddish.
Yiddish, yeah, I know that.
Because Aramaic, took over at some point in time.
Yeah, but Yiddish is just like, it's like the same. It's like almost the same. It's just like a little bit different dialect, kind of. It's not really a different. They didn't change the language or nothing. It's just the way they say it.
Well, let's have a quick look. Hold on. What I want to do, because I was looking for some text, some hieroglyphic text of that papyrus. Just for the record, people may have used Yiddish. I'm sorry, people may have heard Yiddish. Yiddish is a West Germanic language. So that alone, if it was Hebrew, some form of Hebrew, they would say Semitic language, So it's a West Germanic language historically spoken by Ashkenazi Jews. It originates from the 9th century, and it is not that old either, Central Europe, providing the nascent Ashkenazi community with a vernacular based on High German, fused with many elements taken from Hebrew, notably Mishnaic, and to some extent Aramaic. Most varieties of Yiddish include elements of Slavic languages, so Slavic is not Semitic, and the vocabulary contains traces of Romance languages, and that's not Semitic either. Yiddish is primarily written in the Hebrew alphabet. So I think I don't need to go further. It makes it really clear that, it's
Yeah.
Yiddish is not a Semitic language.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know. I knew Yiddish came from the Ashkenazi, which is like German and all that. But that's
Well,
a good
it may
question.
not be that. It may be that the Ashkenazi people, use the Yiddish language, not necessarily that the Yiddish derives from them, but feel free to speak.
Yeah. No, I always thought that, and I gotta look more into that because I always thought that it was just like a slang of Hebrew, But that's what I thought. But I gotta look into that. It's a good question though. I don't think that Hebrew.
Many people see it that way, and at one point, I kind of thought of it as some remnant of the Hebrew language as well.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the thing is that because the Ashkenazi people, were using it,
Well, they're not the real
and
Jews anyway.
Well, that's
They're
the argument that people say those are
They're
the
not the real
Khazars,
Jews.
and the Khazars converted in the 10th century and so on. So we're talking about people from Russia, in the area, the Caucasus Mountain, But I would say that the brothers, in the street corners, or everywhere in America with their signs and quoting the Bible, they're not the real Hebrews either. And who are the real Hebrews? How far they go back? Before the record here, it's in German, but we do have the hieroglyphic text or transcript of this papyrus, but it is in German, you know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep on looking, feel free to add on, and if somebody wants to join us in the
So,
panel,
so who
yeah, feel free.
who are the Jews then, Shaka?
Well, you tell me. The thing is
Are
this.
they the people
Let me
that's the Jews now?
They don't exist.
Well, but check this out. Check this out. No, but check this out. We have Judeans, and what are the Judeans? They are people who come from Judea. You see. So if
That's
we look
a
at Jews, if
that's
we
a
look at Jew,
geographical place. That's a real place.
Judea is a real place. It's a real place.
Yeah.
So here, if we talk, if we look at the etymology of Jew, see, late 12th century, a Jew, ancient or modern, one of the Jewish race or religion. Some people, just for the record, some people say, oh, the term black is like 15th century, blah, blah, blah. Here it says that it's late 12th century. So should argue, well, there was no such thing as Jews because that word didn't exist. It didn't exist before late 12th century. But anyway, I'm sorry. So one of the Jewish race or religion from Anglo-French, I don't know how to pronounce that. From the Old French Guillou, modern French Juif. From Latin Iudaeum, nominative Iudaeus. Now we know they didn't have the J, so that's obviously a derivation of Judea, but we will see. From Greek, Iudaios, from Aramaic, Semitic, Yehudai, Hebrew, Yehudi, a Jew, from Yehuda, Judah, literally celebrated name of Jacob's fourth son, and of the tribe descended from him. Spelling with J predominated from 16th century, replaced Old English Judaeus, the Jews. But when you see Judaeus, that deals with Judea, which is from Latin. Now, if we go to Wikipedia, the English term Jew, and that's just the entry for Jew, the word itself. The English term Jew originates in biblical Hebrew word Yehudi, meaning from the kingdom of Judah. It passed into Greek as Judaios and Latin as Judaeus, which evolved into the Old French Guillou after the letter D was dropped. A variety of related forms are found in early English from about the year 1000, including Iudia, Giu, Liu, and eventually developed into the modern word. You see? So all this to say what? Then when we talk about Jew, ultimately, that there are some inhabitants of Judea. You see, but when we use the term Jew, people will see that as a Jewish person, as in, a follower of the Jewish religion, and it is also amazing. It is an ethnic group. You see,
But
now when we talk about Hebrew, it's a bit similar as well. Some people will see it as the descendants of Eber, and but what's important is historically, how far can we trace them? What are the old records of people called Jew or Hebrew? Well, go ahead, young Harold.
nah, I'm listening, man, because when was this place named Judea, whatever the name came into existence?
Well, we can have a look. So here we are. Now, if we go to Jews for the record, Jews, probably we will have etymology, name and etymology. Now, this time it's the article Jews, not Jew. The term Jew is derived from Hebrew Yehudi, originally the term for the people of the Israelite kingdom of Judah. You see? Now, let's look at Judah.
Didn't that Israel concept came from the Bible?
Well, well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, but we're going to find out. Now, here we have Judea. There's two things. There's Judea and there's Judah. So Judah will be the kingdom. So first we have Judea. Is it sharing? Yes, it is. So this is a mountainous region in the southern Levant, traditionally dominated by Jerusalem, and now part of the modern states of Palestine and Israel. The name is an ancient, historic, biblical Hebrew, contemporaneous Latin, and modern-day term originating from the Hebrew name Yehuda, a son of the biblical patriarch Jacob/Israel, with Yehuda's progeny, forming the biblical Israelite tribe of Judah. Etymology. The term Judea is a Greek and Roman adaptation of the name Judah, which originally encompassed the territory of the Israelite tribe, that name, and later the ancient kingdom of Judea. Now let's see the oldest record of the name Judea. We have something known as the Nimrud tablet, and they do have an article for that. And it is dated 700 BCE. See?
Right.
It is the earliest known record of the name Judah, written in Assyrian cuneiform as Yaudaya. Or, I don't know what KUR means, but Chuck Morgan will surely know what it means. I mean, what it stands for, this acronym here. And here we have Yahudah, okay? Judea was sometimes used as a name for the entire region, including parts beyond the River Jordan. In 200 CE, at this time we are in AD time, Sextus Julius Africanus, cited by Eusebius, church history, described Nazareth as a village in Judea. The King James Version of the Bible refers to the region as Jewry. Now let's look at the kingdom of Judah for the record. The kingdom of Judah, Imperial Aramaic, Beit, which means house, David. So Beit David is house of David, was a Semitic-speaking kingdom of the southern Levant during the Iron Age, centered in the highlands of Judea. The kingdom's capital was Jerusalem. Jews are named after Judah and are primarily descended from him. So, Wikipedia says that Jews are named after Judah, which is what I was, hinting at earlier. Now let's look at etymology. Well, not etymology, but okay, archaeological record. That's interesting. The formation of the kingdom of Judah is a subject of heavy debate among scholars, with a dispute emerging between biblical minimalists and biblical maximalists on this particular topic. While it is generally agreed that the stories of David and Solomon in the 10th century BCE tell little about the origin of Judah, currently there is no consensus as to whether Judah developed as a split from the United Kingdom of Israel, as the Bible tells, or independently. Some scholars suggested that Jerusalem, the kingdom's capital, did not emerge as a significant administrative center until the end of the 8th century BCE. Before then, archaeological evidence suggests its population was too small to sustain a viable kingdom. Much of the debate revolves around whether the archaeological discoveries conventionally dated to the 10th century should be instead be dated to the 9th century, as proposed by Israel Frankenstein. Recent archaeological discoveries by Elliot Mazar in Jerusalem and
You say
Yosef Garfinkel.
Frankenstein? Frankenstein.
It's not Frankenstein, it's Finkelstein.
Finkelstein. I think it's
Oh,
Finkelstein.
well, it's my spelling, my mistake. Finkelstein. Yeah. And so discoveries by Elliot Mazar in Jerusalem and Yosef Garfinkel in Kirbet Keyafa have been interpreted as supporting the existence of the United Monarchy, but the datings and identifications are not universally accepted. The Teardan Stele, oh, that's where he mentions here the House of David, shows a historical House of David ruled a kingdom south of the lands of Samaria in the 9th century BC. And attestations of several Judean kings from the 8th century BC have been discovered, but they do little to indicate how developed the state actually was. The Nimrud tablet, dated 733, is the earliest known record of the name Judah, written in Assyrian cuneiform, while an earlier reference to a Judahite or Judahite invoice seems to appear in a wine list from Nimrud dated to 780 BCE. So to make the long story short, they don't have much. And that thing here about the House of David, I'm not even sure if it mentions Judah. I think it just says the House of David, I don't know if they're going to put the full text. And of course, if it says House of David, they're going to think of the biblical David, and they're going to presume that, okay, well, that's the king of Israel or king of Judah. So yeah, it was a bit long, but just to, if we go by the Bible, yeah, we'll have a great deal. If we go by the records, we don't have much.
Yeah.
Well, from quote that the first Jews were just Arabs. Yeah, go ahead.
We don't have much of a lot of people, but that don't, I don't mean that.
No, we're not talking about people now. We're talking about the place known as Judea.
Yeah, motherfucker got burned up and all type of people invaded it.
Well, I can say, Atlantis, Atlantis was a thriving civilization above the sea and under the sea, but it was burned up. It disappeared, that's conjecture,
What happened to the libraries at Egypt? Did they still have like the tablets and everything in them?
So around the world, the museums.
Yeah, we can go in the museums and find all the books that they took to.
Well, not books as we know them today,
but like the tablets or whatever.
Oh well, I wouldn't call them tablets, but we have papyrus or papyri, the plural of papyrus, and we have a, steles, and we have parts of temples, In Leiden Museum, as you enter, Leiden, the Netherlands or Holland, there's a temple. There's a temple. It's not very old, in terms of Egyptian history.
Yeah.
But it is there, We have some chapelle, like in the Louvre Museum and in other parts. So we have a lot of fragments from temples, walls.
Why are they just fragments?
Like, well, it's difficult. It's difficult to just take a temple of ancient Egypt all the way to Europe,
Okay.
Yeah.
Nah,
yeah,
I mean, like when I see the papyrus, like they're all like half bits like gone. There's only like bits and pieces, because it's so old.
You have plenty of complete papyrus.
Compared to how much Egypt would have had at its height.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about Egypt. You're talking about the like.
No, I'm talking about Egypt. Like at Egypt's height, right? Like they had, would you say, like thousands of manuscripts and all that, right?
Oh, I would easily say that they had thousands of manuscripts. Yes.
Okay, and we don't have even half as many as they're supposed to have, considering how many that Egypt had during their time.
Supposed to have, that's subjective. That's subjective. What's important is what we have. But there are so many records. Ancient Egypt is probably the civilization that has the antique or civilization of antiquity. It's probably the one that has the most artifacts. I mean, the most writing. Because the thing is that the writings, when it comes to Kemet, they were not only on papyri or just other material like ostraca. We have them, on statues as well. We have them, of course, on steles, but we have them also on statues. You have a lot of statues with a fair bit of text, so it's just plentiful. And there are many papyri that have been found intact, complete, like the papyrus of Ani. When we talk about the negative confession, the main one quoted is the one from the papyrus of Ani, the British Museum. It was full and complete. Bush decided to cut it. That's why we talk about plates today.
That's interesting. Because I figured they had a lot of stuff, and I figured there probably was some book burnings, but would you not say that?
People talk about that. But
I know
I
about a
don't know.
particular book burning in Spain. When I was trying to look up the Moorish stuff, I was trying to find something. I swear to God, I was looking through everything. Like, I'm gonna get this shocker with something, but I found that they in Toledo they did a book burning where they said whichever book that didn't burn up would be their holy book that they're gonna go by. That it was like trial by fire or something like that, where they threw 2 books in the fire, and whichever one didn't burn up all the way was the one to go with. So
Well,
they were doing dumb stuff like that. So I figured they probably burned some of those books over there in Egypt.
In parts of Africa, when the husband dies and the wife is suspected of poisoning him or having something to do with his death, some people have traditions that the wife is going to have to drink the water used to bathe or clean the corpse. And if she's all right, then she's innocent. So it's a bit thorough, Some people have beliefs. So maybe they have something like, if the book doesn't burn, then, it's a holy book. But if you put a book in the fire, that's just about to burn, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, when it comes to book burning, the Catholic Church probably did a lot of that. But they were probably not the only one to do that, Most likely, Muslims did the same thing, because in the temples in Kemet, there's a lot of depictions of people, and around the faces is being chiseled away,
Yeah, and I even see where they took they cut a whole piece out and put a cross,
Well, actually, we have some, some Greek writing, Latin writing, and sometimes they even put plaster their faces. But a lot of time we have whole faces chiseled away, basically destroyed, and
So
it has to do with.
That's my point, Shaka. They were doing this to the Jews too. A lot of people didn't like the Jews for whatever the reason.
Well, I don't think the Jews had depictions of themselves like that, But the things that when it comes to the Muslim, it has to do with their religious belief that they're not supposed to make portrayals of humans. One of the reasons why,
You don't
for
believe that
example,
you're not
Muhammad.
supposed to draw them. That's just Muhammad.
Well, you will say that, but in the Hadith, there's a Hadith where Prophet Muhammad was not happy at Aisha because she had something in her house with some sort of drawing, And then when she noticed, and I'm paraphrasing, but it's Sahih Bukhari. When she noticed that he wasn't happy, he said it's because of that thing that you have. And I forgot if it was some piece of cloth or some pillow or some curtain, but it was something that she had, some drawing. Now I don't remember if it was human drawing or just design or animal drawing, but over some sort of drawing, he wasn't happy, So some people will read the Hadith and come to the conclusion that, okay, we're not supposed to make depictions. As a matter of fact, in the Old Testament, it does say that, people should not make engraved depictions of figures. Yeah, so some people may have different interpretation about what it means, what I'm saying? But when you read it, it's like, anything in statue, you should not have any great, engraved images, at all,
Yeah.
So yeah, indeed. But you saying that they did the same thing with the Jews, I mean, I don't know about that.
I'm gonna have to. I don't know that, but I'm gonna have to look into it. I don't know. I don't know what happened to a lot of the artifacts. I'm gonna be real. You would think that there would be a lot of artifacts, considering but there's not. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't found a lot other than Hezekiah's seal and things
with
like
the Ark.
Yeah,
and the wing disc. But
that's
the
my
thing,
point.
brother. But the thing is this: people believe in the Abrahamic narrative, so they are looking for artifacts or records to validate their beliefs. You
No,
see?
I am. Yeah, I'll be honest. I am. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
but then again, then when people don't find anything, then that's when they say, well, they must have burned them, they must have destroyed them. So like,
That's
are
true.
we scientific or not? You know what I'm saying? It's like me saying, okay, I'm looking for Santa Claus. Ever since I was a child, people told me about Santa Claus, and I'm gonna go on a quest. And after 20 years, I'm gonna be, well, okay, they must have destroyed Santa Claus because they didn't want us to know. That's not scientific.
Yeah, that's
You know?
true. Yeah, I agree. I agree. But I'll keep looking, and then, but I think I got y'all tonight, I think
Hey, if you feel that way, more power to you, brother.
I
More power
think
to you.
yeah, I think Haru, he's cuckoo right now, so I think
Nah, I'm here playing Street Fighter 6, man.
yeah.
You don't even have time for that.
No. I'm listening though. He
Yeah.
got one. He got one with that one. You know what I'm saying?
I got
So
one. Hey, one and
yeah.
done.
Well, to real, you can have like maybe thousands of other points like that, because if you just search, there are many texts like that where it talks about a ruler conquering some people and saying
Right.
that
Yeah.
he brought so many captives. So that you will find plenty. So feel free to come here and tell us, okay, there's that text and that text. That
Yeah,
exists.
nah,
We have
I
so
really
many.
came to get on you about the Sarah thing, but I'll do that. I'll do that next time, because my phone's about to die.
Yeah, mine too.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get off his shock. I didn't mean to sidetrack you on. I didn't know what the show was about. I just came on with
No,
Chief.
this
Nah, you ain't sidetracked.
it's always free talk. No, I mean, no matter what the title says, I invite
Yeah.
and welcome any other topic. So you're good, brother.
Yeah, nah, I respect that too. But hopefully y'all can have that conversation with Chief, man, and get him when y'all
Nah,
talking to Chief, bro.
that
I'm
man
gonna give
can't
y'all a
have a
secret.
conversation, bro. He
I'm
got
gonna give y'all a
issues.
secret though
Hey.
with Chief, man. Y'all gotta
Hey, go ahead. Go ahead.
fall back. Let him finish, even though he
We
talked for a long
was
time.
though.
Nah, but here's the thing. He's all he's gonna do is run and say that y'all didn't let him talk. So all
But that's
y'all's
the
good points.
problem. That's his problem. He got issues.
I know, but here's the thing: all y'all's good points go right out the window. I mean, we heard him, but to really get him on the spot, y'all gotta let him speak until it gets silent, and then come in and then, you know what I'm saying, do your thing. Then
Yeah,
don't
I understand.
cut him off. Don't say
No,
anything because he
no,
cries.
no, but I understand. But the thing is that this technique is used by many people, and if you
Yeah,
go this way, then people are going to talk forever. You know what I'm saying?
that's true.
So
You gotta put a
yeah.
timer on him, though, Shaka.
Well, I
Like,
proposed at
hey,
one point. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of
I
time
seen that.
when you bring up using time, a lot of time people are not. Many
They say
times people are
nah.
not happy with it. Yeah, because
Yeah,
they know that they will be restrained chronologically.
yeah,
Uh,
because they know they're gonna be put on the spot and they're gonna have to, that's really a tactic people use. So hopefully y'all can figure out a way to, because I think the conversation with him is interesting, So hopefully y'all can have that conversation. But I'm gonna
But he
get up
knows
out
he
of
can
here.
come back anytime. It's not the first time he got angry and
Yeah,
left abruptly. So he knows he can
yeah,
come back anytime. He's welcome.
yeah.
But you know
And
what? I just think it's like it's important to not label everybody. When you want to have a conversation, if you label everybody as having disdain for you or motives against you, or if you just label everybody, let's say there's 4 of us on a panel, right? And you come into the panel and you label us all one thing. Well, I find the labels troubling because now instead of labeling people, why don't you just come with the knowledge you want to spread or the point you want to raise? Because when you label it, it's kind of like you're wasting your time, because on one hand you want to talk, but now you're labeling everybody as being unworthy of your words or any conversation anyway. So I just find the contradictions with him in general. I don't think I cut him off, but I think he didn't listen to my questions. And when you don't have a chance to dialogue with anybody, I think
yeah,
people will look at this, listen to this tape and hear that I listened.
no, you did.
I waited. So
Yeah,
I think if he wants to talk with me, he needs to stop confusing me with other people he has a history with and just deal with me. And by the way, I do find some of the things that he said insulting, but I didn't
yeah,
find that I needed to yell at him or curse at him because I find some of his views insulting to African and Black people. That's different. And some of my elders, I've seen them have personal ties to their debate. Like Dr. Ben had a personal perspective. He's a black man. He wanted to argue that black people, Africans, were in fact in Egypt and did contribute to Egypt, right? And many would say he went beyond that and would say that they developed the society. It's developed by black Africans. Maybe some people will say that. But when he sits down, or a better one, I'm sorry, when he talked about the Jews being black, right? He sat down next to another rabbi that disagreed with him totally, right? They both had personal things invested in that. But did you hear them yell, curse at each other at once? Although they would find each other's views completely insulting? No, I didn't hear that. So I think we can do that here. So I hope that the next time I get a chance to speak to him, that he give me the chance. He said he's been known for 20 years in the community. Well, I haven't been known in the community. I'm just known in the communities I get around with, not his specific community. But that would also mean give me a chance to dialogue. You may not know my perspective. You might find some of the things I bring to the table interesting if you want to give it a chance. So I would just say give it a chance, you know. And
next time I come on here, Shaka, let me ask you this, man. Are you allowed to talk about, I know this is gonna sound dumb, but are you allowed to talk about like politics on YouTube?
Yeah, of course.
I know they flag people for certain things that they see as like anti American or
Semitic?
anything like that. Anything
No, I don't
Semitic,
think.
yeah.
Well, it's sensitive. If you talk about Jewish people, that's known, particularly in the Western world.
Have you ever heard of the Uhuru movement?
Yeah, you mean that allegation that they've been receiving money from Russia? Is that what you wanted to talk about?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, V. Bennett made a whole live stream about that. People can look it up. It's on
Really?
YouTube. But the Uhuru
Really?
movement, I met some of their members in France, and I made a video entitled "Uhuru and Gay Power," and it wasn't to go at them. It's just because they had their annual meeting or conference, and they decided to have a special sort of committee for LGBT people. And I read the text, and they were talking about the empowerment of, gay and lesbian or whatever. I mean, they even came up with a term rather than the LGBTQ. I forgot exactly what it is, but I made a video about that, and the article is still floating online. And the Euro members in France, they did not even know; they were not even aware. So it was a shock to them, because they don't have any special department or committee for non-Abrahamic people, for example, but they decided to have this special thing for the LGBT people. Besides that, they are not Pan-Africans. I thought they were, but many of them will consider themselves Pan-Africans. But if you go on their website, nowhere does it say that they are Pan-Africans. But I think they have good intentions. Yeah, go ahead. Feel free.
I just came across that recently, and I was like, man, I never heard about that. But you say you did a video on it, Bennett. Where can I find that?
Yeah, and in the video, it's on my YouTube page. I did it maybe 4 or 5 or 6, maybe 6 months ago. I can't remember exactly, but it's within the last year. But I just try to point out some contradictions in their language that they're using. Like they use the word colonizer, but the reality of it is that they took money, or the allegation is that they took money from a Russian spy, the same Russian spy that was promoting the right wing in the U.S. also, right, and also anti-gay agenda in inside of the U.S. also, the group that they were promoting. While the Uhuru movement has gays in their quote unquote gays, I'm speaking loosely, in their organization too. So I was pointing out the contradictions, but also I was pointing out the fact that Russia signed the Berlin Conference. I mean, to split up Africa. They were in on the splitting up of Africa. They signed those agreements. Also, that the Russian Empire, they're one of the first to colonize America. In case a lot of people don't know, they did it from the Western side, and did they commit genocide? Yes, they did against Native people on the Western side. Were they involved in communications about slavery and selling of slaves yes, they were African slaves. They were, because they were mediators between different colonizing groups that were enslaving Africans or selling Africans. You know, so they often use that language, and a lot of times our people don't realize that no, this is like another quote unquote colonizing group. But that's one of the things I pointed out, and then some other contradictions in the things they were saying. You know, like they were talking about an attack that happened to them in the media, right? They were attacked, and they tried to avoid any language. They used this language, colonizers and their minions and things. I'm just paraphrasing, and they used every other language to point out they were attacked by colonizers. And the one thing they forgot to leave out is it was a black man with a blowtorch. You know what I'm saying? It's like, this is a black young man. This is a young man like in his 20s with a blowtorch. They're blurring up your flag for some reason. Like, is this dude a colon? And they speculated, tried to infer that he's connected to a colonizing group and all of this stuff. And it's like, come on, we just got to get beyond that. But yeah, you know, check out the video.
I'm gonna go check it out, man. My phone's on 1%, so I'm a dip. But yeah, we'll talk about the Sarah thing next time, Shaka, because I found out she's not his sister, man. I went in there with a unbiased mind, you know, and I found that's what I found. But we'll talk about it next time, bro. I gotta get out of here.
No problem. No problem. All right. Peace, brother.
All right.
All right, Too Real. Be good, man.
All right, yo. All right, Bennett.
Bro. Peace. Hey, where's the fight doctor at, man? I know he's in the chat. He got to jump up here again, man. We got to wrap that up. That fiasco, what happened? I'm like, where's he at, man?
Yeah. Feel free to come in if you're still there, brother. And my thing is, you know, when you use certain terms, and you know, the opponent, no matter how defeated he can be, he would just highlight, you know, a negative statement made towards him. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But you know, we see. Go ahead.
You know what bothers me the most is that just now, you know, he might be thinking that the Green Sahara is relevant strictly because of his view of Africa related to who built the pyramids, whose civilization is the Nile Valley civilization, who ruled Egypt. He might think it has simply consequence to that. But actually, if you really thoroughly read the research on it, it has implications for many groups of people. For example, a lot of people are under the impression that Asiatics possibly first came into Africa, let's say, during the Egyptian period, like Chief X suggests, right? Well, the Green Sahara data shows otherwise, right? It doesn't say what these people look like, however, right? Also, there's people that say that that people of sub-Saharan African descent, whatever, were relegated to sub-Saharan Africa, but this clearly wipes that out. This is 1,000 years before any what we call the Arab invasion of Africa, or even Egypt. You know, Egypt would have been just kicking off at this time, you know? And and then the other thing that he speaks about is like Bantu people. Well, Bantu people are cited as being in this region as well, right? Heavily in this region as well. So it kind of shatters a lot of the old views we have of Africa, you could say. It doesn't get into any of these catchphrase terms that we use, like Caucasian. Like when you point out the picture behind you and Chief X will say, that's Caucasian. Well, when they talk about these different groups of people, they're not talking about how they look. They're just talking about their DNA specifically. Now, you could derive what you want from that, but they're not really getting into, look, that's not their point at all. Their point is to change how we look at the history of Africa. And the other thing I thought was would have been of use to Chief X is that if you look at the period, right, we're just talking about 3,000 BC, you know, roughly 3,000 BC and before, right? So this overlaps the beginning of the Nile Valley civilization, quote unquote. You see what I'm saying? This is not like huge. If you want to argue that they're not connected at all, well, then that would be hard to do because the time frames seem to easily overlap each other. You see, so that might be useful in how we discuss it from here on, you know. But it definitely shatters this idea that quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans, that idea is really real, you know, and that we never populated the North. The last thing is that, you know, some of the DNA that they cite, that they mention, and some of the peoples, they mention that some of this is connected to African Americans too, that they share some of this similar DNA that was found, right? So the results of this DNA that was found. So some of our ancestors are connected to people that have also been in that region. You see, so it's important for us to take a look at these things. Fight Doctor, there you go, brother. Thank you for coming back.
Oh no, I want to apologize to Brother Shaka for my behavior earlier.
No need to apologize. No need to apologize, brother. Yeah, it's all good.
Shout out to my brother V Bennett. I just have a real problem with these people who wish to distort our history. You know, this is 2023, and this type of ignorance should not be allowed. So when somebody comes on and wants to represent themselves as some type of authority or honest source of information, when clearly that is not the case, well, I have something to say. And look, Black people have been caught the short end of the stick for far too long. And as far as I'm concerned, we are at war. Okay? We are at war. So if somebody is going to misrepresent our history, well, then I have a problem. I have a serious problem. You know, so when people like Chief X are going to say the things that they say, which Chief X is not stupid. Well, no, I take that back. Maybe he is stupid. But whatever the case is, I suspect that he knows what he's saying is untrue. But he has some type of agenda. So, and maybe his agenda is simply to serve his white masters. Whatever the case, it doesn't go. As long as I have a breath in my body, it's not going to go. So, it is what it is. Chief X, next time you come over here, if I'm listening, we'll be right back where we started.
Yeah, man. You know, it just overall, I'm not into the yelling. You know, I'm just really not into that, especially if I'm not yelling at anybody. You know what I'm saying? And you know, I just don't. I don't find it acceptable, especially, you know, when we're talking about being 50. I'm 53 years old. You know, I don't need to yell about these things that are that I'm interested in to prove my point. And I just think that young people need to realize that they don't need to either. They don't need to yell to get this across, their point across, you know. And the PhDs, you know, they're presenting their work. I'm very sure they don't expect to walk into a place, present their work while they're yelling at the people. And in fact, their students have the privilege of sitting back and listening to a well-composed person make their case, just like it's another day at work, just another day. You know what I mean? And, you know, I just hope Chief X can, you know, even if he doesn't think everyone else does, I hope he could benefit from understanding how important that is, you know.
Yeah, well, from my look, we've always had house Negroes. And in 2023, it seems as if, in fact, I know that house Negroes have been re-energized and are stronger than ever, because I see them everywhere. I see them everywhere. And Brother V Bennett, you are correct. You are correct. we should be able to get our point across without yelling and screaming. You are 100% correct. But there is something about that Negro.
Yeah, I understand you. I understand you.
Okay? I'm sorry, but there's just something about him that, tap dances on my last nerve. I swept him down. And I just can't. I'm sorry, brother, you are better than me because I just can't. I just can't. Okay? I can't.
I think it is I've had some dialogue with him here on Shaka's channel a couple of times, and it went south. No matter how I displayed myself, it went south each and every time. The anger came in. But one thing I thought also is like, the questions that I was asking him, they weren't really just for him because he's not the only person that shares his perspective, so I wanted to have the dialogue just for the people to listen. You rarely hear people discussing the Green Sahara, right? And one thing I found really strange about one of his comments is he's talking about the Green Sahara like that's ancient history. It's like, no, the scientists say it ended about roughly 3,000 BC or less even. You see what I mean? So that's, if you could talk about Kemet in the Nile Valley civilization, I don't see why the Green Sahara discussion is off the table. I mean, they overlap each other. And even if you don't think they overlap, then what's 100 years? I mean, if this is about understanding our history and African history, then I don't see why he would be so, so offended by it. He called some of my questions stupid. And I see that as like talking down to people. And also talking down to the audience because the audience is smarter than that, and I'm smarter than that. What other questions should I ask him if he's going to enter into a dialogue with me? It's like, could all my questions be stupid?
Yeah, well, so here's the problem, right? Is that discussion of the Green Sahara totally destroys his quote unquote North African argument. I don't even know how he really defines North African, but that debate has been settled and conclusively exactly who North Africans are, right? North Africans are the ancestors of the people who live in quote unquote sub-Saharan Africa. Period.
Yeah, they have them in the DNA. The ones that live there today even have sub-Saharan African DNA largely. It's like
right. So but see, the problem is that he wants to sort of divorce North Africa from the rest of the African continent as if that were possible, when clearly that's not the case. And then he makes this comment, which really I thought betrays his ignorance of African history when he says that quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans have only been in sub-Saharan Africa for the last 10,000 years, or that the ancestor of the quote unquote sub-Saharan Africans lived 10,000 years ago. I do that on its face is ridiculous.
Where's that come from?
Right. I mean that's ridiculous. Okay, because first and foremost, 10,000 years ago there was no Sahara as we understand it today.
Exactly.
So if there was no Sahara as we understand it today, how could there possibly be a quote unquote sub-Sahara Africa?
Exactly.
So it just amazes me. And it's just difficult for me to listen to this nonsense from a nonsensical Negro, who's and I guess he feels that his authenticity comes from the fact that he's made so many videos on the subject. And I'm amazed that every time you ask him a question concerning Africa, he wants to refer you back to his videos. Like, well, why do we need to refer back to your videos when we have you right now where you can basically explain your position right here, right now? Why do we have to refer back to your videos? I mean, that's nonsensical, but we're dealing with a nonsensical individual. And I have to be honest, my patience, my tolerance is short where nonsensical individuals are concerned.
I hear you, brother. I understand, man, and I agree. I can't honestly say I wouldn't buckle and stoop down to the yelling and the cursing. Also, because I'm a human being. You know what I mean? After a while, if I get called stupid or get insulted a couple of times too, then I might just like resort to the other person that for some reason a lot of our people seem to accept. You know what I mean? Like, the one from the hood, the one from the disrespectful part of life, the one where you have to show people that your life and your family and whatever means nothing at all. You see what I mean? So I always try to embrace the decent dialogue when we have the chance. And it just, I just hope it could go better. But I hear your point, brother. I'm glad you're here and I'm glad you hopped back up. Is there anything else you wanted to say about about this topic? What about the overlapping of the Green Saharan period to the beginning of the Nile Valley civilization per se? Like he was talking about the Sphinx. He did say nobody knows. I found that interesting. So he says that's an admission that he doesn't know, right? He doesn't actually know, and that he's open for debate on that since he says nobody knows. What do you think about that?
Well, I think he's part of the nobody that nobody knows. When he says nobody knows, he's talking about himself because he doesn't know. He doesn't know anything about anything because he runs off at the mouth, and every time he opens his mouth, he betrays his ignorance of Africa and her people, which is shameful, right? Because it seems to me like we as Black people, that Black people are the least educated of our own history. Like everybody else knows about their history, but we seem to be lacking in this area. And then here you have a person like Chief X, who not only is he miseducated in his own history, but he seems to have this agenda to serve his former slave master, or actually in this case, his current slave master. So it's shameful. But I'll leave you with this. Brother V. Bennett, I wish to applaud you, and you too, Brother Shaka, for being able to maintain your composure and setting an example of how people should act when you are confronted with these types of individuals. And I must apologize, but unfortunately, I just don't have the patience.
Hey, but you know what? You did apologize, brother, and that shows that you have a level of class above many, brother. And I didn't take offense. I understood it. I could see it already where it's coming from, and what ignited it and this kind of thing. So I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you a lot.
I appreciate you too, brother, and thank you for being an example of what we should do. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome, bro. I promised Shaka also that I would really, really do my best because we need more platforms where we're able to just come on and discuss the details. Let's have the discussion. And we're so dynamic and diverse as a people. We need to be able to have these discussions. It's so important. And so hopefully we can carry on. That's the main thing I think about, is that we need the platform to be able to dialogue. And I know that if I just give in to the other side, then I would be defeating myself, my purpose, and my promise, to Shaka also, man, because I know Shaka ain't people don't always link up all the time with a similar basic idea of how to do things, and how to function and to work with some sort of symmetry and positivity. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't want to waste it on a brother's platform that's been working at it for 19 years,
Y'all still on, man? I thought y'all was done by now.
Oh, we're still on, man. It's the weekend. We have MF Dreadson. Feel free to speak, brother.
Greetings. Peace to the chat. So I heard a little bit.
Oh, you put yourself on mute, brother MF Dreadson.
Oh, my mistake.
We're here now.
I'm cleaning up, so probably hit some buttons. in any event, I heard some of the discussion around Hebrews and Jews, and I think one of the it's such a heated debate. It's a long, ongoing debate. And I don't think it'll ever be settled in our lifetime. But as long as it's tied to faith and it's tied to the identity of a people, whether it be a false identity or real identity, as long as it's tied to identity and they have that personal investment, like the brother mentioned earlier today, they're not going to let go of it. So my perspective, from what I can tell, is that there's the historical bits and pieces from different time periods and different areas that was all pulled together and kind of mishmashed into one biblical narrative. And that's something that is not the way I want it to be, but that's the way biblical scholars have described it. It's a fact that the ancient writings are pieced together. They're written from different time periods with many different authors, and they have a lot of symbolism. And my perspective in reading the text now is that there's more power in the metaphor and symbolism than there is in the historical narrative. So when I started to look at the esoteric aspects of it or the metaphysical aspects of it, I feel like I got more out of the text just because there was more to expand on, there's more to look at, there's more to think about, there's more details that you could possibly even apply to your daily life. But I say all that to say, one of the sources that I used for some of that esoteric information was like brother C. Freeman L. So I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with him. And he's got a lot of lectures on YouTube. It's interesting stuff. I'm not saying that you need to look at him as the above all teacher or leader, but it gives some biblical perspective. If you're reading the Bible, I think it would be good to at least have multiple different perspectives as opposed to just the one idea that it's all literal and that it's all, physical and historical, because that's a really restricted and often absurd take on the text, because most of that stuff either can't be proven or directly is disproven throughout time, throughout the historical record. So building on that, when it comes to the Jews or the Hebrews, one of the perspectives was that it was never about a group of people, that it was always about an elevated person who was working on themselves and their energy, balancing their mental power, their physical power, spiritual power, controlling their emotions, all of these things that should be pretty much universal to all people. We should all be, no
I'm
matter
sorry,
what
brother.
you believe in.
I'm sorry, brother. Just 1 second. Somebody in the chat suggests that you are Nubian. Is that correct?
Nah, not even a little bit.
Well, there you go, brother. He's not. Feel free.
So I'm not sure where that comes from, but in any event, brother C. Freeman L was a Moor, or he teaches from the Moorish perspective, and he talks about some of the teachings of Noble Drew Ali. So that's not me.
Maybe you meant the person that you quoted, because
Right.
maybe
Shaka.
yeah. Go ahead, young hero.
Wasn't Semitic a language and not a group of people?
Semitic is not a language, but it's a language family or phylum. I don't have all the linguistic jargon.
Well, one second. One thing I was trying my best to get to, and I hate to do the whole long bits and pieces to lead up to it.
Feel free.
So I say all that to kind of lead into the fact that, or my perspective, that the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 signs of the zodiac, your 12, I guess, ganglionic energetic centers in your body. When people talk about chakras, all these things are related and interconnected from old writings, old groups of people over expanses of time and space. So when the biblical narrative starts to talk about Jews and Jewels, it's talking about, more importantly, the jewels or the rubies or something valuable, like a valuable mineral or a valuable stone. It's not really about people. It's about the aspects of yourself. So I think if you take that perspective, then you can sidestep the historical narrative, because it's not real. It's been disproven many times. You can sidestep the the Black people or African American people or dark skinned people, whatever you want to label us as, there's people in America that are saying, no, we're the real Israelites. We're the real Hebrews. They've got it wrong too, because they basically just took the same text and they blackified it. They basically just took it and said, no, that's us.
Yep.
When in reality, it was that. So when the text was written, everybody around at that time, they knew that it was not literal. They knew it was a spiritual
Allegory.
text. So now it became, physical. It became historic. And I think that's the biggest confusion there is to this date amongst mankind, because there's been so many wars fought about it and people still fighting about it now. We're talking about it on the live stream. But my perspective is it was never about people and it was never literal. So I appreciate all the research and all the sources and the linguistics, the etymology, but at the end of the day, the more historical and linguistic research you do, the more dead ends you'll find, and you will never definitively say these are the Hebrews. You won't find them because it happens later when it becomes a literal text. So I'm curious on I guess all of that different stuff I touched on. What's your perspective on the esoteric versus the historic narrative?
But to me, when people say, okay, that's not historical, that's esoteric, it's just people trying to say, okay, historically has no value, but in terms of, more lessons or stories, and yeah, there's some sort of value. And I've been hearing that a lot of time. But what's for sure is that we have to rely on what the text says, and the text talks about things that supposedly happen. And then we need to go to what the data is available and what the actual existing texts say. So to make the long story short, the Exodus narrative is not historical, and I'm sure many historians, many scholars do say so. The problem is the belief. Those people believe, whether they have records or not, they will believe. Whether it makes sense or not, they will believe. They believe that a man spent so many days inside of a whale or a big fish. They believe that a snake spoke to a woman, and there's so many other things.
40 days, 40
yeah.
nights in the desert.
Yes, and there's so many things like that. You know what I'm saying? So people walking on water, you know what I'm saying, resurrecting people, dying, resurrecting 3 days later, saints coming out of the graves, walking in front of
But
everybody, talking.
Shaka, you
Right?
do understand what he's trying to say, right? As far as the what is this esoteric?
Yeah, but like Santa Claus, nobody says it's esoteric. So why would people say it's esoteric? You see? So
But
and
it's not
it's not
historical. That's why it's not historical.
yeah. And once again, I want to make it clear that I'm not talking against what the brother just said. I was asking what my stance is, how I feel about this argument. And to me, it's like those people, they have studied these things, this Abrahamic literature, mainly the Bible, the Old Testament, the Torah, the Tanakh, the Pentateuch, and then they come to the realization that it's mainly non-historical, but then they still want to put some value into it by using terms like esoteric. I mean, that's how I see it.
True.
Yeah, that's valid. So I think whenever I started using the terminology esoteric as kind of an umbrella to cover it, it's almost like there's a hidden language inside the text, and there's only a select group of people that are privy to that hidden language. And I think one of the things that Brother C. Freeman L. was aiming to do was take that information and make it like more widespread, as opposed to just being a select group of initiated people. And one of the things I also looked at
that author is clearly reaching. I mean, he's talking about some secret language in the biblical literature.
Well, when I say secret language, I mean like code words, like the way the numbers are repeating so many times, the way the names repeat,
that's
the way
numerology.
the places repeat.
That's numerology. That's numerology. But that author, if he does that, then to me that would be pseudoscience.
That's another belief, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, some of the lectures that I've seen of his, I turn my head sideways and say, I disagree with this, or some of this doesn't make sense. That's why I said it's interesting perspectives, and I'm not saying he's the authority on it, but some of the way that the names repeat, some of the symbolism repeats, some of the metaphors repeat, some of the things that link up with other things. There's too many there's too many of these links for it to be a coincidence. So the authors had to have, you know, this type of ideas about numbers, numerology, because there's no way that the numbers are real. You know, when they start talking about 144,000, the 12 gets repeated, the number 7 gets repeated.
You know, brother. I want to tell you why I disagree with that. There's even a book, about this. Um, it has something to do with code, with book, code, Bible. There's probably many books about that. But there are books about talking about some codes according to the Bible, some predictions. What I'm saying, Yitzhak Rabin's murder being prophesied in the Bible, and the Bible is extremely large. So of course, if people make those calculations, they will come with something. It's a bit like Tupac's 7-day theory. You know what I'm saying? With the 13, around the number 13. And they say, what I'm saying, okay, you put 7, you add this, you add this. So this thing, to me, is absolutely not convincing at all. In such a large book as the Bible, where you have descriptions of so many things and figures for so many things, how long people live. And so if you start doing the numerology, to me it's like linguistic acrobatics or linguistic gymnastics. You know what I'm saying? People reach conclusions, and yeah, I mean that's my take. That's my take, really. And just by the name of that author alone, having L at the end, most likely is like a Moor. And the Moors, they are very skilled for being lyre bird. Lyre is spelled Lyre. So they will claim to be the custodians of the Egyptian science. They will deal with the Bible. They will deal with the Quran. They will deal with the Theosophical Society. They will deal with Freemasonry. And of course, law. They are kind of a bit of all over the place, But if people like numerology, more power to them, more power to them.
Yeah, I think that's valid, of course, because there's multiple ways to look at it. But like you said, there's no, if you don't personally believe that a man survived inside of a fish for that long, then if you really are reading the text, what would be the other reason for including that type of a story?
Well, it's the same like Superman and Wonder Woman and the Avengers. Nobody's trying to find, okay, what is the hidden message with Wonder Woman? What is the hidden message in Cinderella? But when it comes to the Bible, all of a sudden people are trying to say, okay, this thing didn't happen in history, but the hidden message is this and that. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on.
Like Alim Bey, for example.
Anunnaki.
Well, that's even more ancient. But
what I'm saying is the same kind of thing, though.
Some
Nobody
people
can prove that it actually happened, but they looking into more because
but we have
they
the
want to
text, though.
believe. Yeah.
But we have concept. We have text from the time period of those people. Alim Bey, when he had the debate with Natural Tahoudi, it was a questions and answers. And somebody asked a question. I don't remember the question of Alim Bey that was asked to Alim Bey. It's probably still on YouTube. And then at one point he said, I think he used the N-word, what your N-words or ninjas don't understand is that the secret is you, And he was talking about something from either the Bible or the Quran, So that's his interpretation. And, it's clear to me, I may be wrong, but it's clear to me that Alim Bey deals with metaphysics as well, So, yeah, I hear the argument, and I don't want to sound like, arrogant or condescending. I'm just saying my view, because I've said that for years, when it comes to metaphysics, stuff like that. And to me, numerology or hidden messages. Another example, I forgot if it was a comment left on YouTube or if it was on Facebook. Maybe it was even MySpace. For those who have known MySpace, who remember back in the day when MySpace was the number one social media. That was before Facebook. Facebook basically copied MySpace. But anyway, one guy who was Moorish. When I say Moorish, one of the followers of the Moorish science, he said so and so. He gave the name of somebody, told me that each verse in the Quran has 77 meanings. And when I read that, I was like, okay, all right, yeah, good luck to you then. So yeah, in summary, what I would say is that people want to put value in those writings, and they say, okay, but there's a secret meaning, there's a hidden meaning, there's a code, we need to decode it. And some people make a living out of that, you know. And I would suggest to everybody to try to rely on what we have for sure. And talking about in terms of records, you know, and deal with it. But faith
So
is yes. Go ahead.
you saying Anunnaki is a record, Shaka? You
Well, what I'm
actually believe that story?
no, I don't believe it. But the people from this era, like basically Mesopotamia, you know, Sumeria and all that, we do have text records that are quite ancient, you know, and it would talk about these different things, these different deities, and so on.
Yeah. Why? I mean, why would make, you know, the modern world, everything it comes from before, as far as we know, right? The majority of these stories even go back to ancient time in Egypt. So we know a lot of these deities and supernatural stories came from man before modern time. And even if so, would you say the Greeks and the Persians was in modern time? When was that time? 80?
Well, when you ask about the Greeks and Persian, I mean, I'm not really sure if I understand your question.
Okay, so in saying that, right, I'm talking about humans in general. Why you think we have all these allegories and deities and numerologies and all kind of different
But
what makes man crave these kind of
there was always stories. There was always stories, and maybe some of the stories that we know as fable derive from some events that happened in history, but we'll probably not have any evidence for that. Numerology, I think, is very recent. You know, some people come with some hustle, you know, and like the sovereignty packages, you know, even going all the way to providing I'm sorry, ID card, identification cards, and a lot of Moors did that. Not all of Moors, but many of them did. Numerology, I think, is very, very recent, you know. But when it comes to stories and deities or gods, you know, people, you know, they've been having beliefs and many gods, you know. In ancient times, you know, many people, you know, had many different gods, you know. And you know, I know that God, you know, is an English word that derives from some Germanic words and so on, but many different languages will have words that ultimately are translated into God in English, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, I wonder. I'll just say, and I wonder why though, you know, because as something had to spark the brain for it to think like that. But I mean, as far as you say, we don't have no proof, and we can't prove none of these events actually happen. It's just on paper, you know.
But there are many events in Abrahamic literature. We don't even need to try to wonder if it ever happened, you know. Like when we read about a snake talking to a woman, you know, I don't think any scientist would try to find out if that actually happened. But making the calculations about the timeline, you know, about the Jewish calendar. Some people believe that the earth was created like 6,000 years ago, you know. Quanah and his peeps, you know, they are of that opinion. He came on my panel and he confirmed that they have that belief that the world is 6,000 years old. I don't think we have any record, any way of finding if a snake spoke to a woman named Eve or Awa, or I'm not sure how to pronounce it in Hebrew, you know, that he spoke to her. You know what I'm saying? Same for so-called Garden of Eden, you know, and so many other things, you know. So yes, not only there's no way to find out if some events actually happen, but just reading the story, you know, it should be a no-brainer that, you know.
Right. Imagination. I think it's man imagination to create, just like he does in the physical. He does the same thing in his brain, you know.
Well, imagination and competition also maybe. Like you come across some people and they have literature, they have stories. I want to have my story. And many people are most likely have plagiarized because early on, you know, people are not used to coming up with narratives. So they will copy, they will get inspired. and then people will start being more original with it, you know. So what we know as freestyling may be way more ancient than we would expect, you see. You know, because many people know that the flood story in the Bible is very similar to the Epic of Gilgamesh, you know, and that predates the biblical text, you see. So just the story of the flood itself, that it rains for so long and all humanity is wiped out except one family, people want to believe that, hey, more power to them.
But the problem is that they have, I say they as in the people that believe in the Bible, they have the latest, or I should say the newest flood story, but we're expected to believe that that's the one. You know what I mean? There's so many flood stories, and the Epic of Gilgamesh is probably the most prominent, but every continent around the earth has its own flood story, and people have their own flood story. Multiple cultures share that same type of mythology. So then when you look at the same story in the Bible, you know that they borrowed it. And there's nothing in the Bible that's original or unique. So I think that's the issue that I have, is that you mentioned the flood story, right? To them, they can now use that event to fast forward to 2023. Why is the United States government giving billions of dollars to Israel? Because of this flood story and all the events that followed. We take it as history, and now for some reason our government is giving all this money, and it seems like the United States economic and political well-being is inextricably linked to that of Israel. And it's just that little landmass over there has been the root of so much trouble in the world, and I can't understand.
But the thing is this, that's religion. So it's not just America, but America, you know, is known for, you know, giving money. The history that happened during the Second World War, what we know as the Holocaust, plays a part as well. We have the Balfour, I forgot what's the other word. Balfour, is it agreement or contract or declaration? Balfour Declaration. But I think France and England were involved. Maybe England had more leverage, but they basically said, okay, you know, you want your land, there you go, take that land. But Islam expanded as well. They took over some countries, some territories, you know what I'm saying? And once it's theirs, then it's theirs, you know? And things like that has been going on for a very, very long time. So I don't think in a sense, you could argue, yes, because of the story of the Bible, but it's also because people believed in it, you know what I'm saying? So they decided, okay, we have a holy place out there, and we're going to make sure that, you know, we safeguard that place, you know?
So here's my contention. Here's my contention with that, and I'm gonna back out a little bit. So in Germany and Poland and surrounding areas for the Second World War, there was a finite amount of time that Hitler was causing as much carnage as possible, right? And the Holocaust was a finite amount of time, and a certain amount of people died and suffered, right? It started, it happened, and it ended. They got reparations. Those people now, when you look at the people who suffered, how they're doing economically and politically in modern times, there's no evidence or trace that they suffered, except for them telling us every single day that they suffered. They aren't doing bad. They're not impoverished. They're not getting disparities in education and healthcare. They're not disenfranchised. But when you look at the United States of America as an example, and you could put this same outline on a lot of different other countries, anywhere that colonizers have touched down and have disenfranchised, murdered, raped, pillaged, stolen, just human trafficking, every crime imaginable against humanity is done. So if we take the Queen of England, for example, when she died and everybody was talking about her beautiful legacy and all that she's done, in my mind, I'm thinking, all right, how many bodies does she have, right? How much carnage is she responsible for? How much death and destruction does she sit on that she directly benefited from, right? So if you take Hitler, the one that we have to hear about all the time, and his few years of, and you know what, before somebody misrepresents me, I'm not saying Hitler did anything right or good. I'm saying it was evil, right?
Yeah,
so
of course.
So he did his evil for his few years and killed that number of people. Look at the evil carried out by
So they say.
Leopold II, right? How many
10 million
Africans?
in the
How
Congo.
many? Right. So
Right.
that's another example, right? And that alone in one locality in Africa supersedes the numbers carried
Yep.
out in the Holocaust, right? And then we can look at the transatlantic slave trade. How many years did that go on, and how many people died and suffered behind that? So to me, it leaves more questions than it does answers. I just like to point this stuff out. I just like to ask questions to say,
But
why?
you know, I'm
Everything
sorry.
you're saying, you're right on point.
I'm glad you said that, because the people who identify as Jewish after what they went through at the hands of the Nazis, they did not end up following the Nazis' doctrine. Now, what are we doing? All these people that you mentioned that did us wrong, that did Africans wrong, and people of African descent wrong, what are we doing? We're following their doctrine, which is the Abrahamic narrative. So
Yeah.
some would argue that this is the number one problem. But people say, oh, no, religion, you know what I'm saying? It's personal, you know, it's not with everything, you know what I'm saying? You know, besides the identity crisis, you know, here it talks about, you know, Marcus Garvey was a Christian, Malcolm X was a Muslim, so it's all good. I mean, we tried things for so long, and we can see the result, you know. While we will follow people who enslaved us for hundreds of years. Yes, the transatlantic slave trade, about 400 years. But the sub-Saharan slave trade was about 1,000 years and still going on in many parts of the world. Why are we still following the doctrines of our former oppressors, and in some cases our current oppressors? You know,
And
so it looks like we are lacking logic. And when I say we, I mean Black people as a whole. But go ahead, Young Harry.
no, you know everything. That's a good point too. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the whole thing. Like if we had our heads on our shoulder, what he just speak about with the Holocaust in Africa, that would be one of our most referent point as far as getting Black people reparations. You know, so everything as far as our history, that should be our biblical narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what's going to get us reparations, no matter where it is, if it's in Africa or America. So, you know, like he said, everything that, like you said, we follow in these Abraham narrative. That's why you got Black people even trying to discredit the slave trade now. You see what I'm saying? That's what we come into. These beliefs, no matter if it's more Abos, Hebrews, this one and that one is detrimental to us, because we know the other races, they have their belief, they have their stories, they already conquer and rule and saying what is what and giving people reparations for what other people do. But yet, no matter what Black people go through, none of them have, no matter if it's Haiti or wherever, Caribbean, everybody have their story to tell. No Black people around the globe is not getting reparations, and they murder, rape, kill, you know, millions of us. So that's a big issue. If we can't come together and have reference points for what has been done for us, to us all over the globe, nothing is not gonna change. So everything you said, you on point. Everything Shaka said, he's on point. Go
You
ahead.
know what? Yeah, I agree with Shaka too, man. It's a contradiction for our people, you know. The contradiction he pointed out, if they've done all these things bad in the name of this, then according to that argument, then why are we following it? But yes, it's a contradiction. But I would say all of it's political. All of it's political. You know, religion back in the day, like you said, to make the homeland, Judea, was that not a political act? Or was it a religious act? Or are they the same? Are they intertwined in each other? Is the creation of a religion a political act? You know, and so I would say, yeah, and it's a political act today. The relationship the U.S. has with Israel, but I would argue it doesn't only have it with Israel. You know, it's a political act. Why? Because of trade. You know, people could argue that the United States fancies Israel because of the Holocaust. Or you could say they fancy Israel because of the religion. But I would argue, they probably fancy it because of the trade routes, ultimately. And I would say that's also a historical look as well. Why did the capital have to be in this particular place? Why are people relegated a specific mass of land? Why did it have to be there where it is? Why do these conflicts occur right in that space? So, I mean, for me, it's like all political, all of it, even the historical. When we read the text from the, I don't read the text, by the way, from the hieroglyphics, but when I rely on others who have, when I read the text from the Bible, the Quran, even the Torah, I guess people will say the Torah also, I see them all as political because who's doing the writing? Who has the ability to write? Anybody would write according to even history, even if it's historical fact, it's still somewhat from that perspective. You see what I mean? Which I would argue is political, whose relevance is most important is political, So yeah, I think we just gotta look at these things and see them as political acts, detach ourselves from it personally. And I agree with you, Heru. If we're gonna attach ourselves to something personally, it should actually be what happened to the continent of Africa and how we still live out the politics of that anti-blackness and that slave trade, how they literally relegated us to be generational slaves, to be closer to animals than humans. These kind of things that a lot of the world, even to this day, they still live out. People still live that out, And then even when you get to the argument of who built Egypt, political. I would never, I think you have science, people that are genuinely interested in researching and just do the research to find out what they can find and don't have a take on it one way or the other. They just know that it's important to seek out and find what's there before they come up with a narrative. But I would say most of the people, like when I look at Hawas's work, or even people that chime in on who built Egypt, not mostly, but I would say half of it is political because of the racial implications, and race is political. It's political, it's not something that we really speak about in realistic terms necessarily. We speak about it in terms of black and white, African, Asian, European, these kind of things. They're pretty much, social, political standpoints, not that they're not useful at times, but I think they're more political than anything else. Hello? Yeah, Shaka, what he took a break or something?
Yeah. I don't know. No, that's valid though. It is political. So I got a question for y'all. Are y'all familiar with Christine Hayes? Because there's if you go to Yale Courses, all one word, Yale Courses on YouTube, there's a YouTube channel where she's got like 26 or so lectures where she talks about the biblical narrative, the inspiration for the Bible, the authors, the sources. There's like a J source, Priestley source. But yeah, that would be a good one if anybody reads the Bible or you want another perspective on biblical narrative, biblical text. She does a real good job of pulling in.
Yale, what was it?
Yale Courses is Christine Hayes, is Introduction to the Old Testament with Christine Hayes. And
yeah, this is well known for people who study the Bible, like textual criticism and so on. We do have several sources. They figured from different texts that you have people who will label the main deity as Yahweh. So Yahweh, that would be Jehovah in English. So that would be the J source, and there's like P sources. So I cannot really. I may have made a mistake with my rendering, but by the way they call God, they figured, okay, this is a particular group of people who wrote that part of the Bible. So yeah, this is something that's well known.
Yeah, so once you get into that part of it, you figure out the different sources, and then to skip to the 1900s or 1800s, and you can look at different scriptures from different versions of the Bible, and one scripture will be written 3 different ways. So I mean that right there, you can take a step back now and look at what was happening at the time, you know, what would be the benefit or the economic or political gain.
It's not at the time. It's always way later. Always way later. They have a few fragments here and there, and there's a lot of apocrypha, you know, and indeed, you know, people want to diminish the and I'm sorry for interrupting you this way, but people want to diminish the Nicaea conference, you know, 325 AD, but you know, the corpus came in at some point. But indeed, you know, it's recently there's some author who argues that the Gospels, they copied Homer's writing, you know, they copied Hellenistic writings to come up with the Gospels, you know. So yeah, but feel free, MF Trade Zone.
No, you make a good point, because you mentioned the apocryphal, and that's one thing I was going to mention too. You have the apocryphal text, you got the Maccabees, you got all the different versions of the Bible throughout history. So I know one of the things that kind of got my attention when I started, you know, really trying to figure this out was the fact that we do have so many versions of the Bible. And there's like the Latin Vulgate, there's the Clementine, there's the Roman Catholic version, and then, like you said, the Council of Nicaea decided what was going to be the canonical parts of it. So and all of them have different numbers or different amounts of books.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Do I believe in the Bible? No.
Okay.
No, because we got the Tanakh, the Torah, the Pentateuch, like I said, Apocryphal, Maccabees. You got the Eastern Orthodox, got 78 books. You got the Clementine.
Do you believe in the Torah?
No, I don't believe that it's history. I don't believe it really happened. What I do believe is that throughout time, in general, different people have had different stories. And I do believe that as people travel, as people intermingle with each other, they exchange some of these stories. Some of it can be diffused, some of it is absorbed, and some of it is related to the seasons. So some of it could be related to an observation of the equinox and the solstice, or some of it just may be related to the sun and moon movement every day. Some of it could be related to celestial bodies. So, you know, I think overall, that's the perspective, is that there's some universal observation that people wrote into these stories that they just try to explain in their own way. And then there's also the political stances that people put in throughout time. But I think it's an amalgamation of stories. I don't think there's any one. I don't think Jesus Christ, it could be seen as one man that ever existed. I think it's a story about a lot of different men that was smashed together and presented as one guy.
I agree, bro. I would love to have that topic taken up sometime. You know, that's also been something I've said too. I see it more like there's some other interesting things that lay behind that story that involve a whole lot of men, if you could say that, priestly people, or, you know, these types that, you know, had some agenda essentially, you know, and that somehow they just threw it all together just to, you know, and into one little story to say, and, you know, that's what
it have a narrative that there are thousands of Christs that walk the earth, and Christ meant to be anointed, right?
Look at Wab Funk. He's like, here we go.
Now, can you come again with your question? I just heard you mentioned Christ meant being anointed.
Christ with name, meant to be anointed, right? Which means it was started. It wasn't somebody's name.
Yeah, Kerest is an ancient African word, correct? Kerest is like the anointed one. Asar being the anointed one because he was covered in the oils and wrapped in the linens, and his story, his whole narrative, his whole what's the word I'm looking for? The metaphor and the mythology. He's a Christ. He's a version of a Christ. So then you
Exactly.
skip to now. If you look at the text, we're all supposed to be Christ because we're all supposed to be anointed in the sense that we can elevate our consciousness and control our emotions and deal with ourselves with discipline and good character and all that stuff. And you
Yeah,
elevate yourself. So we're all supposed to be Christ in that manner,
that's
to
the
be
whole
Christ-like.
narrative of Ma'at, right, Shaka?
Well, I differ in opinion. Christ in Greek is the translation of the Hebrew Messiah, which indeed means anointed. I forgot which word in Medunecher. I went over that with the brother who's taking the classes with me. It may come back to me. But that caress, may I ask you who told you about caress, brother Emmett Redson?
So that's one that I heard from Dr. Charles S. Finch. That's one that I heard from, Brother C. Freeman L. has said that before.
I'm sorry, what's the name you just said? The other name?
Dr. Charles S. Finch, the
Yeah,
third.
and after, yeah, and did you say another name after that?
Brother C. Freeman L., the same one that I mentioned before. So that's two
Okay,
off the
okay,
top of my head that I know
okay,
they mentioned
okay.
caressed or
Yeah,
that
and
word.
Ashokwezi also used that, but on the Meta Nature, basically it means burial. And some people have made a little bit of linguistic gymnastics, a little bit of linguistic acrobatics. But if they want to show me a caress that has anything to do with the resurrection of Christ, they can be my guest. But yeah, definitely it means burial. So I don't agree when they use the Meta Nature.
Shaka, that's not a far fetch though, Shaka.
But I've never seen a source. I can't give you a source. I can only give you what I've heard from other teachers. So that's
Yeah, me too. That's true.
I'm open. I'm open to a different perspective because I don't live and die on this doctrine. This is not.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm cool either way. But I appreciate you because I know you have an understanding of that older language. So when I pull in references from these teachers, these trusted scholars, I know they are not beyond critique. And one of my favorite scholars is Sheikh Anta Diop. He told people frequently to check his work, to challenge his work. He told people don't take his word for it, to check for yourself. And that's what I appreciate. But I'm gonna step out the way, fellas. This is a good talk. I appreciate that we can have this type of conversation. I appreciate everybody being civil and being in a space with good character and level headed. So I'm gonna step out. Y'all have a good one.
Yeah, and brother,
good, bro.
if by any chance you can just listen, I'm looking for Egyptian grammar by Gardiner just to show to the people, that kareset meaning burial. So if there's any chance, if you can just, as you exit the panel, if you can just have a look at the screen, I'm just gonna put it up as soon as I find it. Or maybe it's gone already. Let me see.
He heard you.
All right. How come I don't find Egyptian grammar? Is it in the downloads? I mean, it's always better to show to the people. Hold on. Grammar. Let me put Gardiner then. Gardiner. Well, we need to look for something, but I'm using a different computer. Don't want to turn on the other one. Okay, I may have to open my slides then. Let's open the slides then. Let's share. I should be able to do a search, so it's loading right now. About halfway through. Oh, that's it. Let me share my screen.
You saw what Donnie Williams said about Asa?
Yeah, I read that one. But I don't know about. I'm focused on the caress, because it's something that people have said for a long time.
So that's in the ancient text.
Well, I'm gonna show. Now, if I go there, share screen, there it is. How do you make it so? Is it like no? How is it showing now? I'd like to get rid of that part there. I'm not too familiar with keynotes, but I should have a way to remove that part. But anyway, and do a search and then put burial. Or maybe it will not show because I quoted from the book. Hold on. Burial. All right. Does somebody know how I can remove the department right there? Let's see this. Is it full screen now?
Yeah.
Let me look at my mobile phone. Just 1 second. There's the ad. There goes the ad. Oh, it's not full screen. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's not the end of the world. So escape. Just wanted to get rid of that part there on the right. Bothers me a little bit, but anyway. Okay. I want to show where we have from Godliness Egyptian Grammar. I don't know. Okay, it's freezing a little bit. Okay, here I should be able to find it. Godliness Egyptian Grammar. I cannot do a search because I actually had a screen capture of the book itself. So it may come after then. Oh my goodness. What? Check emails to see the vocabulary so I'll have an idea of the slide number. About 100 something. Yeah, so it should be around there. Be around there. Let me see. Initiate. Oh, you can see I have a lot of slides, so okay. Gonna have to turn on the other computer then. Do a search. I will wrap it up soon anyway. It's been going on for a long time, but I really want to show it to the people. It's important. Okay, so let's go to vocabulary. Let's do search for bury. 16. Wait a minute, no, hold on. It's a bit complicated because there are many. I should get there. So 6, 10. Okay, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna share my screen with Gardiner's book, so that was settled it. Egyptian grammar. If I do search,
Shaka, you ain't gotta hurt your head, man.
no, I'm gonna finish. So it's always good to substantiate because I could be making it up, I could be wrong. So we have that one here. Page 500. On StreamYard. I hope we ain't gonna have the echo. Share screen. Oh, hold on. Okay. All right, so we have page 500 of Gardiner's Egyptian Grammar. That's the third revised edition. And then we have the glyph of the coffin here. It's a reference Q6. And it says that it is used as an ideogram or determinative in Keresu, which means coffin. Where will have my cursor? Cannot highlight as I wish I could, but have to wait a few seconds. Oh, it's not showing on the screen. Okay. Of that icon, when he's searching. But anyway, on that line, just underneath where it is highlighted, you do have Keresu, which means coffin. We have determinative in Keres, which means to bury. But there is a form with the t at the end, which will give us, Kereset. Some people will pronounce it Kereset. And Donnie Williams seems to be familiar with it. And I think on one of my slides, I do have the actual form with the t or the t at the end. So I guess we can end with that. I'll go to the vocabulary again. Oh, that was way earlier. That's why. Okay. Okay, I get it. Okay, great. That's okay. Which page is it from the book then? It's 596. Okay. So page 596 of Egyptian grammar. It's a bit frozen. Okay. It's playing with me right here. I should have Egyptian grammar on my other computer. But where? I don't know. Oh, I think. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I think it's in my desktop. Let's meet the Egyptian grammar. Looking for it. Okay, it's closed and we stop. So when you want to show something, are you still there, brothers and sisters? I know it may be boring, but you know, that's about the closing. That's about the closing of the live stream. So
Yeah, I'm here.
you know what? I can just share the picture. Can do that. So share screen, window. So I first showed the page 500 of Egyptian grammar by Gardiner, and then on page 596 we have first Kades, meaning to bury, and then we have Kadeset, meaning burial, and we also have Kadesu, which means coffin or sarcophagus. So somebody please explain to me how we go from anointing to burial. It's just that, you know, it sounds kind of
You
somehow
mean from
similar.
burial to anointed?
Oh yeah, you can have it the other way around, you know. So it's just that it happens that, you know, we have the K, the R, the S, the T, or the T, and then people figured, oh, Kadeset, Christ. And that's not the way to do things, but you know.
I don't know.
But you know, hey, Middle Nature is an ancient language, and if you're not familiar with it, then you can only go by what people say, you know. But anyway, brothers and sisters, yeah, go ahead.
No, facts. Facts, yeah, man.
But there's a few other things like that people say. People do linguistic gymnastics, you know, with languages, you know, current languages. They do it with English as well, you know. Islam, ISF, law and master, ISF, Lord and master, and you know, they have different type of wordplay. Allah, arm, leg, armhead, atom, ATOM, Allah, the original man, you know. So yeah, that's an exercise that many people used to have, you know. And yeah, just a matter of getting clarity. Okay. Well, I appreciate you, brothers and sisters. Actually, I came across this this thing right there.
You might have to change that title. What was that title about? Rip me off.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, let me show you. Let me show you.
Oh, that means KRS's name means burial.
Well, KRS, he named himself after Krishna, but he did a backronym, you know. He did a backronym.
A backronym,
yeah. With KRS, meaning, you know, knowledge reigns supreme. For those who know what a backronym is, like you have a word and then you add a meaning to it after, you know. And KRS is not the only one to do that, you know. Tupac did that, you know, with the N word. Never ignorant getting goals to accomplish. And also Thug, you know, the hate you gave us. Thug life, the hate you gave us, little infant, fuck everybody. Sorry for the F
Yeah,
bomb.
Storm said, "I'm leg, I'm head."
Yeah, it's not scientific, but you know. But here, the link that I've just shared, which is right here. So at the top, you have stop funding rape OK or HHHOK. So you have you effing up my money and all that, and then you go to page 2. We do have the ladies' underwear called "Rip Me Off and Smash." You know. So it's to spice up the relationship between men and women.
Excuse me, y'all you doing too much.
No, I mean, you know, it's just a sentence, you know. It's not
Yeah,
nothing.
I see you. No, I know. I'm saying it's good.
You know what I'm saying? And we also have Chase Me Like the Hyksos. So, you know.
The elusive Egyptians, the identity of the Egyptian and the Hyksos is very elusive.
And we have different colors, you know, so, you know. And these colors, you know, I think, you know, sister's gonna like it. It's more like skin tone type of colors, you know, so Yeah, I like
Yeah,
it.
man. I like it. I like those actually, man.
And somebody suggested, having bras with it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, we may do, the bras and the stuff. You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
Yeah, I
basically,
think it's good.
sisters don't have to say they want to get it on tonight. They can just wear that. You know what I'm saying? Because
Facts.
Willie D said that he's not going to sing sexual healing and get it on again because apparently it's alleged that Marvin Gaye did something, something with Marlon Brando or something.
Who said that? Quincy Jones?
Willie D read an interview of Quincy Jones, and Quincy Jones has alleged that
Huh.
Marlon Brando
Well,
and
that's
Marvin Gaye,
yeah, that's
but
something
then
that's
again,
insane on a dead man. But
his sisters don't want to play that song no more because I guess you can play that song to let your hubby know that once the children go to sleep, it's on, and she can just wear this, and he knows the code. He knows, okay, chase me like a Hyksos, or rip me off and smash. It's on. You know what I'm saying?
It sounds like a good team. It sounds like teamwork there, actually.
Yeah.
anyway,
But yeah, the other thing I wanted to show is that I shared the link a bit earlier. Where is it? There it is, right there. I bought a few books from that website. And here we have the Papyrus Harris by an author called Grandet. He's quoted many times. He's a French Egyptologist. He's a PhD. He's given many nature lessons. And he has a very large book. It's about 800 pages long or something, maybe between 600 and 800. I mean, I have it here, but it's at the bottom of my pile. So, and he's recommended by James P. Allen, So he dealt with this. He translated it, I would presume that we have the hieroglyphic transcript. It's all in French, but it says here that it contains a general commentary of the text, its full translation, and a philological commentary, a detailed philological commentary, and also the pictures, the full pictures, and also several annexes. I don't know how to translate that word in English, and also an exhaustive glossary of the vocabulary. So it's in 3 volumes right here, but it's $253. The shipping is only $525. So I don't think we're there yet. When we have more people, this kind of amount of money ain't gonna be difficult to get, to reach. But maybe later on, if I'm balling, I may get that, and we can have more details. It'll be interesting, to have the hieroglyphic transcript so we can see what words were used and what they were saying. But
you
yeah,
know
go
what
ahead.
bothers me the most, man, when I hear it's not the people to say this, but the argument that it can't be translated. That's a terrible beginning, because it's almost like saying I'm not even going to try. I don't even want to know if it can be. It could almost be, because you can either prove it right or you can prove it wrong by your action. But inaction, you can't prove anything.
But I don't mind the brother saying his stance, but he said many times that he feels like a lot of things that we have in the Bible comes from Kemet. So if it comes from Kemet, then how is it that it's not deciphered? But to anybody that believes that the Medinature has not been deciphered, feel free to contact some linguists and ask them what they think about it. They are the expert, they are the authorities, and I'm talking about PhDs in linguistics, and you can ask also historians in general. If you ask an Egyptologist, and I guess you would think, okay, that's his field, so it's not going to say it hasn't been deciphered. But it's a shame, and Walter Williams is at fault for that, And before he makes his transition, he should just come correct and put the people in the right path, because he's really off with that claim, A lot of people think that claim has been substantiated in a exhaustive manner, but really his book, released in 1992, if I'm not mistaken, The Historical Origin of Christianity, over like 2 pages or 4 maximum, he just explained why he believes, why he thinks the Medinature has not been deciphered. And in summary is, we're not there at the time, so since we're not there, then we don't know. As simple as that. As if we were there when they, well, I guess I'm going to say it's a continuous language, but we're not there when people came up with the letters that we know as A, B, D, C, and I mean A, B, C, D, and so on. We don't know what it represents, because A is alpha, B is beta, C I'm not sure, but D is delta. What does it mean? What does it represent? The Greeks were there when the language was still spoken. The Rosetta Stone has the same text in Greek and Medu Neter. But then again, I can repeat all these facts no matter how long. It's like religion. People have beliefs, but yet they're going to claim to be scientific. With all due respect to Walter Williams, he's wrong about that claim. It's not the end of the world,
Facts.
Facts. I hear you too, man.
And there are a lot of people that have scholarship and PhDs that says otherwise. So there's no comparison.
It's even funnier than that. There's not a single PhD worldwide that I've ever heard say that the Medu Neter has not been deciphered. Not one worldwide. So it's up to people to come up with their conclusions. You have a worldwide consensus of experts, of PhDs, and then you have Pookie on the corner who woke up one day and said, well, it hasn't been deciphered. Anyway. Well, brothers, thank you very much. I appreciate the conversation. It was lovely. And I don't know when's the next time we'll live stream, but I really enjoyed the conversation with the brothers and sisters, And we still want to know how old the girl was, We haven't forgotten,
Oh yeah, we didn't get around to that, man.
Oh,
we didn't get around to that. Oh man, we totally missed that.
Victim.
We missed that convo today.
What was the victim?
We're gonna take it.
Take it next time, man.
But
yeah,
I think we're gonna find. I think a lot of things are going to be revealed, because Sa is now beefing with his friends. He's now beefing with his own brothers. So hey, some people are gonna be singing. So I'm gonna make my usual closing remarks. Thank you to everybody on the panel, Young Harold Bennett, all those who came through, to Real, people in the chat, Danny Williams, Andrew Brunette, Dexter Bama, Wild Funk, David,
Chief X.
Shout out to Chief X, the Fight Doctor,
Storm, of course.
Storm, Sugar Hayes. Who else came through? I think that's about it. Oh, Tori, who became a member.
Tori.
Yeah,
What's up, Tori?
Yeah, it's now a member.
Who is Nikki? What is Donnie Williams talking about?
Donnie Williams. Yeah, who are you
Where is
talking about?
Nikki Chanel? Which Nikki you talking about?
Well, okay, Nikki Chanel. Yeah, that's that girl who was allegedly 15 when she was. Yeah.
Hey, yo, you know that.
Yeah. So yeah. And yesterday, Enki had a lot to say about her. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you all. I really love this conversation. There will be a shift. Either during the trial or before the trial. It's obvious.
It's shifting already, man. You know what I think they're good at doing? I mean, because come on, man. Let's be honest. If there was a shift, you wouldn't want to project it to your audience. If you're in the middle, if you engaged in a shift, why would you project that to your audience? Right?
Frankie is scared. So he wants to portray those people as abandoning him. You know what I'm saying? Like he's the victim.
Let's be honest. Polite looks cool, calm, and collected. Still up to this day. Nothing strange there. Nothing going on there. No worry. Everything
because he doesn't have much to lose.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows it's a wrap for him. You know what I'm saying?
You think he would tell his audience if it was a wrap? If he thought it was a wrap, or you think he would hold out?
Hold out, of course.
You hold out until there's no more other avenues. You know what I'm saying? So it's either going to be regarding the sexual abuse charge or something to do with scamming and federal kind of transgression, or
hopefully he pays taxes.
Well, he will ultimately ultimately pays debt to society. That's for sure. And maybe other people would pay taxes for him. You know, but we'll find out. We'll find out. But right now, there's obviously some things going on, and I guess it may be televised. You know, it may be televised.
Yes.
You know,
praise Jesus. praise Allah. Allah Akbar. Let's get that joint up on there, man. Come on.
Yeah. So, brothers and sisters, stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, by the nature, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue. I said facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. If you do not think right, you will not act right. If you know better, you will do better. Do I to do a nature hotel.
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving Medu Nature classes, and here, that's the flyer. Okay, so those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool, but I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video Kemet and Ma'at before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first Meta Nature class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other Meta Nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the Meta Nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody is interested in learning the Meta Nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu Nature class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'at4ever.